Let's break. I've been yapping for so long. Hello! Hi! Hi! How are we doing? What's good? Ignore the scuff technical issues. So yeah, but what I was saying is we've got some packages today to open before we swap over to Girls Frontline. This one is from Gamersubs. Mic is working. Okay, I don't know what that was going on there, but yeah. So so that is what we're going to be doing. And yeah, what was I talking about earlier? I was talking about when I was doing this. This is my desk shape. It's like an L-shaped desk. And so yeah, the camera's on this portion right here, and my computer and monitors, including my mic, are on that portion right there. So I have to face in this direction to talk, but the stuff is in this direction, so it's like a 90-degree angle. So that's why sometimes you won't, I'll be like facing over here and you won't see me, is because I'm trying to talk into the mic. But yeah, this is package, it's from a Gamersubs. It is, I'm pretty sure, Amelie's water bottle. Or like metallic, her first metallic water bottle, which is nice. Which I said I was excited for, because I don't have a metallic water bottle that I actually would like to use. And so this one will be the first one. Kind of dirty. It's opened so much tape, it's getting sticky on the blade. I don't think I can hold itself up. This is dull, Twitch. This is dull. Dull. Don't worry, it's dull. It's a letter opener. Also, State of California, it's a letter opener. I think those are illegal when they're sharpened. Actually, I don't know. Oh, what's this? Sample packs. Yeah. Maybe we'll use one of those today. That's why I didn't actually have water yet, is because I was like, I want to use this. I want to use this. So yeah. Also, look at this. Okay, hold on here. I'll put that here. Look at this. On the official instructions, blue screen babe is there. That's nice. That's cool. But yeah, let's see what samples are in here. Let us see what samples we have. Wonder which ones they've made samples, because I know it takes a while to put them in production. Ooh, Sakura Splash. I actually like this one, but I haven't like gone it because I'm broke, so we're gonna have to try that one. I think I've had Acid Rain too, and then Incel Tears I think I've had. I kind of forget what they taste like every now and then. But I had Sakura Splash, especially at Anime Expo. It's also when I met Ama. So yeah, we'll try this one. This is actually bigger than the other cups that Gamersubs has. So this one is comparatively to the other one. Let's see, where's my Ama? There you go. Comparatively to this one, it looks about the same size, but this one is actually 20... I think this is... I remember it being bigger. But yeah. Look at that! That's so slick. Look at all the scufflings! I'm not good with cameras. Look at all the scufflings, they're so cute. Look at this one, he's so cute. He's making a little snow angel. With his multiple feet. And then these ones are building a snowman. So yeah, it's so adorable. And then, oh, that ping. Oh, it's so satisfying. And then it also screws off. I personally like to wash my water bottles before I use them, like, before I use them for the first time, because sometimes the smell of, you know, being fresh and stuff like that, I don't know, it lingers. I'm weird, okay? Okay. But yeah, look at that. That's so cute. But yeah, here's the box. It's so adorable. I'm gonna have to put that up on my, like, on my shelf for display, which I have, like, right over here. I have a little section of my like, desk, like, display thing for Alma. It's, like, only Alma stuff in that part. It's, like, albums that I have of her and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm gonna fill this up with water, and then we can have some of this Sakura Splash. Or maybe it's fitting to use Blue Screen Babe. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is 36? No. 24? Huh. Wait. I don't know. This is more than this. I know that. This is more than this. I don't... Look at that. So cute. I'm going to put it up. I actually don't even know where to put it right now. I'll just put it in this corner where I've hidden all my other goodies. Also, here you go, chat. I know you love this. Also, hi, Tactician. Hi, hi. Crackle, crackle. But yeah, next one we're going to open is this one, which has a Groza-inspired jacket in it. But I'm going to go fill this up first, if you guys don't mind, and wash it real quick, if you don't mind. But yeah. So I will be right back, alright? Here. You know what? While I'm gone, enjoy the Alma art. Boop. Do I have a BRB? I don't have a BRB source. It's fine. My BRB is very simple. It's not even a screen. It's just text that says BRB. It's just white, plain, probably Arial font text that says BRB. Isn't that amazing? Like, look at that. Look at that. I know you can't see that. No, I forgot it's reversed. Freak. It's mirrored this way. It's flopped that way. So like this up is the upside for me, but like the camera's facing the other way. So I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. I can't mute. My mic's broken. Hold up. I gotta unplug it and replug it back in. Alas, I am back with the water. Oh, you can only see... Yeah. I like metal cups. I don't know why. Just like metal cups. They're nice. Also, if you can't tell, I'm kind of just an Amelie fan. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. That pop is so satisfying. So good. Oh, I forgot this doesn't have a scooper, so we're gonna have to... that looks like 16 ounces. It's a little bit above the 15 mark. I was just curious. Yes. Okay. Pro tip. Before you open these, there's a lot of powder at the top. So what you do is you shake it like this. This one's being particularly stubborn. But if you do that, it typically, this one's being stubborn, but it shakes it down to the bottom, so when you open it like this, it doesn't, like, explode. But yeah, this one's a little solidified. There's some moisture got in there, but that's okay, because that's the end goal, is for it to be wet. Yeah. How do I get that out? Yeah. Yeah. How do I get that out, chat? My hands are going to be covered in this powder. Typically, I've never had it be like that before. In my tens of lots of packs. I found an unethical solution to get the powder off your hands. It's called stick your fingers. All right, let's test the shake. Nice. All right, cheers. Bonk. Very tasty. Very, very tasty. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, now we can move on to this. Yeah, it's a big package. Big package. Yeah. This one's being a little stubborn. The tape doesn't want to be cut by something dull. It shan't be disrespected by a dull knife. A paper cutter. Oh. A letter opener. I guess that's the legal government name of... Yeah. 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 Chat, they sent me bubble wrap. Ain't that so fun? Oh wait, what's... Oh wait, there's actually something in here. What did I order that's just letter-sized? Woo. Oh, wait, this is so cute! Hold on, there's another thing in it. Yeah. Ah! Oh, yeah, get that away. That's the shipping info. Don't worry, it doesn't actually have any info on it. But look at this! Dear Commander, this is the IOP Gear Division. We're honored to deliver these official supplies to you, carrying them across great distances as part of our journey together. For future updates, follow us on TikTok, GFL-IOP, and X, GFL-IOP. I don't know if this is meant to be open, but I'm opening it anyway. That's so cute. We got one for... Oh, you can insert different things in here? Ours, we got vector. Look at that! So cute! Look at that, so cute. Alright, let's go on up there where I can see it. It's a little display. I'm gonna just need to kneel on my chair. Need to raise it up too. I'm too short. Okay. Ooh, this is the jacket. We're gonna put that aside for now. So we're gonna open this big boy. Set the box to the side. Look at this. It's a water bottle inspired thing for Hide 404. I have a lot of water bottles. But it also has a bottle pouch set. So, you can strap the bottle pouch and put the bottle inside so you can easily carry it around. This is just bubble wrap. Oh my gosh, they put the bottle in the bag. How ingenious. There we go. Nice peel. Look at this. It's got a strap to it to carry it. And it says Hide 404 for those who don't exist. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that cool? Okay. And then I'm a little stupid, so looks like you can. Oh, it's got a straw. Dope. And you can press the second button to just drink from it. Look at that. Ain't that neat? So it's got a... I know it's kind of hard for you to see on a black background. I'll put it down here so you can see. Here, let me... Do I have contrast or something? Oh, yes, here. I'll use this as contrast. There we go. So, yeah. Squad of mercenaries specializing in stealth and electronic warfare. Isn't that awesome? Oh, here's where you put the straw. It goes whoop, whoop. Wait. Whoop. I'm stupid. There we go. Whoop. That is awesome. And then this bag, its strap is adjustable, and to be honest, I might put this on my leg, like kind of how Klukai carries her pistol. It also has this little compartment. You can put like a phone there, which is nice. Especially at cons, that'd be super nice. Place to put a phone and a water bottle. But like, because this strap is adjustable, I might just put this around my leg. I don't know why, I feel like that'd work well. And look, it comes with like fake dents and stuff, which is actually really cool. I really like that. They gave it kind of like a combat feel, which is super cool. Well, yeah, this is really nice. This is probably gonna be my main, what I use when I walk around like campus and stuff, is to carry that around because it's so practical. And then I love, okay, unrelated. I love these bags. They're just, you know the clothing is gonna be good when it comes in these bags. Like, you know stuff's gonna be good when it comes in the bag, those bags. But yeah, this is the Groza inspired windbreaker. So you won't, I will post a picture of me wearing it later along with a post that comes out with like this video and stuff. But yeah, look at this. Yeah. Don't mind the clackings from the metal parts, because these are actually metal and not just plastic, which is nice. Adjustable hood size. Beautiful. And then, let's see, the plastic. On the back, it says Groza, which is really cool. I like how it's like, if you know, you know, but otherwise, it's not. And this is like actual windbreaker material. Like, this is something you could wear in the rain, and the rain would just go right off of it. This is an actual, like, high-quality windbreaker. Cuffs here, too, and adjustable cuffs. Very nice. I know it looks like I'm trying to promote this. This is not sponsored, by the way. This is just a really nice jacket. And then you have here, which is a zipper, and it is orange. I know that doesn't seem like much, but Groza's zipper is also orange, so I don't know, it's cool. I like it. And you got buttons, the top two straps, and yeah. Got that symbol there. And on the bottom, it's the bottom corner, it says Groza, and it has this like repeating effect. An OTS 14. And it has a quote from her. It says, "Stable trust relationships can lead to perfect victories." Anyway, and then on the other side, I already showed you this, but it says OTS 14, which is super cool. Also has pockets. These are done by little buttons here. Big pockets too. So girls, if you don't have pockets, get this jacket. It's got big pockets to compensate if your pants don't have pockets. But yeah, really nice, because these are also waterproof. Like, water will just roll right off of them. So yeah, I am excited to wear this, especially going up to somewhere where it has more heavy weather. It's going to be very, very nice. So I am super stoked to have this. So thank you for sending it along with the present I got. Put this aside now. The final one. This is the signed Shikishi. It's Lorelai's signed Shikishi. So I don't know what's in here. I know what's in here, but I haven't seen the design for the Shikishi, or I haven't seen the signature or anything like that, so I'm just as surprised as you guys. And I've been stoked waiting for this. It's been so hard for me to not open this while waiting. Yeah, let's go. I don't know if there's like a... Oh no, there is. I'm just done. And this tape is strong. Oh, it was the back side. Oh wait, no, it isn't. Look at that! That's so cool. Look at that. That's so cool. That is awesome. And look, it's got my username. For Tsukuyomi. Look at that. That's awesome. That's so nice. This is going to be cherished. Lorelei is, as you know, one of my favorites, right next to Klukai. And so this is quite cool. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's so pretty. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's... I kind of want to open it, but then I kind of just want to leave it in there. I feel like I gotta leave it in there to preserve it, you know? It's so nice. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. I'm just grinning right now, like I just... I don't even... I gotta, like, find something to display this in, like a little frame. There's that little heart, too. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. But yeah, this is so nice. Thank you to them for doing this for me. This is absolutely amazing. Thank you, Sunborn. Thank you, Girls Frontline. I really appreciate it. Always send me, you know, if you ever have free stuff on your hands, just, send it to that guy over there. He likes it. But yeah, this is so nice of them to send me. And so yeah, we can get into GFL 2 now, but this is going to be a family heirloom. I'm gonna lean it like right here, so whenever I look over here, it's just the signature. You can see it. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's more time. That is so nice. So yeah, to recap, we got Bottle, Hide 404 inspired. We also got Le Bug. Very nice. You guys can't see that because there's no light coming in, but it's gray in here. But yeah, super nice. Bottle fits right in here, and you can zip it up so it doesn't fall out. And you can strap this around your, like, around your back, around your arm. I'm weird. I prefer my leg, but that's personal preference. But yeah, super cool. And this box is just, I know I'm glazing so hard, but this box is just cool. Let me move the water bottle and then you can see. Like, it's just genuinely, like, it looks super cool. But yeah, super dope. So yeah, thank you for these little gifts, these little treasures. I am going to be using that, that's for sure. I can't not look at this, it's just so beautiful. Alright, I should launch the game, and then we can get into playing the new event for Sextans. She's swapped sides. She's done a 180. Okay, let's swap over. Okay. Let me open stuff. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that little unboxing. Yeah, I was stoked to receive that. Absolutely stoked. That is one of the coolest gifts I have been given, for sure. That is awesome. Where did my phone stand go? Oh, it's over here. Where'd it go? Oh, it's up here. Alright. Sorry about that. Scoop my chair to the side. Okay. But yeah, here we are with the new screen. I was curious if you got like one of the backgrounds for Klukai, like for her skin. I don't think you do. But yeah, here we are. And boy am I excited. We are going to play the new event. We're going to do a read-through. I'm going to try my best to voice act everybody. Am I going to do a good job? Probably not. But we're doing it anyway. And we also have some pulls and stuff to use. Who is Sextans good for, you guys? Like, what team is she on? She's electric, so does she work with, like, I'm guessing she would work with, like, Leva and... I know she's here somewhere. Lenny. Yeah, I need to level up characters. I'm so bad at doing that. Maybe Andres would be good? Sword team? Oh, really? Okay. Does she like meta make swords meta? I don't know what you'd use for that, man. But yeah, I don't think any new... This is also really cool. She's like, Master, I've broken down your door. You forgot your sandwich. I also did want to take a peek at the new attachments I've been farming, because I, to be honest, only really look at them on stream, because, I don't know, it's just kind of the way I work. Oh wait, I have a... I didn't realize I had that rifle skin, that's funny. I've been farming them. I haven't been doing it for super long, so I might not have, like, perfect. I don't. That's fine. Ooh, that's pretty good. Ooh, that's beautiful. And boost materials, quick select. We'll just put in placeholders for now. If they're not attack percent, attack and crit chance, it's garbage meat. Same. Same. I'm equipping them just for the effect. But let's Is this boosted? It doesn't really seem boosted. Let's re-roll it. Because why not? Maybe we'll get something better. No, not really. Okay, we can extreme calibrate it. Is this a waste? No, because it's Lorelei. I might just want to re-roll until I get something good, though. So I don't have to use as many of those. Because I think I have a lot more of the boost chips than the golden ones. Nothing I hate more than rolling chips and getting pure hundreds. So true. Yeah, I have 140, so it's actually about similar between all of them, but... One more. Ugh! 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 Oh. $13 for crit rate hurts a little, I'm not gonna lie. But this is fine. And then this one too. Wait, what was the boost value of these? I don't know. Let's try it one more time though. I think they're already decent. Oh no, it was like basically 100 flat across the board. Then I think we can get something better now. Yeah, let's use this. This is good enough for me. Boom, boom, boom. I wonder what my Lorelei's power's at. Only 16? Chat, who wants to dono $5 so then I can get her Covenant ring? Yeah, I need to farm these. I'm very bad at farming those. To be honest, I don't think I ever have farmed them. Chat, I need her Covenant ring. And yeah, I was waiting to get a good key for her. I'm sorry, Lova. Let's unlock array. Ooh, chat. Oh wait, you can't get flat attack, so yeah, we'll do critical damage. I was gonna say, which one should we do? Okay, it does. I was wondering if it costed anything. There we go. But yeah, she's leveled up. Yeah, we can use this. I should move out of the corner. I just realized Basti and Phelan both have heterochromia. I don't know why I just didn't really put 2 and 2 together. Oh, she actually presented me gourmet instead of poisoning me. Sometimes she poisons you, chat, just for the fun of it. She's like, I put a special something in it. And now watch what she says, watch. Every mouthful tastes like bliss. How does it taste? The cooking is top-notch. Well, now that I've filled your belly, don't you think it's time you did the same for me? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Suzzj. Vector's here. So, yeah. Hydrate. Cheers out of my new cup, baby. Bonk. I had an IRL cheers earlier. You missed it, Sleepy. Klukai doesn't have a drink, right? I would have gotten it if she had one. Man, give Klukai her drink already. What'd Klukai do to not deserve a drink? I low-key need more of these. I need the data, the intelligence puzzles. Or not the intelligence, the data connections. I've had this. This is probably 80% of what I always get. Commander, are you tired of working too? About art. Are you interested in art, Vector? I saw a painting in your room. Oh, are you referring to Soul? To be honest, I don't understand human art, but that painting somehow manages to intrigue me. If humans have souls, would they look like what was depicted in the painting? Multicolored and dazzling, yet ephemeral as fireworks. It makes you think about the utter emptiness and desolation that comes after one blossoms. If dolls had something similar, what would it look like? Failing actually has the same eye colors. It's just one of them out of dead eye or something. Well, I think Bosty's is more pink than it is red, right? But yeah, they are similar for sure. Chat. I gotta go water my hydrangea. I gotta go water my hydrangea. I gotta water my hydrangea. Hello, Helena. Look at my hydrangea. Oh, why would I need to fertilize it? Isn't it, like, good? Maybe it's not. It's not good enough. Hella needs the very best. Can't reach 240 today because it's cheese day. I just want to say that those physics be crazy. Whoa. Hello, piano. I don't know how many I have, but I'm doing it. 1. Bucket, we fall. It only takes 1. Never mind. I've got 310 now. What can I exchange? Chat, a bell would be cute, you cannot deny. A bell would be very cute. Ooh. I've got a bunch of new curios, and a bunch of these I have are just duplicates. Like the purple frog with the nutsack. I know that's not his nutsack, but it kind of looks like it, okay? Sharkery, I guess. I'm not a huge Sharkery fan. Oh, that's a big Sharkery. You don't fit. Cannon. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of her too. Oh, she'd fit on the other wall though. I think that's why I've put most of these on this wall. Is because they just genuinely... Can you rotate? No. Get rotated. I don't even know that I want tentacles in the thing. I'll put blue sphere up here, though. There's so many of her. Oh, do you wish to save? Yes. Okay, we can go put Sharkery over in the other place. I didn't know there was a shower here, by the way. And Lorelei was using it. And we were peeking. It's crazy. Here is one of... Oh, right. It counts as... Oh! Because I was using it for a webcam, my phone died and I forgot to plug it in. Give it a sec. 1 moment later. Okay. Yes, here. Oh, can you only play small? Huh. Does that have another one? No. Okay. Okay, let's actually remove you. Because I'd rather spread the Springfield love out. And we already have a Nemesis. Do we have a Crow Leak? No. We'll put a Crow Leak there. I thought there could be another one here, no? Oh, wait, no. We already do have a Crow Leak. I guess Colfney can be here. I guess. Also, I want to customize what's behind here. Yes. Decoration gallery. That. Yo, a choo-choo train! Holy crap! I need that. I need the choo-choo train. This can accommodate small-sized stuff. So why don't we go buy some cool small ornaments? Yo! Yo, that's cute! Do they have one for Lorelei? Oh my gosh, it's Suomi as a snowman. Snow globe! Okay, wait, that's pretty cute. I like how they're themed. Miniature bonsai. I feel like that would be cute. I low-key thought this was a synonym role. A synonym role. Alright. Are there any ones with... Lorelei we can put on here? Sadly, I don't think so. Sorry, I know this is not the read-through you asked for, but... Bonsai... Snow globe. To the last one be... Should be a little Springfield block. So cute. Look at that. So adorable. Oh, hi, Macchiato. Alright. My phone should be charged now. We should do a gamba on how far I can get in Dinergate. In the Dinergate game. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Alright, chat. How far do you think I can make it in Dinergate? Jump. Alright, Schlocken. Hello, Mingo. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Schlocken, boys. We're playing Doodle Jump. I mean, legally distinct Dinergate Jump. But freaking Doodle Jump was the shit back in the day, bro. That was the game to be playing. If you had Doodle Jump on your phone, pfft, everybody wanted to be your friend. Okay, if you had a phone in general, but like, you get the point. You're an adult, you're babysitting, you got Doodle Jump on your phone. You're winning. The kids will love you. I think Doodle Jump is a very educational game. I should probably not look at chat while I'm doing this, but I'm too skilled. I don't need it. Whoa! Smoke. You don't want this smoke. I don't have a gun, alright? I didn't get the shooty thing yet. Oh, no! I can do better. My plant 5,000, chat. I can get to 5,000. What do we think? You guys think I can get to 5,000? Oh, I was doing the, Woo-Wah event, right, to make sure I did it before it reset. And it was the event where it's like, you know, you put all of the difficult multipliers on. Yeah, that stuff is hard. I only got to 120. The max is 160. But yeah, I did not, needless to say, I am not that good. But yeah, that was difficult, and then I also did Denia's, like, boss fight thing. Yeah. You never had Doodle Jump? That's sad. I remember this game where the whole point was to steer your little cartoon chopper. It's like a 2D game, and like different choppers had different handlings, but it was like to steer your little... Okay. I got screwed over. But it was to steer your little 2D chopper to the landing point, and sometimes there were enemies and you could gun them down and stuff. I don't know what that game is called to this day. If one of you found that, I'd VIP you, but like, I've tried to find it before. I could not find it, but that game was goated. Also, there was a game, Chaos, I think it was called, and then I think it like went down and they revamped it and it was not as fun anymore. But it was like a dogfighting sim. That was fun too. Boing, 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 boing. I'm bouncing on it crazy style, Dio. Oh, rifle ammo. Get murked. Get murked. Oh my gosh! I didn't know it kept going, bro. I thought it was gonna bounce when it hit the wall. Oh. Okay, that's fine. That's enough of that. I know you guys aren't particularly excited to see that. Oh, I did say I have pulls. This is true. Also, that sword is freaking dope. Alright. Quick gotcha on the standard. I don't think I'm going to pull for Sextans. Quick gotcha on the standard, though. Boo-hoo. I think when Lorelei gets a rerun, I'm going to try and get her copies. Because I love me, Lorelei. Alright. Time for the story. Sip of water before we get started. Who is calling me? You're... Helena? No, you're not 043. Who are you?
Ah, so there is one who hears my voice still. No, I exist no more. So why?
What do you mean?
Ah, your eyes have beheld. Through them I have seen.
This is not Helena. This is a different Helena, but I don't know how to voice this Helena.
So that's how it's come to be. Yes, the one who pulls the thread of fate. Stands by your side.
I'm guessing that was Sextans that we're talking to. Mei Ling, are you ready?
Of course, I'm ready to start the scan program at any time.
Great. Alright then. Sextans, please follow Mei Ling's instructions as they come. At the side, Sextans has been staring at my form in silence, unmoving as a statue. Upon hearing my instruction, she heeds with a nod, putting what I nearly thought to be some rigid stone into motion. In she goes to the repair pod that Mei Ling designated.
Relax, we're doing regular data backup in a round of routine maintenance. We'll be done before you know it.
Mei Ling carefully straps Sextans to the table. Once she confirms that all the restraints are secure and locked, she closes the repair pod door and engages the biometric lock. With all of that done, she gives me a thumbs up. Sextans has been pretty stable ever since Dier reinitialized her neural cloud and fixed her frame. However, when I don't give her any command, she simply stays silent, watching the Emotes dolls and humans go about their daily lives. It makes her seem a lot more harmless, but it also portrays a lack of desire to blend in with the crew. Maybe she's like this as a result of losing most of her neural cloud data. For lack of a better way to describe the situation, Sextans is more akin to an ordinary instance of artificial intelligence compared to the other dolls, unchanging and limited in features, only carrying out inputted commands ad infinitum, and without the means to communicate its own will. Sorry, I'm screenshotting that because a lot of people don't understand the difference between, like, AI, like, artificial intelligence and sentience. Anyway, so I wanted to... There is a silver lining, however. Sextans is far more stable in both body and mind when compared to Blue Sphere, whom we had run into some trouble with just a few days ago. We acquired some rather unexpected pieces of information the last time Groza hacked into Sextan's base layer. Back then, I hadn't realized just how important it was, but the explosion in Lviv that happened not long after brought it to the forefront of my mind, providing details that helped me make some predictions regarding Paradius' new research direction, as well as the nature of third-gen dolls. Right now, I lack leads and means to gather useful information. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a decent amount of intel through Sextans. Third-gen dolls, boojums, and the secret behind Helena. And the experiments and conspiracies involving relics. If we succeed, we'll be able to uncover what we need. That's right. In this desolate wilderness, this yellow zone hundreds of kilometers away from any and all help, where so much has been said and done, I can finally start making a move. Mei Ling, prepare... As I make preparations to begin, I spot a tiny figure out of the corner of my eye, hiding behind a machine. The figure scurries back, seeking to hide itself from my gaze, though it fails to do so completely, leaving a small strip of fabric peeking around the corner. Is that Helena? It's been a few days since Nixie's event. Oh, was that what it implied? Oh, yeah, I guess so, because it was saying... is that Melanie? Oh, it's Melanie. Okay, got it. I walk over and yank Melanie up from the back of the machine. Melanie, what are you doing here?
I was just looking for something I dropped here.
You dropped something here? What was it?
It was...
Melanie stutters, staring and stopping, but can't muster the words she wants to say. Her gaze sweeps from side to side in a most uncharacteristic manner. Something is wrong. Keeping this in mind, I squat down and pat her head. What's wrong? Did you notice something strange? Not even a whisper leaves her lips in the face of my question. All right, Melanie. You'll have to leave the maintenance room if you're unwilling to tell us. We're going to start up a neural cloud scan program soon. An unaccounted heat source will disrupt the scan data if it remains.
Hold on. I have to stay.
Why? I raise my communicator to my ear. Kolfny, come to the maintenance room and take Melanie away.
Commander, wait! I just wanted to stay and confirm something. About Miss Sextans.
About Sextans?
Yeah. There are a few things I want to confirm. Could I stay and observe the scan results? I'll tell you everything once I confirm what I need to.
Melanie seems to be highly interested in Sextans, sneaking glances at the repair pod even as she talks to me. Her behavior at this moment reminds me of something. Right. Melanie mentioned it when we ran into Sextans back then.
I knew it.
Knew what? Have you seen her before?
Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of that fusion.
Do you know what these signs of fusion are?
They're from Boojum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion.
That's right. Sexton started self-repairing at the end of that conversation. And it seems that Melanie and Helena's proximity to Blue Sphere had allowed her to break free last time. Maybe she really does know something critical. I look at Sextans, now asleep in the repair pod, then back at Melanie. Alright, you can stay. I look up at Mei Ling and give her a knowing glance. But as a reminder, the maintenance room is Mei Ling's territory, so everyone, including me, have to follow her instructions when we're here. You must follow her every command to the letter if you wish to stay here. Understood?
Here. Be a good girl if you want to stay here, little Melanie. I'll be a good girl.
Great. Then let us begin. The instant I issue the order, several pieces of equipment hum to life in unison, filling the maintenance room with their overlapping droning. The dolls, still scattered across the maintenance room moments ago, immediately gather, taking up tight formations to guard this prominently displayed repair pod. Helen, please connect to the Elmo cloud and monitor the data stream coming out of Sexton's neural cloud in real time. Understood. Klukai, lead 404 in shielding any potential interference signals in the area. This will ensure the integrity of the data source. Got it. 404, come with me. Monitoring and defenses are all arranged and accounted for. All that's left is... Dandelion!
Oh my. Why did you suddenly yell when it was my turn to be addressed?
A holographically projected figure yawns herself into existence, accompanied by a lazy complaint.
You know, Commander, it wouldn't kill you to use words like please or could I trouble you with something when talking to me every once in a while. Go on, do it.
For some reason, I can't get the words out of my mouth.
Commander.
I'll do it next time, for sure. Mei Ling has already set up the neural cloud data monitoring equipment. We're in a hurry, so let's just start excavating past data.
Oh dearie, this time I want to be spoiled by you. I get so coldly ignored.
Despite her half-serious, half-joking complaints, the data stream on the display shows that Dandelion has already broken through the firewall within Sexton's neural cloud data, Right now, she is using a stable data module within level 2 as her anchor as she descends. Soon her voice comes through my earpiece.
As expected of a third-gen doll's frame, looks pretty sturdy. Wouldn't you agree, Melanie?
Melanie furrows her brow, but she shows no objection. Looks like we won't have to worry about any blue sphere tier issues happening.
Oh, indeed. Though I have to say that whoever designed this neural cloud structures of third-gen dolls is quite the malicious genius.
You can tell that just from residual data?
Of course I can. I just finished a full scan of her neural space and tidied up her data structure a little. Based on the arrangements of data, you can clearly see that the designer gave these third-gen dolls plenty of room to grow without restraint. They have no forced base layer personality settings. The kicker is that they have some kind of rule embedded into them that even I am scarcely equipped to fully decode. What I can conclude is that the stronger a third-gen doll's neural cloud grows, the more she becomes bound by that rule, yet she herself won't realize its influence or interference. The analogy I shall pose is a human forced to wear an invisible
Silus. Got it. That seems quite violent. I didn't know what a silus was.
They can feel the pain, but they cannot determine what exactly is tearing, digging into their flesh as they persist. All they can do is live on, coexisting with the pain. I originally thought that this implementation was intended to limit their dangerous capabilities or restrict the targets of their hostility, for example, like preventing them from attacking the conglomerate. But the currently existing third-gen dolls all exhibit very different personalities, so I can't say what this rule actually does without asking the developer themselves. Still, judging by this elaborate intensive neural cloud design that doesn't actually improve performance in any meaningful way, what the developer of third-gen dolls wanted to create wasn't some novelty. They desired neither a tool nor a superweapon. It can also be surmised that they are unlike Persica, who holds an idealized version for the future of dolls. The developer of third-gen dolls. Could it be Teacher?
What's wrong, Melanie? Have you met someone like that before?
Melanie rubs her hands nervously, seemingly hesitating. I just heard a little bit of conversation. When one of those third-gen dolls was brought to the lab, Teacher once said that I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. But that third-gen doll called her Mother.
Father and Mother again? Those Paradius freaks really love playing house, don't they?
The words father and mother carry a lot of weight to humans. But dolls have no such concept by default unless it gets added to their base layer. At most, they might have a special level of respect for their creator, like the AR team.
So you're saying those dolls were designed to be her children?
I already said they have no base layer personality settings, you know. Whatever the case, it's likely that the doll herself feels as though she needs a mother.
After Dandelion finishes that sentence in a thoughtful tone, she continues to dive further in order to break through the level 3 base layer restrictions. Leaning against the control panel, I find myself dwelling on her words. A chaotic mother. The vision that dolls were designed to fulfill was to assist humans in their work. An expectation was thereby set upon their creation, namely that they were to make things more efficient. Thus, their emotions, free will, pain, instinctual fears, and so on, were deemed irrelevant. But the legendary doll designers of our era, Persica, for example, built upon that foundation, sculpting their own ideals on how dolls should be. Gradually, they came to be regarded as by humans as equals, or at least something resembling them. I assumed that the designer of third-gen dolls, like her predecessor, simply wanted to create better, finer, stronger dolls. If not, then why would she...
Well, all base layer restrictions have been removed. Commander, you ready to receive the torrent of data? I turn my gaze toward Helen. She has already connected her data cable to the Elmo cloud, with faint blue flickers of light dancing across her visual modules. Let us proceed. The hum within the maintenance room sharpens to an ear-piercing pitch. Even though Sexton's neural cloud was completely wiped, a considerable amount of residual data remains. As Mailing works busily at her interface, my eyes follow hers, fixed on the data update log that scrolls in front of our faces. Suddenly, a string of words flashes onto the screen with a blazing red, catching my attention. Dandelion's voice soon follows this entry. Hey-ho, Commander. I came across something pretty interesting over here's east. Want to check a look?
What did you find?
I found a strange protocol in the base layer of Sexton's neural cloud data.
A protocol? Don't all dolls have those? Whether it's the Zener protocol used by Griffin or Ogas protocol used by Songvi's Fairy.
She does have a basic Zener protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about isn't quite the same.
How is it different? Don't beat around the bush and just leave me hanging like this.
Don't be so impatient. It's not often I run into something I can't quite figure out, you know. I'm getting excited myself.
Catching the expression on my face, Dandelion immediately drops her playful demeanor.
All right, let me come up with a fitting analogy. If we say that dolls designed using Hume's theory are kind of a new life form. For example, imagine that Hume's dolls and Persika's second-gen dolls are like animals and plants among eukaryotes, while Songvi's fairy dolls of Lyco's design are akin to prokaryotes. No matter how different they may seem, all possible variations can be classified within the same category, cellular life forms. But third-gen dolls are like a remotely controlled swarm of nanobots. As they congregate, coral into a singular being, they can form a replica of said cellular life, but a replica remains a replica, no matter how real it seems.
Are you saying that third-gen dolls aren't simply an upgrade to second-gen, but something new entirely? When Dier disassembled Sexton's and Blue Sphere's frames, he didn't seem to find that much of a difference.
He's mostly correct on the frames. About 90% of the parts are commercially available. Some modules and high-end are not publicly sold at most. You wouldn't have been able to afford them in the past, and... oh dearie, I guess you can't afford them right now either. The frame recovered from Makosh, of the doll called Thea. Visually, she looks considerably more low-spec than Sexton's and the others, just like a regular elite. It appears the conglomerate was being quite frugal with those who wouldn't make the cut for third-gen. Including those two dolls from Makosh, the defining feature of the third-gen dolls is that protocol.
Hey there, you're underestimating us. Our income has gone up quite a bit as of late. That aside, what's so special about this protocol anyway?
A third-gen doll's neural cloud connects to those complex, high-performance, redundancy-backed modules through the Zener protocol. That much is obvious. But that other protocol, under the constraints of the rule I mentioned earlier, translates the neural cloud's signals into nerve impulses. Said impulses communicate with an in-frame hub that controls Boojum cells, thus forming a neural network that is even more efficient than the human body. The strange power and properties of third-gen dolls all come from this protocol, which controls the frame cells via the central hub. That much is certain at the very least.
That kind of power sure beggars belief.
Aside from that, unlike the neural cloud, the hub provides something more like, how should I put it, instinct or reflex. That hub determines the doll's actions, and its priority is nearly on par with, or even exceeds that of neural cloud. On the flip side, it has no capability for reasoning. It can only handle basic actions, so it can't replace the neural cloud. However, the information that a third-gen doll gains as she grows, along with her internalized thinking, all of it feeds back into the hub through the protocol, so the hub itself will grow alongside the development of the neural cloud. What it eventually becomes is honestly hard to say at this point. So that's how it is.
Did you remember something? Melanie thinks for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head.
I haven't managed to recall everything yet, but I think Miss Dandelion's right. Hearing Melanie, Dandelion tilts her head to smile sweetly at me. What do you think, Commander Pooh? Want me to decrypt this protocol and see what's inside? You might just find what you're looking for in there. Faced with Dandelion's obviously insightful, tempting tone, I think for a moment. There's no way things can be that simple. So, what are the risks of decrypting this? That I don't know either. After all, this is the first time I've ever had a chance to get this close of a look to a 3rd gen. But you've always had wonderful luck. Things will surely work out in the end if we run into trouble. This trouble you so lovingly foreshadow isn't going to be something you bring our way, right? Why would I do that? Haven't I been assisting you so diligently ever since I joined you? How could I possibly have any ill intent? I stare blankly at Dandelion's eyes. There I see round pupils of perfect clarity and childlike innocence. If I were pissed as a fart... If I were pissed as a fart... Wait. I'm sorry? Wait, am I missing the context here? I immediately send out a message through the Elmo's voice communications. If I were pissed as a fart, what does that mean? Why is that in the dialogue? Well, what does this mean? They took some interesting liberties with the translation. I don't know what this means, bro. Klukai, prepare to step up the electromagnetic signal shielding and conceal Elmo's equipment signals. Groza, lead Team Groza in setting up a defensive perimeter around the Elmo. Don't let any suspicious heat sources slip past. Understood. After that, I assign Monsoon Squad, Zuchero Squad, and several other squads to deploy at our weak points. Dandelion watches me with a mildly offended expression throughout the deployment process. Oh my, Commander, do you really not trust me? Why would you think that? I trust you very much, of course. Springfield, bring the others still in the crew deck over to help Helen. Right, and Mei Ling, while you're at it, activate the Elmo Cloud's protective barrier. Alright, you may proceed. Yes, sir. Dandelion raises an eyebrow before vanishing once again in a huff. The indicator lights on the equipment flicker. My gaze is fixed on something beyond all those lights. I look at Sextans inside the repair pod whose eyes are shut, as though deep in slumber. Back in Lviv, I personally witnessed another 3rd gen doll, Igla, transform into something resembling a Boojum. Does that mean Sextans has the potential to become a Boojum as well? Now that we've come this far, that question must be answered, no matter what. Seconds and minutes pass without a word from Dandelion. It appears that even the likes of Dandelion won't have an easy time decrypting a 3rd gen doll's neural cloud data. All I can do is wait patiently as the clock ticks by. Melanie's eyes remain fixed on Sexton's immobile frame inside the repair pod, as if making sure she was truly hibernating. Melanie, you had something on your mind. Does it have anything to do with what Dandelion said earlier? It does. Earlier, Miss Dandelion mentioned the Boojum hub of 3rd gen dolls. I'm not sure if I'm right, but recently... No, ever since you guys came back from Lviv, I've been sensing some kind of intermittent pulse. And those pulses felt like what I sensed. Melanie shrinks and shudders, seemingly recalling her past experiences. When I was in that laboratory, what I felt back then felt quite similar. Back then, teacher once mentioned that this is a must for cultivating the Grail. I've heard that term before. In Groza's older report regarding Sextans, it was mentioned that that 3rd gen doll researchers once addressed Sextans as the Grail. But there wasn't enough evidence to determine whether this codename referred specifically to Sextans or to all 3rd gens. I returned to my earlier line of thinking. At first, I thought that third-gen dolls were created because either 1. Paradius needed special combat units powerful enough to replace Nidos, or 2. Because the conglomerate wanted to produce a valuable commodity. But it is difficult to mass-produce the kind of boojum technology used by third-gen dolls. Although they may be elite in many senses of the word, they cannot become weapons used to turn the tide of war. Combined with what Dandelion mentioned regarding their neural clouds, I've developed a new hypothesis that the third-gen dolls were made to bring Paradius one step closer to the relics. The incident at Lviv supports this. Paradius still hungers for the power that the relics hold, and Helena and the others were created for that very purpose. But why were they using dolls for it? And why have them be under the command of the conglomerate? They risk getting killed or captured. What reasons could they have for making all these moves? Commander, this is bad! Melanie suddenly grabs my sleeve as I try and piece the clues together, looking at me with a panicked expression. What's wrong? The neural cloud scan. We need to stop it now. I just thought of a possibility. If we keep going, we might be discovered. Discovered by whom? Could it be the ones who created you? Before Melanie can answer, Klukai's anxious voice comes through my earpiece. Commander, 4-4 just picked up an abnormal signal. The instruments indicate that the source is in Prague. Prague? The red zone? Although the display log still shows that decryption is proceeding as per normal, Melanie's warning and Klukai's report fill me with a strange sense of unease. Dandelion, can you stop? It appears that something's happening outside. Dandelion? No response. Helen! Mailing, check what's going on! I'm checking. Mailing hands fly across the controls at the limits of human speed. She finally gives me a response after a minute. Commander, remote controls aren't responding. I'm gonna forcibly cut Miss Helen's connection to the cloud. As Mailing pulls down the lever, Helen's connection to the Elmo cloud gets severed with a sharp zzz. I quickly rush forward and catch her before she can fall to the ground. Held snug in my arms, Helen slowly opens her eyes. Commander? Are you alright? What happened in there? During the decryption, the abnormal neural cloud data Miss Dandelion mentioned suddenly began to multiply. It's multiplying like a virus. If we don't stop it, all the data on the Elmo and even everyone's neural cloud backups will be... Miss Dandelion is currently attempting countermeasures, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. We need to get in and help her. Alright, let's get to work. Springfield, Xiaohui, please get Zuchera Squad and Monsoon Squad to connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. Understood. Commander, I can still help, but the abnormal data is buried in a well-hidden place inside Sexton's base layer. Without me leading the way, getting there would take a very long time. I'm worried it might take too long. The urgency in Helen's eyes was unmistakable. All I could do then was nod in response. All right. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, Commander. I'll bring everyone back safely. Helen smiles as she gives my hand a firm squeeze, then turns and reconnects the transmission cable to a port on her frame. Once Monsoon and Zuchero finish their pre-connection preparations, Mailing lights up in the display panel before opening the connection interface. All right, everybody, let's do it. So it triggered a remote response from the red zone. I think it could be one of two things. It could be tracking to, like, when someone attempts to hack into it, it alerts, like, the maker of it. Or it could be that's how the countermeasures are working, is it's coming from that area in the red zone. I'm more inclined to believe the former, but we'll see. Bzz, bzz. Helen is the first to open her eyes after a long wait that had me on the edge of my seat. One by one, the other dolls who connected to assist gradually wake up as well. In any case, thank you, everyone. It's been quite the struggle. Thank goodness everyone's alright. And we also managed to save the data.
Mei-Ling slumps back in her chair and exhales long and thoroughly in relief. Looks like the issue had been successfully dealt with, at least for now. Everything okay?
Oh, yes. I thought I was a goner that time. Third geners really are something else, Haven't had this many surprises sprung on me in so long.
Looking at Dandelion, who only just recovered from a disastrous failure, I suddenly find it kind of hard to yell at her for the way I did earlier. But then, I suddenly remembered something she said before the decryption work began.
But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into trouble.
Oi, Dandelion.
Mm-hmm.
That accident just now. You saw it coming, didn't you?
Commander, aren't you giving me a bit too much credit? The Boojum hub found deep in her base layer, the sudden EMP, those were things that happened after, you know. And don't you forget, this is my first time working on a 3rd gen.
I still have no intention of taking Dandelion's words at face value, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. With that in mind, I turned to look at Melanie, who has now neatly folded herself into a corner. Melanie, you mentioned that someone might discover us now. Who?
Just a moment ago, I felt something really out of the ordinary. It felt exactly as the same as when Helena... I think it was some kind of pulse? If I were able to sense Helena then the others are companions, and Teacher too. She'd definitely be able to sense what just happened.
So you're saying that if you were able to receive the pulse from the Lvov incident, then they might also be able to use that kind of pulse to capture our location?
Yes! Sorry, Commander, I should have thought of this sooner. Honestly, I've been occasionally feeling similar pulses for the past few days. It feels like someone's trying to use these pulses to sweep my mind. There must have been someone trying to search for her presence. If only I could have stopped it just now. But Sextans had already sent out her own pulse. If it really is Teacher behind all this, she'll definitely have a way to find her. It's all happening because I'm too stupid.
Melanie's blaming herself for not warning me in time, though I know the gravitas of the situation does warrant such a forlorn response. She is in no way at fault for failing to realize this as a possibility. It's okay. Ultimately, what we just discussed is mere speculation.
But...
You've done well enough, Melanie. There's no need to blame yourself for something that's out of your control. Just tell me everything you can think of, and any predictions you have. I'll handle the rest. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Just as Melanie was about to speak, I hear a sense of tremendously loud collisions behind me. Sextans woke up from the pod at some point and is trying to break free of the restraints. Mei-Ling, lock back down the pod door!
On it!
Dandelion, check on Sexton's neural cloud.
Oh, gee willikers, things aren't looking good at all. Our neural cloud data was already in disarray, but now it's a complete mess. I can't extract anything useful from it at all.
Then hurry up and figure something out!
Yeah.
Dandelion tries to restore Sexton's neural cloud to normal while the latter hammers at the pod door with her fists, having broken out of her restraints. The whole maintenance room is shaken by violent tremors. A visible crack appears on the pod's double-layered, reinforced fiberglass windows. And with the crack comes a release. Sexton's muffled voice comes through the comms.
Go.
What?
Must go.
I turn up the volume on my earpiece, doing my best to make out what she's saying. Bzz, bzz.
Must go back. Back to where Mother is.
Snap. A flash of electric blue light strikes Sextans in the pod. She collapses limply in an instant.
Phew. Finally got that taken care of. I did pretty well, didn't I, Commander?
You were fast this time, I'll give you that. If you were 2 seconds slower, Sextans would have said what she wanted to say.
Oh, thank you for the praise.
Dandelion gives me an exaggerated bow.
I wonder if this woman's holding a grudge over how I refused to speak politely to her earlier. Noticing the awkward look on my face, Dandelion's grinning holographic projection drifts a little closer. Alrighty, Commander. What I did just now wasn't limited to shocking her unconscious. Okay. Here, check a look at this. A log entry appears on the pod's in-chamber screen. Looking at the orderly arrangement of characters, something suddenly clicks in my mind. These are coordinates? That's right. It hasn't been fully decoded yet, but data using this kind of encryption can only be coordinates. You mean you intercepted those coordinates from Sexton's chaotic neural cloud data stream just now? Though this string of data only appeared for a singular instant, well, from my point of view, it appeared as in such a conspicuous manner that I couldn't ignore it in the first place. What do you even mean? It's nothing. Anyway, let us now have a joyful time decrypting Miss Grumpy Pants' parting message. Yippee, ciphers.
あなたの満足げな表情を見ると興奮しちゃう。
Kind of reminds me how in World War II, when the Allies were trying to decipher Germany's messages, it was very difficult because the code changed every day. And one of the reasons they were, I think the reason that they were able to do it is because all of the letters started off with time, blank, weather, weather is this, and then I think it said hail. You know, I'm not going to finish that sentence, but I think it said something along those lines. Two hours later.
Phew. What a tedious and unnecessarily convoluted encryption method. If every cipher in the world were this devoid of aesthetics, I think technology would really be doomed.
So, what are the results? Dandelion pulls up the map data on the cloud without a word, focusing on a single, steadily flashing red dot.
That's right, it was there. The signal of the abnormal pulse we picked up earlier came from that very same direction.
The coordinates that 404 detected, the signal intercepted from Sexton's neural cloud, and the pulse smell any sense. Everything seems to point to a single location. Could it be the teacher that Melanie spoke of and the mother Sexton's method mentioned are also there? The emergence of this lead to me is what a faint, distant glimmer is to a lost traveling ship, luring me toward a certain direction at the most perfect time. Should Melanie and my suppositions be true, then our adversaries have likely pinpointed the Elmo's location by now. On the other hand, we've sifted through and obtained a number of clues about them. The timing is too convenient. Far too convenient to be mere coincidence, but calling it a trap doesn't seem quite right. Shall we take the initiative?
Commander, what do you intend to do next?
Let me think it over for a moment. I sit down slowly, trying to organize my thoughts. Whether or not this information we've obtained is reliable matters not. This is our only way forward. Thus, the question remains, does the Elmo's current condition and combat strength allow me to launch an immediate investigation? Besides that, before I can do anything, I need to ask whether Melanie can recall anything else relevant. Alarms suddenly blare through the Elmo. Groza's voice comes through the comms right after. Commander! A fully equipped, well-armed mercenary force is heading our way. Their target appears to be the Elmo. Recon shows roughly 4 to 6 standard squads approaching by light assault vehicles. In addition to standard equipment, they're also carrying anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Commander, please issue your order. Groza sounds anxious. I look at the radar. A large cluster of red heat signatures is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. What? Even if our position really did get compromised, they're getting here way too fast. Groza, can you confirm the enemy's identity?
They don't look much different from units we've crossed paths with before. Most likely a group of bounty hunters. Bounty hunters? Out here? In a place like this? Since when did these guys start getting their info so quick? Your old intel channels were far faster than theirs, Commander.
Well, we have to add more rounds of patrol recon to Airborne Beacon after this. Groza, you're closest. Take your team and intercept the first wave. Monsoon and Zuchero will move to back you up immediately.
Will do.
4-4, work on cloaking the Elmo's radar signature. I'm guessing they only have a rough idea of our location and haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet.
Understood.
Mei Ling, start the Elmo's engines. We have to get ready to move.
Got it.
Oh, I see. I was confused how that worked.
Commander, do you copy?
I copy. Go ahead.
We've defeated the first wave of enemies. The forces that remain are currently retreating. However, their retreat seems to be planned, orderly, and purposeful, which is why we think they might have reinforcements waiting to join up with them a short distance away.
I see. Helen, use the coordinates of the firefight as the radius to try and intercept the enemy's comm signals. Find out what they're up to.
Adversaries this well-equipped wouldn't cut any corners with regards to their cybersecurity. They'll be communicating on encrypted frequencies. I just detected a military relay beacon in their possession. They're made for encryption communication, but I can still try to monitor the amount of information sent through them. If their reinforcements do exist, those squads must be connecting to the command unit's base station one after another.
All right, please do so. Helen springs into action immediately upon receiving my approval. Her monitoring soon produces results.
As expected, all the comms frequencies being used in the area have at least 2 layers of encryption. It will take time to decrypt them. That aside, the relay beacon I detected just now is carrying several times more traffic than it was during the prior battle, and now has over 20 new network nodes added. A preliminary estimate puts our opponent's reinforcements at around 10 units.
Wow, that's a lot of units. Did they up my bounty? A wave of silence washes over the area. The dolls around me turn to stare at me. But I'm just joking. Groza, the enemy's reinforcements are too many. Pull back and let Monsoon and Zuchero assist you. Don't get drawn into a prolonged fight, no matter what.
Understood.
Springfield, Joey.
Commander, we won't make it in time. The enemy is already regrouped into a new formation. They're quickly closing in on Team Groza. We had eyes on it as well. Please give us your orders, Commander.
We can hold them off for a while, Commander. There's enough time for the Elmo to retreat to a safe distance from here. I won't allow it. If we do so, you'll be cut off from supplies and any reinforcements. These enemies don't look easy to deal with. We'll need a more comprehensive plan.
But if you don't relocate now, you and everyone on the Elmo will be at risk of attack.
The Elmo's combat echelons have grown to be reliable enough. Although I have to carefully weigh the situation Groza has reported, leaving them behind is by no means something I can accept. So then, I decide, let us partake in a rudimentary demonstration of firepower. I understand the situation better now. I'll update our plan. Monsoon Squad, approach Team Groza head-on from northwest, executing a feint to draw the enemy's attention.
Monsoon Squad acknowledges.
Zuchero, approach the enemy's flank from southwest. Identify weak points formed from the two enemy groups converging and strike those points with maximum firepower. Helen will assist you with rapid location targeting.
We copy.
As for Elmo, we'll stay on the outer rim of the battlefield for now and observe. We won't engage in combat unless it's necessary. We don't have much time to react. Let's begin. The 3 squads outside respond to the enemy's offensive at top speed. Reports come in over the comms one after another. Although the enemy's firepower is immense, the dolls respond to it well under my command, quickly pulling away from their pursuers.
Commander, the strike worked on our end. There's some minor disorder among the enemy's rear support. Now's the perfect moment to retreat.
Monsoon Squad, what's your status?
Team Groza has essentially broken free and is preparing to retreat. However, to avoid exposing the Elmo's position, we'll be retreating via a roundabout route. It will take longer than predicted, but at least the Elmo's safety will be assured.
Excellent. Good work, everyone. I'll dispatch teams to meet you all immediately. I look around at the dolls standing by aboard the Elmo. Cheyenne.
I'm here, Commander.
I'm hereby appointing you as temporary captain of Elmo Rapid Response Squad.
Me?
That's right. I'm going to consolidate the remaining combat strength on the Elmo into a tactical extraction team. The job will be to escort Groza, Monsoon, and Zuchero squads back to the Elmo safely. I'd like you to lead and command them for the time being.
But I only just joined. I'm not really...
I humbly disagree. From what I've observed of you, you've plenty of combat experience and solid team coordination. It places you as the most fitting choice for commanding a temporary task force such as this. Avoid direct conflict. Your top priority is everyone's safety.
I understand. Thank you for trusting me, Commander.
I'll be focusing on controlling the Elmo, so for now I'm placing you as second in command for this entire operation. Should something unforeseen happen during the return trip, you may command the others at your discretion. In short, I leave the on-ground situational judgments up to you.
Yes, sir. I'll absolutely live up to your trust.
With tactics settled, Cheyenne departs with Basti, Shihua, Sabrina, and Lewis. After that, Mei Ling keeps the Elmo at a safe distance from the combat area, just out of range of the enemy's radar. Mei Ling, once you see everyone break free from the enemy, you move the Elmo in a tiny bit closer.
But if we do that, we'll expose the position.
It's fine.
But...
We're not far from the red zone. Once we've picked up Groza and the others, we move the Elmo near the red zone and lie low. If the people chasing us truly are bounty hunters, the bounty they earn from my head wouldn't be enough to split amongst them, considering the sheer size of their all-human force. If they can follow us into the red zone, what they'll get individually won't be able to cover the cost of treating radiation sickness. It's risk-reward. Frankly speaking, it wouldn't be worth it. Then again, if they aren't simply bounty hunters, that's another situation entirely. Outside the Elmo, the sounds of combat screech even louder. I monitor the status of every doll, nerves taut, ready to react the moment we run into any sudden situation.
Commander, we have a bit of a situation here. Something's not right with Nemesis. We're working out the other 3 members of Team Groza to get her back.
What? Nemesis? Did she get hurt?
No. Team Groza was just about to pull out of combat when Nemesis' frame started going out of control. She can't take part in combat at all. I'm taking over her duties now to provide covering fire for Team Groza. Commander, I may not be able to hold out for very long, but I'll do everything I can to complete the task you've given me.
You've done well. Cheyenne, I'm leaving command of the front line to you for now. Having given Cheyenne her instructions, I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Team Groza?
Position on the radar shows we're about 500 meters.
We're close enough. If we drop our cloak from this distance, the enemy should spot us in no time.
Wait, Commander, do you mean...
Cheyenne and the others have already finished constructing the landing zone, securing the doll's retreat route. Now all we need to do is divert the enemy's attention to give them a chance to break away. I'm planning to have the Elmo take on that role.
But that puts the Elmo at risk of being attacked, after all the trouble we went through to...
Rest assured, all repairs will be funded and approved, no holds barred.
Right, if you say so.
Mei Ling taps the controls a few times, dropping the Elmo's electronic radar camouflage. In the instant the Elmo drops his cloak, the heavy weapons that the enemy's been holding back waste no time in joining the party.
The enemy's firepower is way stronger than we imagined.
Commander, can the Elmo really hold out? Whatever the case, start by activating the force field and defense systems. Shells explode one after another around the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffers shrapnel grazes amid the bombardment. Even so, I can't be sure if we'll be able to drive the Elmo into the red zone smoothly after picking up the squads outside. Whatever happens, getting the dolls I sent out back onto the Elmo is my top priority at this moment. Commander, grab the handrail! The sound of the incoming shell draws closer. After a violent shudder, the shell tears a wound through the Elmo's force field. What follows is yet another round of ear-shattering screeches, signifying steel cutting through the air. Elmo's appearance was way too effective. Now everyone should have a chance to retreat. As if to confirm what I've been saying, the Elmo's comms light up one after another with replies from the squads. Commander, the Elmo has drawn away nearly all of the enemy's reinforcements. We managed to cut their engagement with Team Groza. Still, are you able to hold out over there? Don't worry, they can't do much damage to the Elmo right now. Monsoon Squad has also adjusted our tactics. We're carrying out pinpoint strikes against the enemy's harassment units. Alright, you're all doing great. Cheyenne, what's your status? Any chance to pull back? We just successfully linked up with Team Groza. Right now we're moving toward the landing zone at top speed. ETA 5 minutes to boarding. Commander, thank you. I'm just glad you're all coming back safe. Johi, Springfield, have Monsoon and Zucchero prepare to retreat. Some minutes later, I see all 4 squads on the radar successfully board the drones approaching the Elmo's position from the air. Mei-Ling, locate the closest red zone coordinates. We have to retreat now. Great, I've shared our coordinates to your terminals. Once the coordinates pop up, the systems automatically calculate the optimal pickup and retreat route. The closest red zone is roughly 50 kilometers away. With the Elmo's speed in mind, we should be able to shake our pursuers within an hour if things go smoothly. Commander, everyone outside has managed to disengage. Well done. Mei-Ling, begin the retreat along the route I just laid out. Got it. Everyone stay sharp. I'm turning off the Elmo's defense mode. Once we confirm that everyone has been brought aboard, Mei-Ling drops the force field and the vector engine restrictions. The Elmo begins running at full speed. Without the protection of defense mode, the attacks on the Elmo immediately take a turn for the worse. Treading the wastes at full speed, the Elmo weaves through the shells, falling like rain. Thanks to Mei-Ling's exceptional driving, we managed to avoid being overwhelmed by the barrage. But the Elmo can't return fire while moving at full speed. I quickly feel the enemy's attacks becoming more intense. Commander, the enemy's weapons seem much more powerful than what we faced before. We can't dodge them all. Brace for impact! Mei-Ling barely manages to swerve away from one of the shells, but another slams squarely into the side armor. Mei-Ling and I are thrown sideways by the shock. What fierce firepower! Mei-Ling! I'm okay, but if this keeps up, our escape route will be cut off. As if to confirm Mei-Ling's statement, I hear several more shells streak past the Elmo's roof. Was it a dud? The expected shudder never comes. We need to check if we got hit. We should have been hit. Just as I worry that the enemy might be using something worse than ordinary shells, a familiar, reassuring voice comes through the earpiece. Did we make it in time, Commander? I look up after hearing the sound of rotors over the comms and notice what appears to be a small figure on a circling helicopter, waving in the Elmo's direction. Alva and Voimastina have been away from the Elmo for long stretches ever since the Lviv incident. They do it to honor their agreement with StateSec, operating across the URNC to carry out various missions. To be honest, I wasn't expecting them to be back this soon. Judging by the timing, they must have been handling a mission nearby. You came at just the right moment. Glad to hear it. Don't worry, Commander. Voimastina is on the ground laying down fire to the enemy. Once they've been pushed back, we'll help everyone retreat. I'm sending the rendezvous coordinates to the receiver now. We've scouted the area in advance. It's the safest place in the vicinity. Scouted? Hard to explain over comms. We'll talk in detail when we meet. We also brought a StateSec specialist with us. She'll help us get the Elmo out of danger. Understood. Thank you for the assist. Mei-Ling, once we pull out of the engagement zone, deploy the helipad so Alva and the others can land. Got it. Alva and Roy Mestina coming in with the clutch. They're clutching up.
Commander, long time no see. Defy has returned. Voimastina is currently intercepting those bounty hunters on the perimeter. Once that's wrapped up, she'll come back with the others.
Wait, just her? Alone? Even with the Elmo's support, a single doll...
She's just keeping them at bay. Sinbreaker should be able to handle most situations encountered. While we were back at StateSec, we requested the use of some special automated equipment, which can help make up for a shortage in personnel. Combining our strength with M200 and the others... Oh, right. I should call her Cheyenne for now. Her squad is also helping Voimastina, so it's only a matter of time before we shake off the bounty hunters.
It's a workable combat plan. Thank you for the help.
Oh, and this is... Alva steps to the side, revealing an unfamiliar door.
She's finally here!
This must be the StateSec specialist she mentioned earlier, who would be working with us. So this is the commander, huh? Nice to meet you. The unfamiliar doll gives a mysterious wink. For some reason, I feel as though I've seen her somewhere before.
Do you know me from somewhere?
Well, sort of. Alva and Voimastina have shown me your file, if that counts as knowing you. Since I'm the one who knows the commander's name, that seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Might be better if I formally introduce myself, perhaps. The unfamiliar doll extends her hand toward me with an indecipherable smile on her face. I'm a doll from Special Operations Task Force, under StateSec of the Neo-Soviet Union District, Peritya.
StateSec? Peritya? Wait,
isn't that name... I realized that Peritya might be the StateSec doll with some connection to Groza. But now isn't the time for that topic. Besides, I still don't know her exact identity. Let's hear what Alva and the others have to say first. My mission this time? Let me see. Is to temporarily serve as Alva and Voimastina's partner? I think. That's right. Peritya has served StateSec for a long time. Having participated in numerous extreme-risk covert operations, she's proved to be an experienced and highly reliable companion. I study Peritya carefully. If she is StateSec who carries out covert missions, I'm sure that I've never seen her before. So where does this sense of familiarity come from? My guess is Persika designed her. Oh my. Looks like the Elmo has gained yet another reliable companion. Peritya's gaze shifts to the holographic projection behind me. Dandelion sizes Peritya up, her expression carrying a meaningful undertone. It truly is an honor to meet you at such a critical moment. This must be Miss Dandelion. I hit the mark, right? You've even heard of me by name. StateSec dolls really are remarkably resourceful. The ability to gather intel is a necessary skill for StateSec. You're a senior consultant hired by the URNC and the creator of the URNC's system Super Als Heli in EFI. Surely you must be aware of this, right? So even my information can be found through the StateSec's intel network. Looks like I really do need to mind my words in the future. Relax. Information about you has not been disseminated en masse. I just happened to obtain some accounts of your exploits through certain special channels of information. That's surprising, but that's how it is. Special channels, huh? Now I really am curious. Just how special are these channels? Are you engaging in humor with me? Sorry, I'm not very good at that sort of thing. But since you are who you are, you must have foreseen long ago that we would meet here. I did sense a familiar presence drawing near. I just didn't expect we would meet in this manner. Mere fragments alone, yet they exude such a powerful pull. So this is how fate gets woven together. I'm completely lost. Same. Listening to Peritya and Dandelion go back and forth. What sort of cryptic camaraderie are you two partaking in? Unexpectedly, the two of them turn to look at me simultaneously as if on cue. Nothing. Well then, Alva, did StateSec assign you a new mission? Correct. I haven't had the chance to disclose our objective to you yet.
It's okay if you can't tell me. I trust you.
To us, you are already an inseparable part of the team, Commander. Of course you should know. We've been searching for clues related to the Lviv incident based on follow-up observations. Although Girard and Chiliovog's plan to activate the relics was stopped, our logistics personnel detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse during the incident, indicating something really did happen. My memory of Lviv remains different from everyone else's. Alva doesn't notice my silence. She continues. So, over our past few months away from the Elmo, we've been searching the yellow zones based on those data signatures. We captured similar signals several times, using them to locate Paradius bases. Are Paradius bases continuously emitting signal pulses resembling relic activation experiments? They are. We destroyed several small Paradius bases deep in the yellow zone based on these clues. Every last one of them was conducting Boojum production, without exception. Combined with those records left by our fallen state-sec comrades, we can confirm that Paradius is mass-producing Boojums in a deliberate manner, and they're gathering them to achieve some specific purpose.
So they aren't using Boojums just to expand their forces. Have you found anything else?
Unfortunately, all we have is some recorded footage. None of the investigators survived. These incidents have caused quite a stir within the URNC. Large-scale operations may begin soon. Miss Nelle and Mr. Kevin encouraged us to pursue our investigation through other channels for now.
I remember now. You mentioned earlier that they helped retrofit Voimastina's armor.
I find myself caught in a brief moment of nostalgia upon hearing the names of those two individuals.
It's been 10 years. I wonder how they look now.
Indeed, we began to contact them more frequently after the Lviv incident. They both believe that these fluctuations are an unusual prelude to something, but as the URNC stands now, these matters cannot be made public under the name of Paradius' crimes, nor can an investigation be opened on those grounds.
So you guys traced those clues all the way here?
We did. About 12 hours ago, we detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse from a nearby red zone. After analysis, we found it shared a similar signature as the previous pulses. That pulse is the strongest that's been recorded since the Lviv incident. Because of that, we applied to StateSec for Emergency Response Authority. Since this mission required entering the red zone and demanded careful action, the higher-ups dispatched Peritia to assist us, in hopes we could start investigating the source of the pulse as soon as possible. We were on our way to the source when we spotted the battle you guys were engaging in.
Now that you've mentioned it, we detected a similar pulse.
You picked up on it too, Commander?
I give Alva a brief account of what happened.
Abnormal coordinates retrieved from a third-gen doll's neural cloud? So, you're investigating the third-gen doll you have on your vehicle?
I just wanted to find leads on Paradius. The two of you experienced the incident at Lviv with me. You understand the connection between third-gens and Paradius.
I do, but... Alva pauses to think for a moment. When she speaks again, there's hesitation in her voice. Commander, you should know. Although Voimastina and I have left StateSec, we still collaborate with them due to a great number of unfulfilled contractual terms, so we have access to certain pieces of internal information. Although this incompleteness might trouble you, I still feel that I should disclose some intel. Opinions on you are not ununanimous with StateSec, Commander.
Is that so? What are they saying?
Only in turbulent times would men like him be deemed a hero. In times of peace, such men would be placed under the category of destabilizing factors. That was how that gentleman answered me when I asked. Even though Voimastina, Lorelei, and I have all successfully provided proof of your innocence, it remains a fact that your influence on the world is growing. In a short span of time since the Lviv incident, not only did you help overthrow Sect Fob's factories in the Yellow Zone, you signed a collaboration with the up-and-coming Connexion Corporation. These developments cannot be concealed, and more people will turn their attention to you inevitably. If it were just that, StateSec would be glad to see your influence in the Yellow Zone grow stronger, but when your influence becomes entangled with matters containing the relics, the dissenting voices grow louder. Other than Helena, the fact that there's a third gen makes it difficult for you and your supporters to keep proving that you are innocent. StateSec may turn a blind eye to certain things internally, but this particular issue is a rather critical one. If our adversaries find a need, they could use this as pretext to apply far greater pressure.
So you're suggesting I let the conglomerate take them back, allowing them to keep helping Paradius?
Commander, you should know that we never suggest as such. Defy Kalina and the former Gryffindors who fought alongside you. It's a no-brainer that we trust you. However, within the URNC, such individuals are lacking in number. Which is why that gentleman wishes to better understand your current intentions.
As a fugitive wanted by the URNC, I assumed my intentions were no longer mattered.
No, they do matter. Not just to that gentleman, it matters to me, and to Defy as well. Commander, Anjay left us, and it's not because she did anything wrong. There aren't many people like you left in this world. We can't afford to lose any more.
Alva, I understand your concerns, but third gens are the strongest lead I have. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I let such obstacles make me hesitate, then things in the Lviv incident will happen again and again. Whether it's destroying Paradius Labs, investigating third-gen dolls, or the debacle I caused in Makosh, I realize that so long as I do something, there's a possibility, even in the slightest, that I can improve the lives of those I hold dear, even if only by a fraction. That's why I want to keep moving forward on this path. Whether I'm labeled a hero or criminal doesn't matter to me. These are things I've wanted to do for a long time. Thanks to the warrant from the URNC, my reservations have been completely cleared away. We've already reached the worst case scenario, so why not go all out? And as for Anjay, whom you mentioned earlier, you could say that the things she once did pushed me to make a decision. Anjay did once fall into the dark, but before she left us, what was reflected in her eyes was the dawn. Perhaps I just stubbornly want to bring about the world that she and so many others like her envisioned, and now I feel that I can do far more compared to who I was a decade back. Strange, isn't it? The forces I can call upon now don't even amount to a tenth of what I had before, yet still. Commander, to be frank, your words make me happy, but they also worry me a little. Even so, I'm convinced once again that Defy's choice is to follow you was the right one. Thank you. With that in mind, Alva taps her earpiece. The indicator on her comms module goes dark. She leans in closely and speaks in a whisper just beside my ear. Commander, what I'm about to say is just a personal reminder from me. If you intend to investigate or make contact with third gen dolls and the developer behind them in any way, make sure Voimastina and I are present as your escort. Why? StateSec hasn't reached a conclusion, but our available intel is enough for us to derive an obvious one, that our opponent is unlike any enemy we've faced so far, and the extent of the danger is incalculable. Alva then turns her comms module back on, picks up a tablet, and projects a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me. Since both the leads among us point to the same dangerous region, something likely did happen there. Pritya, can you help me adjust the map to the region that the pulse originated from? Of course I can. I thought you and the commander were going to whisper in private for longer. We're on duty now. Those were just routine work-related discussions. Yeah, sure. I understand. Pritya smiles, then projects a map into the air, showing the coordinates. Right here. Inside the red zone, 35 kilometers west of Prague Center. Then our objective is clear. Commander, we should now... Alva's about to say something, but she's cut off by a sudden commotion. Right after, the door to the Ammo's ops room opens. Krolik walks in as she argues with the doll beside her about something. Yet the moment she lifts her head, she stops dead in her tracks, as though she just saw a ghost. You? Why are you here? I look towards Krolik and realize that you she's referring to is none other than Pritya, who has just arrived on the Elmo today for the first time. I wanted everyone to have a nice sit-down conversation after everything serious was settled, but from the look on Krolik's face, this is probably not the right moment for that. Krolik, is this the Pritya you've been searching for all this time? Of course.
If it weren't for her, Forget it. I'm just glad you're safe. I actually have so many things I wanted to tell you. The Elmo's a wonderful place. From now on, why don't you... Hey, Peritya? Sensing the confusion in Peritya's eyes, Crowley tentatively calls out to the other doll by name. Have you met me before? That seems to be the case. Through the long silence, Crowley's expression shifts from confusion to displeasure, until finally it boils into a fury that makes her charge forward. There's a limit to how far you can take a joke! I thought you got hauled off to be scrapped by those doll arena bastards back then. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was originally planning to thank you properly when I saw you again. But what kind of attitude is this? We were... Hey! You're tanking my rep by reacting like that. Crowley grabs Peritya by the collar. Their eyes lock as though they were trying to dig out memories of herself buried deep within Peritya's neural cloud. The standoff drags on until a tall figure appears, places a hand on each of their shoulders, and pulls the two of them apart with ease. Please do not interfere with State Sec personnel on duty. Huh? I'm sorry, Miss Crowley. I didn't have the chance to explain just now. Peritya suffered damage to her neural cloud in a previous mission. She can no longer remember many things. So she's not pretending that she doesn't know you. Mission? Neural cloud damage? So you're saying she's with you guys? The doll arena mission you mentioned was likely one of the incidents that damaged her neural cloud. After State Sec recovered Peritya, they assigned her to only handle support roles in field missions. Peritya doesn't seem to show any additional emotions in response to Crowley's big outburst. She simply smiles politely. A State Sec? So when you did all that in the arena, was it just for a mission? If it was a mission, shouldn't you have looked out for yourself first? Alright. If her neural cloud was damaged, I can't even ask her about it. Damn it. Why? Nemesis is the same too. They all make it so hard for me to rest easy. Crowley says nothing more. As if struck by some kind of serious blow, she does something unlike herself. She walks to the corner of the room and sits down quietly. Voimastina steps forward and hands me a document. Commander, I've brought back the doll called Nemesis, as you requested. She appears to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing a neural cloud scan in the repair pod. So what exactly is going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly malfunction? Groza, can you describe in detail what happened during the operation? Things were pretty chaotic back then. It started while we were in combat. Nemesis ignored several of my orders in succession and didn't respond to me calling her. I assumed Nemesis had been pinned down by enemy fire and sent Crowley to break her free. However, once Crowley got close, she realized that Nemesis seemed different from her usual state. It looked like someone was interfering with her neural cloud. What if Nemesis is a Gen 3? Plot twist, Nemesis is a Gen 3. If Nemesis got another version... I love Nemesis. I recall how, back when we accidentally stumbled into a Paradius religious ceremony, Nemesis had reacted strangely to the proceedings. Nemesis and Sextans malfunctioning one after another. Were they both affected because of that pulse? I want to check on Nemesis. Commander, it'll be alright. If you're really worried, stay by my side, okay? Understood. Groza follows behind me as we pass through the corridor and enter the maintenance room. Nemesis appears to have regained consciousness. She's undergoing a scan under Mei Ling's guidance. Mei Ling, how is she? Doesn't seem like there's anything unusual. Miss Helen helped me too, but we still don't think we found the cause. Nemesis, how are you feeling? Right. Forgot to call Crowley over. Thinking back on Crowley's state, maybe it's better to leave her alone. Surely I should be able to understand Nemesis a little after watching Crowley translate for so long. I steel myself and try speaking with Nemesis directly. Nemesis, did you sense something while fighting the enemy earlier? A flower swaying in the breeze, gathering, parting both as haze.
Nope, didn't understand a thing.
She's saying that she felt herself being summoned by some kind of decisive fate.
Huh? Peridya? You can understand what she's saying.
Yeah, I do have a rather unexplainable ability. It does come in handy every now and then, wouldn't you agree?
It's a very valuable ability. State Sec sending you to assist Defy really was the right call.
You're far too kind, sir. Still, showing off unexpected abilities at critical moments is something I quite pride myself on. In any case, since Miss Krolik's mood hasn't recovered yet, is it alright if I temporarily serve as the translator for this lady?
After a difficult round of questioning, I finally managed to learn something about Nemesis' condition through Peridya's translation. Nemesis explains that when she lost control of her frame earlier due to some kind of intervention, she vaguely sensed the same thing at the exact moment when Sextans lost control. Back in combat, however, the intervention suddenly grew stronger, directly causing her to lose control of the frame. As for what this intervention actually means, Nemesis does not make clear. From her descriptions, it appears that though she herself only understands it vaguely, she just calls it fate or some kind of behavioral logic that cannot be found anywhere within our neural cloud. These strings of phenomena from an interwoven network of clues, enough to suggest something worth discovering hidden deep in the red zone. Looks like we do have to head into the red zone to investigate after all. What if she... Okay, wait, I'm actually starting to kind of believe that she might be a third gen. She's definitely connected to Parades, definitely. She might be a third gen, or maybe like a failed third gen. I gather everyone in the ops room. Everyone! I'm preparing to head into the red zone for a mission. Although it's just recon work, our current situation is fairly complex. We may encounter things we've never had to deal with before. I'll be drawing up a list of those participating in this mission, based on capability, but also based on your willingness to participate. It's been a while, but this will be the first time we conduct a mission inside the red zone. We'll need to take proper preparations for protective gear and comms equipment. Mei-Ling, take inventory of what equipment is left in the warehouse and...
There's no need to go through such trouble. Our helicopter is carrying enough protective gear and comms equipment. Commander, would you be willing to let us join your task force?
Of course. That would be wonderful.
Then we'll inventory the equipment for this mission. Please inform me of team size and equipment specifications in a short while.
All right. Then let us set our goal as to return to the Elmo before sunset. This is a long story. We've only made it through 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh my gosh, and it's been... Oh, it's fine. This is fine. Alva and Voimastina are in the refitting room, checking off the equipment list for the upcoming mission. I take the chance to finalize the personnel coming on this mission. I begin by selecting 404, a squad possessing extensive combat experience in red zones, to accompany me. Because our special equipment is limited in supply, I can only bring one more squad along, which leaves me feeling somewhat conflicted. Both Monsoon and Zuchero have assisted me on missions involving Paradia spaces. Their performance has been quite reassuring. Besides them, the new dolls who just joined may still be in their adjustment periods, but they each have their own strengths and specialties. After what just happened with Sextans, I realize that I really do need to assign a strong, well-coordinated team specifically to keep an eye on her. What's more, we just exposed our location in front of those mercs and must leave enough forces for its own defense. I was thinking that as well. I also have Team Groza. But I'm keeping Groza on the... Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to keep Groza on the Elmo. I'm going to keep Helen on the Elmo as well to help with EW capabilities, especially if anything goes wrong with Sextans. And then I would probably leave... I'd probably leave Zuchero and take on Monsoon. Monsoon's, in my opinion, a little bit better for We're a little bit more suited to adaptive reconnaissance, which is what this mission is about.
Commander, I want to come too.
Hello, I saw you got Lorelei saying Shikishi. Yeah, I did. It's early in the stream, and I'll post pictures of it later, and I think I'm going to make a YouTube video about just cutting the video down and making it into all the parts and basically just making it. I'll probably make it a short and a long form video, but we'll see. It's already in short format, now that I think about it, because it's a phone's thing, but yeah. I got it right here. It's, oh my gosh, it's so cool. It's so pretty. Melanie has been peeking at me from every corner of the equipment room ever since I announced the trip into the red zone. Right now, she's on her tiptoes peering at the mission roster. You want to come? Where exactly do you want to go?
I want to go with you and the others to the red zone for the investigation. There must be plenty of Paradia's traps over there. I can protect you.
Okay, how exactly do you plan to do that? Do you have a box like Helena's? Melanie shakes her head. Do you have a way to jam radar so the enemy can't spot us? Melanie shakes her head. Then...
I'll find a way. Right, I can still help. I can disguise myself as one of their Helenas and infiltrate the base like what I did last time. That way we have a way to go straight in and grab lots of internal Paradius data. If things go well, you wouldn't need to use much firepower to destroy their base.
But last time we were discovered by a Niter pretty quickly. They won't be caught off guard this time. Besides, how do you know that they definitely have Helenas over there? I only ask that offhandedly, but something clicks when I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. Has Melanie been hiding something she knows from me? Right. The way she suddenly insisted on coming along with us raises my suspicions as well. Could it be? Melanie, about what happened earlier. There's something you haven't told me, isn't there?
Huh? How did you know?
Realizing her slip of the tongue, Melanie hurriedly puts her hands over her mouth. I knew it. Melanie, did you sense something about the Helenas again? Melanie turns away, showing me her back.
I promised that girl I wouldn't tell anyone about it.
If that's how she puts it, Melanie definitely did sense the presence of another Helena. And judging by what we know, that Helena is somewhere inside of a Paradia space in the depths of the red zone. Looking back at how Helena once sensed Melanie, if we really do want to get to the bottom of all of this, bringing Melanie along will make things much easier. But should I really bring her to the red zone just for this? It's way too dangerous, and it adds so much unpredictability to our investigation. Plus, I also have to think about whether or not to make this new discovery a secondary objective of the mission. Looks like Melanie still hasn't told me everything. I should get things sorted out with her first. Melanie, why don't we try talking this through together? Tell me everything you know. If this is important, I'll bring you along.
Really?
Yeah, I won't go back on my word. Melanie turns to face me after some hesitation.
To be honest, I've been intermittently hearing that girl's voice ever since you all came back from Lviv.
Is it like how you were able to sense our Helena?
Yeah. That voice is different in that it's always been really faint and weak. I can only hear her at certain particular moments.
Particular moments?
Yeah. She seemed to be in great pain every time I managed to sense her. It feels like something is draining her life.
Abnormal pulses, the connection between the third-gen dolls and Boojums, and yet another Helena. I've no concrete proof, but my instincts tell me that what Melanie is describing appears to be tied to the events that Alva and the others have been investigating. Melanie, can you tell me what the two of you discussed?
We actually didn't manage to talk much, but She seemed to know a great deal about what's happening on the outside. Especially things about you.
She knows me?
Yeah, she said a certain individual nearby who pulls the threads of fate was the reason why she could establish a connection with me. She also brought up the Lviv incident.
What did she say about it?
She asked me what became of the people in Lviv after Nirvana opened.
This is the first time anyone has brought up the opening of Nirvana since the Lviv incident. I assumed that what might have happened was another hallucination, but now I'm suddenly being told that someone else had witnessed it. That someone is another Helena, no less. This Helena must be someone important. I have to find a way to track her down, no matter what. The list of things to investigate grows yet again.
Commander.
Melanie tilts her chin up slightly, looking at me with pleading eyes.
I've told you everything I know.
What Melanie said makes logical sense, and it doesn't sound like she's making things up to get her way. Besides, the matters of Nirvana is not something she could have thought up with just her imagination. If what she said is close to the truth, then it is extremely important that we investigate this other Helena. At the very least, it must be listed as one of our main objectives. Melanie's presence does significantly increase the chance of success. Otherwise, we'd be plunging headfirst into the red zone with our radars disabled, and it'd probably take too long to even get a sense of what's even happening. Safety is indeed a major concern. While Melanie has no need to fret with regards to radiation as an immune individual, we'll have to allocate personnel to protect her should combat happen. At the very least, we must direct her from danger before it's too late. Still, I wish to only probe the local for now, so avoiding direct combat is also part of the plan. With that in mind, I'll need to assign an extra squad to ensure Melanie's safety. Alva and the others brought plenty of special equipment that should come in handy. It should help make the issue of our low manpower less of a pain point. Alright. I think I understand the gist of what you mean. After thinking it over, I summoned Groza to me alone. Groza, aside from 4-4, I want you to bring Team Groza along on this mission. Aside from providing combat support, your priority will be to keep Melanie safe.
Huh? You're bringing Melanie along, Commander?
Yes. Melanie has uncovered some new leads that will help with our search.
Thank you, Commander.
But let's be clear about this beforehand. You stay close to Groza and the others, and you are absolutely not allowed to run off on your own.
I'll be on my best behavior.
Then I and the others shall do our best to protect Melanie. I honestly wouldn't take Team Groza, because Nemesis is kind of freaking out near Paradia stuff, and that would add an unidentified factor. I'd keep Groza on team because they know the Elmo well, and they can protect Helena. And then where's 4-4's Team 2? I'd leave 4-4's Team 2 on Zuchero. I'm trying to think. Yeah, we're short on manpower. As for Nemesis, should we make separate arrangements for her? No need, just run the team as you usually do. Be it Nemesis, you, or the others in Team Groza. You've been all my companions on the Elmo for the longest. I can't just stop trusting you guys over some unexpected accidents.
Commander.
Besides, Nemesis does have a number of mysteries surrounding her. Perhaps this will help.
Understood. Leave the rest of the arrangements to me. This time, I won't let you down.
You didn't let me down last time. With the roster set, Voimastina goes on the helicopter to bring down equipment for the mission. While taking stock of our equipment inventory, I noticed that aside from basic protective gear, we also have plenty of special equipment that would be hard to find, even on the black market.
Commander, we may face extreme collapse radiation levels once we enter the red zone. Please wear the PPE and equip the radiation isolation device.
Alva picks out a protective suit from the equipment pile and hands it to me to try on. Its surface gleams with a strange sheen, as if sprayed with some kind of protective coating. I put on the protective suit and try moving around. Ugh. It's suffocating. So tight. It's
kind of hard to breathe. Alva notices my discomfort. She scrambles to explain. Sorry, Commander, since this is an impromptu mission, we didn't have time to custom order one. So we'll have to ask you to bear with Kevin's gear for now.
It's okay. I'm fine.
Alva walks over to loosen some of the straps around my torso and joints. Her shimmering gaze meets mine. She produces a somewhat flustered laugh. Is that better, Commander?
Much better.
Alva carefully checks the suit's airtight seal, then hands me a brand new set of comms equipment. Also, these are shielded communicators. I'll be distributing them to the mission personnel in a short while. Red zone radiation will interfere with comms. These devices will ensure we're able to remain in contact with each other while we're inside. We also have weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and ammunition. I'll distribute some of these to each squad before we depart. Still, these weapons are dangerous, so they need to be used with care. And... Alva pauses, then continues with feigned casualness. To be honest, we only managed to make it here easily thanks to Miss Kalina pulling a few strings.
Really? So she's also been assisting you guys. It seems she's finally found something she wants to do.
Indeed. Although she's currently dealing with a conundrum, she found a way to contact and help us as much as she could. This is why I think you shouldn't have to worry about her too much. Someone as smart as Miss Kalina will always find a way to take care of herself. Miss Kalina told me about a certain something, by the way. I think you would want to know.
What did she say?
She said that she came across a doll who looked a lot like Groza.
A doll resembling Groza? It's probably a doll using a similar frame.
That is one possibility. However, Miss Kalina specifically brought it up because that doll's combat capabilities are extremely strong. It's very likely a 3rd gen.
So it looks like a 3rd gen version of Groza? Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Commander, all personnel participating in this mission have been equipped and the relevant gear has been distributed to squad leaders. It is time for us to head out.
The sky darkens as the Elmo approaches the red zone. Our raider fails entirely 2 hours into the red zone. To prevent intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment, I decide to lead the mission team on foot into the depths of the red zone, while Mei-Ling pulls the Elmo back to the edge, awaiting our contact. The landscape is a barren waste, with only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about. Here, a deathly brew wreaked its ghastly vapors upon this plain, rendering unto all life who unwittingly drank an inglorious end. Thy name was collapse, and life fell in twain. As with death, we see naught but silence. 3 hours later, we finally come across the indistinct boundary zone and are greeted by the red zone's iconic, ominous scenery, the very culprit that drained all life from this place. Oh. It does look pretty, though. A vast sea of collapsiphilium, known as Hell's Paradise.
It looks really pretty. Hold on, I'm gonna save a picture of it.
At some point, our signals completely vanished from the radar. Aside from internal squad comms, our surroundings are as quiet as an empty void. Nothing here that can prove our own existence aside from our physical sensations. Beneath our feet, the translucent radiation dust-stained petals shimmer with a faint glow, akin to cooling embers. I smell a metallic, ionizing odor spreading through the air around me, even through my protective suit. Commander, watch your step. Avoid the flowers as we move forward. Andres just took a reading. The radiation near the flowers is more than a dozen times higher than the surrounding area. The Exiliums are currently in their absorption phase. Let's hurry through. What Andres refers to is one of the defining traits of collapse Exilium. They interact with collapse radiation in the environment, absorbing it under certain conditions, releasing it in others. The Project Eden I intervened in back in Lviv hoped to use such principles for energy generation. That technology has since become a secret known only to me. During the collapse Exilium's absorption phase, the collapse radiation levels in the vicinity drop, but that is only temporary. The inexperienced will lower their guard upon seeing the seemingly safe levels on their instruments, but this is nothing more than a deception, a calm before the storm. Once the release phase arrives, the radiation levels surge, rendering most protective equipment in a grand cascade. Any creature unable to take shelter in time will be devoured by the collapse radiation in mere moments, plunging them into an abyss of no return. The absorption phase means that the ambient radiation levels are relatively low at the moment, but even so, an ordinary person cannot survive here for long without protection. Yet despite the harshness of the environment, it is also strangely, unsettlingly quiet. No one tried to stop us on the way here. We haven't even seen a single tiny elid critter scurry by either. Commander, we're almost at the coordinates. Good. All units enter alert level 1. The dolls raise their weapons one after another, lowering their stances and slowing their pace alongside mine. After passing through a thick mist of radiation particles, what unfolds before is a sight I never imagined I'd see deep in a red zone. An intact, towering, magnificent, yet antique palace. The mist. The banner of the heavens. Nemesis, you've been here before? Beautiful vista of bygone days, gathered into echoes among clouds. Looks like this place has stirred up some of Miss Nemesis's memories. I studied the exterior of the old castle carefully, but I find no clear signs of anything unordinary, even though it clearly shouldn't be here. An ancient structure of a bygone era, the spires that adorned its towers have long since crumbled, leaving jagged hollows that spear the sky. The narrow arched windows are but hollowed eye sockets, some yet filled with the remnants of their strained glass sclera that faintly glimmered with the dusk's fair embrace. The heavy main doors lie open, no longer withholding their bounty from the world beyond. The iron that clad its hinges has rusted so thoroughly that it has painted the wood with haphazard strokes of oxidated crimson. The family crest carved above the gates was far too weathered to make out any fine details. All that remained was the rough outline of the shield that made its center. Truthfully, I feel uncertainty boil from within my core. Was this a mere mirage that had been invoked by collapse that encompasses us all at this very moment? Nothing but an irradiated midsummer's night dream? Commander, this is the place! I can feel it. We're getting closer and closer. Melanie raises her hand high, pointing in the direction of the castle. The coordinates on the offline map also point here. Then let's get closer. With the dolls raising their weapons as the vanguard, we cautiously approach from the massive building before us. Through the shattered panes of Technicolor glass, I catch faint glimpses of refined, antique furnishings inside. Despite having been subject to the cruel elements, it remains a microcosm of a time centuries past. Is this castle also a Paradius base? No. Wait. Something feels off. Commander, radiation interference is too strong. We can't pick up any signals nearby. Our equipment isn't picking up any active heat sources, but something could still be hiding in the lower levels. We're not picking up any noise or signal here either. We've got the same conclusion. We can only gather info on what's on the surface.
Melanie, are you sensing anything?
I haven't sensed any other presences aside from that girl's distress signal.
Indeed. We haven't picked up on any clear signs of danger. And that Helena does actually seem to be here. Klukai, take 4-4 to the perimeter and keep watch for movement. Secure our retreat route. Report immediately if you spot anything suspicious. Groza, Alva, let's try going inside and taking a look.
If you're going in, then at least let me...
It's all right, don't worry. From the looks of it, it's just an abandoned building. If we notice anything off, we'll tuck our tail between our legs and run for the hills. Besides, Melanie says the girl is in there. We have to at least try in and go investigate. Intern Kuhn for Global accidentally posted the Balin Island broadcast. Was that for a different chat? Or is that something I should know? If it is, don't worry. No, just saying. Oh, okay. Balin Island, in universe as the island itself is fictional, is a small island off the coast of China meant to be near Shanghai. Originally, it was a relic technology site that was meant to be sealed off after no new research could be gleaned from said site, and elid infections from the radiation emitted from the site. In 2030, in the timeline, an incident occurred after the barrier to the site was breached by a group of kids who came under attack by elids, and the team originally sent to rescue and contain the elids couldn't do so, and attempted to seal the breach via explosives. The resulting explosion caused a chain reaction to the particles and radiation emitted by the relics underground, resulting in an explosion that not only destroyed the island, but leveled Shanghai instantly, destroyed other nearby cities, caused ripples across the entire Chinese seaboard, and released a massive surge of collapse radiation across the world, most heavily from that particular incident in Asia, Far East Russia, and the west coast of the Americas. The aftermath of said disaster also played a key role in creating the tensions that led to World War III. The use of the name Balin Island Emergency Shelter broadcast for the streams is simply to reference the universe event and fit thematically, as Mika breaks the fourth wall to reveal the upcoming content, as such a shelter wouldn't have been able to survive, being ground zero to an explosion that would destroy a nearby city. As for I think that's some spoilers. The thing I just read. Not that. Not what I just spoke aloud. What I just looked at. Huh? Are you reading it in the wiki? No. I was reading it on the Girls Frontline 2 subreddit. It wasn't marked with spoilers. It was on the Girls Frontline 2 one as well. Oh, but it's talking about... Oh, but no, it's right there. Okay, wait. I should have probably said what Balin Island is. Though, I did know, because I looked up earlier, because I was like, what is the source of collapse contamination? I was like, why did it happen in the first place? Basically, from what I've learned, I don't know if it's a spoiler or if we just knew about it in GF1, so, it was aliens, it's product of aliens being, an ancient alien civilization. They left it behind, a leak contaminated everything. That, I'm guessing, is what the incident is called. They didn't mention the incident, but I'm guessing it's called the Balin Island incident. So that caused that whole thing, and that's how the collapse radiation spread. It was from the depths of the alien civilization or whatever. I don't know much more than that.
And I'm not saying, like, whatever, like, as I don't care. It's, like, it's not a spoiler. I figured it wasn't, and I wanted to know, so I looked it up myself before you even said it. Before you even said Balin Island, I looked up how did the collapse radiation spread, and it said incident involving the alien civilization and a leakage. And so you said Balin Island, and then I was like, wait, is that the incident it's talking about? And so I looked it up, and I read it. And I think I got introduced to a character we haven't met yet, but it's fine. It's not that big of a spoiler. I do wonder, though, how does this event relate to Sextans? Another funny thing is where... What do you say Mika's team's HQ? Do you mean... Do you mean Sunborn? Like, where the Sunborn HQ is? Sunborn, yeah? Okay. Sorry, I know them by their name Sunborn. Oh, Irma, I also got the Hide 404, like, water bottle and water bottle holder and Groza's windbreaker jacket. That's dope. So yeah, if you didn't see, I'll start editing a video tomorrow or something. I saw, yeah, I'm so excited, especially where I'm going for college. The weather is more heavy and stuff, so it's going to be so nice. I'm going to wear the heck out of it. So, in times like this, I wish I was rich so I could buy two, one for display and one for daily use, you know? But alas, I'm broke. Jet, if I ever get really, really rich, mark my words. Girls Frontline 2 anime or movies. Girls Frontline movies. They don't look so weeby. Yeah, they're low-key, kind of like, they remind me of the character-inspired merch from, like, Hoyoverse, where it's inspired by the character, but it's a if you know type thing. Like, you only know it's from a Hoyoverse game if you play the Hoyoverse games. Because it doesn't, like, have the character on it, it's just the character's colors and kind of vibes, and maybe it says the character's name. It's a if you know type thing, similar to this. And this one's, like, really cool and gives a lot of Groza vibes, which is awesome. So I'm not sponsored, I'm just, We gotta convince them to actually put an effort on GFL 2's anime if we want one, because one anime was a disaster. I didn't even know there was a one. No, I did. I haven't watched it, though. Should I not watch it? But what I think it needs to be is I think it needs to be, like, super series, multiple movies, and, like... Or what you do is you just use movies of the main events. You just do movies of the main events. Like, Lviv incident, you do one for Makosh. But yeah, I'm saying, if I ever get rich, I'm buying the rights and making those movies. I know I have to be very rich, but I'm just marking my words. If I ever become, like, a rich CFO or something, mark my words. It's probably not going to happen, but mark them. Mark them anyway. Put them down in a notebook. And chat, being a successful streamer doesn't make you rich. Let me be clear. It can, but doesn't necessarily make you rich. Yeah, I'm also going to fund an English voice act. That would be my first thing, is I would fund English voice acting for the game. And I would be in it. I would put myself in it. Does it pay for the bills at least? Right now, no. Right now, streaming doesn't pay for pretty much anything. Technically, if I take in all of my equipment and everything I use for streaming, I'm in the negative. But it's also a hobby, and I use it on my own time, and so I'm not in debt because I already had money to pay it off, but, like, GF1 had an English dub? No, I know, but I want it for the games, and I'm gonna make everything have a dub, no matter what the event is. If it's character side story, I'm gonna make it have an event, and I'm going to be the voice of the commander. Cannon Commander, they said. I want an English dub too. Me and you both. Do you guys want to know how much I've made off streaming? I'll tell you. I'm not shy to hide it. I haven't really looked, because typically it just sorts it by month. Analytics. Earnings. I haven't had to pay taxes, chat, if that says anything. Holy. Why did February pop off for my VOD hours? Anyway. I actually don't know how much I've made, but it's less than $500. You can change that. Donate today. I'm just kidding. Or you could. I'm getting KFC ads. I just ate, but now I'm craving a chicken sandwich. I had Popeyes, chat, like a little bit ago on my way home from one of my trips. It was mid. It was mid. Like, it wasn't great. But yeah. Streaming, I've made probably less than $500. The most money I made was in February, I think. Was when I, played with Squeaks. I still look fondly back on that. That's going in my obituary, man. Oh, I do need to change the counter for the Remiel fund. Need to raise it by like $7. Fine. I'll keep watch outside. Be careful in there, everyone. We will. Alva, Groza, let's go. Once we approach the rust-spotted door, Groza takes the lead, becoming the first to step through the doors of the castle. Silence. Absolute silence. The alarms that I had subconsciously expected do not blare, leaving a part of me feeling rather unsated. Our arrival is met only with the ominous silence that shrouds the heart of the red zone. We push the doors open and take a step inside. The interior is not as dilapidated as I assumed. Damp stone steps with brick walls on both sides lead up to the great hall. The faintly warm light of dusk filters through the multicolored glass windows, casting columns of varied hues across the great structure. In the great hall, a table is surrounded by several velvet chairs, all arranged loosely. 2 leather armchairs appear to have been warped from long-term use. The leather is polished to a shine, suggesting that someone once lived here for a long period of time. The castle appears to have been used after the war, for a long time, too. Maybe this area only became a red zone recently? It would be great if we could find some records about it. Melanie, are you sure this is the right place? I am. I still can't pinpoint the exact location, but... I look around. Searching this whole castle will take too long. Let's try to wrap this up ASAP. Can't linger here too long. Alva, you guys search upper floors in the staircase. Groza, we'll go through the corridor over here and search for the rooms in the back. Understood. After splitting off from Alva and the others, Team Groza and I moved down the corridor into the back of the castle. The area appears to be made up of several bedrooms. After confirming that there are no sounds, I pull on the brass handle on the room nearest to me. The room is decorated similarly to a reception hall, but the moment I push the door open, the scent of dust and faint mildew hits my nose, a stark contrast to the candlelit air of the great hall. The room isn't very spacious. Its furnishing simple. Half the space has been taken up by a bed. Several stacks of documents lie on the desk, their tabs already yellowed. A forgotten corner of this grandiose castle, it seems. Look around for any useful documents. With Krolik and Nemesis guarding the door, the rest of us begin searching through the corners of the room. An old-fashioned, antique feel coats the room. Electronic devices are rare, while the bookshelf leaning against the wall is neatly lined with thick volumes, mostly classical texts and novels from a bygone era. I leaf through them without much thought. Something suddenly slips out from one of the books. What's this? I pick up the slip of paper and find what seems to be some reading notes. The elegant script has already blurred somewhat, but I can still tell that a woman probably wrote it. I read through it carefully, but find nothing noteworthy. The signature reads LFN. Seems to be the owner of this book. I pocket the note and prepare to continue searching when I hear Kolfni from the other side of the room.
Commander, I found something interesting under the bed.
Chat, you find all the interesting stuff under the bed. I move over and see Kolfni holding up a battered terminal with her hand. Can it be turned on?
Let me try.
And it blows up! Kolfni tries pressing the power button, but the screen flickers for only an instant before going dark again.
It ran out of battery. I could try connecting it to me for a bit.
Wait, don't do that. Hold on to it for now. We'll bring it back for Dandelion to sift through. Kolfni nods and slips the terminal into her pack. Commander, we seem to have found everything worth looking at in this room. Let's make our exit. I'm unsettled. I bring Melanie along and head into the corridor with Team Groza. Alva's voice comes through the comms as we're about to search the next room. Commander, we're taking fire on the 3rd floor. The enemy is... Nemesis? Fall. Rebirth. The heart wanders far. Sisters. Commander, look at those dolls! What? I don't know when they arrived, but a number of dolls have appeared at the far end of the corridor. Yo, it's a bunch of Nemesis! Covered in a cloud of dust, illuminated by faint light, I finally make out what they look like. The same dark skin, the same tied ash-gray hair, the same violet pupils, and the same calm, sharp eyes that belong only to a marksman. They are Nemesis. Go, I'll hold them off, brothers! You must run! I'll take them all at once. I'll hold them off to the best of my ability. Go! Do not mourn, for I die an honorable death. Wait, are they Nemesis? Nemesises? That doesn't matter. Right now, there are enemies. Whoa! Eliminate all dolls. Order received. They shoot corrosive rounds.
I actually understand what they're saying.
Now isn't the time to be worrying about that thing. How are you, Nemesis? Can you fight? Candlelight. Swirling. She said yeah. Alright, in any event, let's think of a way to get out of here first. I'd be really worried about taking a hit in a PPE suit. Because, like, you take one hit, you're freaking screwed, bro. Ah, Bosky. My AoE queen. Oh, there's more.
まだ降参しちゃダメ。早く命令しなさい。命令して。痛い？早く命令しなさい。訓練の成果ね。ハンデをあげる。目標沈黙。さてさて。
This way, Commander. After temporarily fending off the dolls who look nearly identical to Nemesis, we find the main entrance that we entered from to be shut. Thus, our only option is to take the stairs deeper into the castle and search for another way out. The remaining enemies keep chasing us without end. Defy catches up to us so that Team Groza can cover Melanie and I as we fall back to a safer position behind the lines. Kolfney and Crowley turn around a corner. After confirming the area ahead is safe, they push open a narrow oak door beside them. Oh no. It's a dead end. Endless stairs. Revolving. Reach the first shadow. You mean there's a way out from here? Crowley stares at Nemesis skeptically. Nemesis gives her an affirmative nod in return. Crowley begins running her hands along the wall opposite the room before tapping out a rhythm on one of the bricks. There it is. Commander, there's a hidden path here. Should we go in? I look at Nemesis. Her gaze wavers not. Let's go in and take a look. Groza and Crowley carefully but swiftly swing open the hidden door built into the brick wall. It's totally dark inside. The dolls switch on the lights on their head equipment, allowing me to finally take in the layer of this room by their dim glows. I suddenly get this feeling that this layout feels familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. It's a Paradia space. Yippee! The decor of the room we're in is quite different from anything we've seen so far. Or rather, this can't even be called a room. It's more like a cold, sterile laboratory. A massive culture tank stands in the middle of the room. Countless neatly arranged pipes run along the ceiling and floor, stretching into the darkness beyond.
Commander, this is the place. I can sense your presence.
Is she in the tube like before? Melanie lets go of my hand, rushing over to the culture tank at edge to inspect it closely. I follow Melanie over, only to find the tank empty. Nothing is left besides the dry residue of the culture fluid. Are we too late?
Lab. I hate this. No way. No.
Don't worry, Melanie. We're all here with you. No one's going to hurt you. To help reassure Melanie, I lift her into my arms while doing my best to gather as much information in the darkness as I can. After carefully examining the room, I can confirm that this place is very similar to where we rescued Melanie. The same lab equipment, same facility layout, and even the same plant-style culture tanks. On the side of a culture tank, a metal nameplate reflects a faint glow.
H35? So this is her designation. But she really was supposed to be right here. Why is she gone?
I search the area, but find no other rooms. Right then, the sound of disordered footsteps arrives near the door. The dolls we drove back earlier have caught up to us once more. Commander, I found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned. It leads outside the castle. Should we retreat from here? After all the trouble we took to find these clues, I really don't want to leave without finding that girl Melanie spoke of. But... Commander, this insertion was only meant to be a reconnaissance op. With the huge number of enemies we face and the lack of support, it is best we extract to ensure the safety of both Melanie and you. I understand. Groza, Alva, we're falling back for now. We push open the door and slide down the hidden passage, landing safely on the ground. As the sounds of pursuit fade behind us, we make it back outside the castle unharmed. Just as Voimestina, the last in our group, lands on the ground, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind us. Greetings, esteemed guest. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the Commander. Hmm? You don't get to call me that name.
Unless you have a crush on me. I think that's how it works, right, chat? Oh no, it's all wrong. I don't think that's going to be its intended case.
Greetings, esteemed guest.
And she doesn't look like a kid. But I don't know, maybe once I see her face, she'll look like a kid. I turn around and find that the 3 enormous creatures have somehow surrounded us. That 3 enormous creatures. 3 Boojums, each at least 5 meters tall, block our retreat from 3 directions. But there's no intent to attack. Instead, they crouch low in unison. The figurative 3 Boojum Cerberus stands before us, and they are waiting like obedient dogs, ready to do their master's bidding. The Boojums all have the same electronic collar fastened to a different part of their body, all glowing faintly. The collars seem to be connected via an invisible leash, extending toward somewhere deep within the sea of flowers. And at the end of that leash is a girl who looks about the same age as Melanie. She holds an iron ring in her hand. She walks through the endless Exilium, moving closer to us one step at a time. Her movements are light and graceful. She is a kid. She wears no protective equipment, which is enough to confirm that she's not human, at least not an ordinary human. Oh, yep, you're right. I couldn't tell, okay? Face is a large indicator.
Nice to meet you. Please forgive my shortcomings in hospitality.
As her figure steadily grows closer, I am at last able to see her properly. She can't be a human since she wears no protection, yet her exposed limbs are flawlessly perfect, with not the slightest trace of being a doll or a niter. The only remaining possibility is that she's a disguise doll using a high-end disguise frame, or a Nido. But somehow, perhaps it's because I've already seen so many, can't I help the feeling that she's something much stranger. The girl wears an expression that borders on serene. Although she stands before more than a dozen T-dolls with their weapons trained on her, her eyes seem to reflect none of the enmity she must see. She comes to a halt, lifts the hems of her skirt with her fingertips, giving me a graceful curtsy. When she sees I grant her no reply in return, the girl doesn't move forward, and instead she tilts her head.
Mother said that you're an esteemed guest, yet you intrude upon my abode, absent of intent to explain thyself.
Your abode?
Shock should not come upon you. I, my mother, and my older sisters. Here we once lived all together.
The girl lifts her gaze to look at the old castle before her.
Now only I remain, and loneliness does grasp my heart from time to time. But mother told myself such, that we would soon meet, bringing my older sister along with thee. Ah, hope escaped me, for I was convinced that that tree would surely not bear fruit, but to my delight, you appear before me. It seems the thread of fate really does connect you and I.
Hearing the girl's words, my eyes drift to Nemesis. Though she does not show anything on her face, some kind of sorrowful, shadowed atmosphere has been looming on her ever since earlier. She remains silent.
So, Commander, did you not bring my older sister with you?
I don't know who you mean by older sister.
You don't know? Ah, it seems the truth shall not meet between us in our dance of words, for your heart is close to mine. How hurtful. No, it's because you've classified me as an enemy, isn't it? Based on what I know, you are a deeply gentle person, but never one to hesitate when it comes to what must be done. Since you've classified me as an enemy, you may very well shoot me dead the next moment. That is perfectly fine indeed. Indeed, that would be most apt.
The girl speaks calmly, with words that seem to carry no emotion whatsoever, and I find myself becoming more and more confused. I've always been able to tell quickly whether someone is a doll or not, but this time, I still can't tell.
To prevent thee from a haughty attack and thus disrupting this most precious exchange, allow me to jog your memory on a few things. For instance, a certain third-gen doll you rescued in the Yellow Zone, whose frame you then repaired. If you would be willing to return her, Commander, I would be so grateful.
The older sister she mentioned.
must be Sextans. Then she must be a third-gen doll as well. And the mother she mentioned, could it be the same person Melanie spoke of? The girl doesn't give me much time to think. She raises the leash in her hand. The 3 Boojums let out low growls one after another. If you mean Sexton, she's not here.
This humble self understands your misgivings. However, rest assured, you may return her with peace of mind. I bear no ill will toward my elder sister. I simply wish to see her, that is all. Art thou seeking to barter with mine older sister as a chip? Unfortunately, I don't seem to have anything I could trade with, apart from guaranteeing the lives of yourself and your compatriots.
Her frame suffered severe damage and her neural cloud was completely destroyed. She's of no further use to people like you. That's why you folk discarded her in the yellow zone, no?
The meaning behind your question eludes me, for I have done no such thing. Perhaps you might be stalling for time. Or perhaps trying to extract intelligence. Have I been designated as a tactical target?
The girl's face remains expressionless, but her tone carries a faint trace of curiosity.
Most interesting. Mother once regaled that you are a top-tier master tactician, one of the very few folk she respects. Indeed, you are truly different from others of your kind. I'm keen to learn from thee. Ah, might you tell your dolls to ease? These little ones won't attack, but if you do not respond in kind, there may be an accident on our hands. I bear you no ill will at present, Commander.
In the comms channel, Klukai's voice, still in the middle of laying out tactics, stops abruptly.
I express my thanks. To reciprocate your kindness, allow me to provide an answer to the question that plagued you.
Oh, so she can hear? That's great. Okay. Much appreciated.
Mother said that my older sisters have already joined other organizations. That is the freedom offered to them. So whether they wish to return or not, Mother has no intention of interfering. Still, to us, my older sisters are also members of the family. Wanting to learn more about them is only natural.
Learn? Haven't you ever met other third-gen dolls?
Met, yes, but back then I had only just been born and didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information can only be acquired through conversation, and I am only permitted to learn via conversation. Thus I say I really do want my older sister back, so that I can study her, and learn things like sisterly love and how to express affection toward my family. Wouldn't it be better to have someone specific to learn that from? Commander, will you hand my older sister back to my arms now?
What a touching speech. But how unfortunate that after witnessing Paradius' deeds, my heart has only grown so much colder to you all.
How truly unfortunate indeed. Could tears beset your determination, I would have partaken. Well then, your pieces are now on the board, no? Please, make your move. Yes, since you've expressed your refusal to return older sister of mine, I will have to take another form of compensation. This is my first time engaging in real combat. Here I shall seek your generous guidance.
Hiss. One of the beast-type Boojums let out a deafening roar, pawing up dust from the ground with its hoof claws. The dolls take their stance in front of Melanie and me, and I hear the metallic click of bullets being chambered. More than a dozen streams of gunfire tear through the icy air, swarming the third-gen doll behind the Boojums. Yet the girl afar simply leaps upward, light as a fairy. Every bullet skims by the outline of her figure, not even brushing the hem of her dress. She lands back behind the 3 Boojums at the very next moment, her dispassionate gaze showing not even a single flutter of emotion.
I see. No special tactical response is possible in such a situation. But these weapons seem rather primitive, uncivilized. Might you afford any others?
What's that red in her eyes? Looks like we'll have to go all out. The dolls open up with their second volley, covering my retreat. It's as if some kind of high-strength force field envelops the girl. She walks forward slowly. Our bullets seem to halt in midair around her like flies against glass, falling once they've spent all their kinetic energy. Bro, she's got the Gojo technique, bro. Her movements are now beyond what could easily be described as fast. All of the dolls focus their fire on her. She suddenly vanishes. The next moment, the flawlessly young face appears just outside the visor attached to my head cover. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. She gently strokes my mask, her lips turning into a slight pout. Bro, don't do that to me. This thing is rather bothersome, but if I take it off, you'll die, won't you? My, humans are struck with such inconvenience. Commander! Groza tackles me to the ground while the other dolls rush between the girl and me just in time. She doesn't attack. Instead, she acts like a child entering a petting zoo. She focuses on touching the doll's hair and skin a few times each, as if she's trying to get acquainted with some cute little animals for the first time. So this is what they feel like. She gazes at her fingertips, as if moved by the experience. Groza takes the chance to scoop me up, pulling me back with the other dolls. The smell of gunpowder begins spreading in the patch of silent forest. The next moment, Alva and Voimastina, who had positioned themselves deep in the forest behind the girl in advance, launch a rocket straight at her, hidden among countless streams of bullets. The shrill sound of the rocket reaches her position in an instant. She has no time to dodge it, no matter what. The flash of the explosion casts her slim shadow against the surrounding trees, swaying violently in the kicked-up cloud of dust. But as the smoke clears, we see the girl is still standing there, completely unharmed. Her right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still savoring the sensation from earlier. Even with the wreckage of the rocket still burning at her feet, she does not move a single step. Bro, we're being aura farmed. What? It's impossible to equip a doll with a force field this strong. Force field? You speak of something I need not. Emitting energy at a certain frequency is enough, no? Oh, by the way, Commander, as compensation for your intrusion, your attacks on me, and your refusal to return my sister, allow me the privilege of a touch. The instant the girl finishes speaking, Klukai and Groza, standing right in front of me to body block the girl, suddenly get flung aside. She appears in front of me, tilting her head to look up at my face. I raise my pistol and fire at her, but she dodges the bullet with a slight tilt of her head. Then she raises a single finger toward me. That finger swiftly pierces through my protective suit, easily puncturing through the bullet-resistant material, tearing into my flesh. Commander! So that's how it is. She doesn't try to stop Groza from desperately dragging me away. She just stands in the midst of the dolls encircling her, raising her slender right index finger to gaze at the glistening red bead of blood upon it in an unhurried manner. Then, the girl places her fingertip into her mouth with an expression of pure curiosity in her eyes. Bro, what the? So this is the flavor of the ichor that courses through the veins of these partially immune. Truly fascinating. I think my current mood is. So many sensations are welling up inside me at once. Your group may use this chance to escape, Commander. I want to take some time to process my feelings and emotions. This span of time is a gift I'm giving you. I hope you manage to live on. The girl turns around. With her back to us, she begins walking away with a spring in her step. As for the boojum she left behind, the electronic collars on their bodies have vanished. They revert to their bestial nature in a single moment, their indistinct faces twisting into expressions of bone-chilling savagery. Our objective is to retreat. Prepare for combat. After confirming that none of our weapons can harm that girl, I apply a repair patch over the hole she punctured through, while directing the dolls to deal with the newly escaped boojums. Have we seen that middle one before? Oh, I thought it was going to be like, you know, you can't stand in the collapse, or the Exilium, within the collapse Exiliums, but no. Seems like they'll let you. Amae wa moishindayo. Under attack by 3 boojums, the ground beneath me trembles as the action shakes up radioactive dust that whirls through the air. The dolls beside me focus fire on what seems to be the smallest, weakest boojum. With sheer effort, we managed to create a relatively safe path for us to make a temporary retreat. We make a beeline to the edge of the red zone under the accompaniment of thunderous gunfire. Bullets streak past my face, drawing searing hot lines of air in our vicinity, kicking up plumes that assault my nose with gunpowder-infused smoke. Good thing these boojums do not seem interested in chasing us to the end. We stopped hearing the boojum's shrill screams after we hid behind an earthen rampart in a grove of dead trees. Our surroundings returned to an eerie silence unique to only the red zone. I gasped for air, taking deep breaths through my protective suit's filtered mask. Suddenly, sweet, iron-tasting liquid starts welling up in my throat. Commander! Push! I don't know what that word is. Hold on, let me look it up. Did the protective suit's internal circulation systems break down? Chat, what does it mean? Damn it. That's what it means. Bleen, 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 Bleen. I don't know. The radiation protection features of the chute were already compromised when it was pierced. Commander, your vital signs are not looking good. We have to leave immediately. I'm alright, calm down. Should first take care of the issue right in front of us. I'm currently not too sure why that third gen suddenly wanted us to hand Sextans over, but this experiment equipment we found proves that this is indeed one of Paradis' bases. Looks like they want us to use Sextans for something. Since they didn't chase us down, they must be aiming for the Elmo next. Right now, we must prioritize getting back to the Elmo ASAP and prepare to fend off a possible enemy attack. Another important thing. We found equipment for storing Helenas back there, but we couldn't find where they hid H-35. Once we're back on the Elmo, we should gather as much manpower as we can and find a way to rescue that girl. What if the girl is the one that we saw? I doubt it, but because it was a third gen, but, like, I don't know. It just seemed eerie timing. I'll report what we find up the chain of command and ask them to reinforce us ASAP. We should all get going then. Strive to reach the Elmo before night falls. Beep beep. The familiar beeping of my communicator reaches my ears. I usually hear it many times on the daily, but I haven't heard it once since I ventured into the red zone. Until now. Commander, it's a call from the Elmo. I look down and see on the screen of the communicator a single faint signal bar flickering on and off. I quickly answer the call. Finally connected. Commander! What's wrong, Helen? 30 minutes ago, the commander was attacked by mercenaries of unknown origin again. There are more of them? An ominous feeling wells up in my chest. Looks like the Elmo's location has already been pinpointed, and right now we have no means of breaking free from our pursuers. Is everyone alright? Have you been able to confirm the enemy's identity? We can't confirm their identity for now, but they don't seem to be the same group as the previous. We deployed 3 squads from the Elmo to engage them, sustaining injuries of varying degrees, but we managed to repel them. Understood. We'll set out immediately, so... No, Commander. Something else just happened, and it's rather troubling. We discovered that Miss Sextans has broken free from her restraints when we returned to the Elmo. She seemed to be controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without injuring her. So Sextans isn't on the Elmo? Indeed. We tried to search the surrounding area after she escaped, but we couldn't find her. Footprint tracking indicates she headed into the red zone alone sometime after leaving the Elmo. Even radar information, even our equipment can't... Bzz, bzz, bzz. The communication returns to emitting only static, and Helen's voice is cut off with it. For a moment, no one speaks. I knew that the enemy would target the Elmo, but I didn't think they'd act this fast. They haven't given me a moment to catch my breath. Before we set out, we deliberately parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone in a signal-blind spot. The fact that the enemy started attacking this quick means they've been watching us for a long time. Could that ambush that happened before we left also? Were the coordinates in Sexton's neural cloud and the pulses Melanie sensed all just bait to lure us away? If that's the case, according to the info Helen gave us, Sexton's entered the red zone about a half an hour back. We have to find her before the enemy does. Everyone, you've all heard what was said. If Sexton's really did enter the red zone, we have to find her as soon as possible. We still don't know why exactly our enemy is so fixated on her, but if she falls back into Paradia's hands, things will get really troublesome. What's more, she's one of us now, so we absolutely can't leave her behind. I can tell that several dolls, Krolik among them, have some reservations about what I've just said, but in the end, none of them voice anything. They simply wait quietly for my orders. Klukai, take 404. Using this position as your origin, conduct a clockwise sweep within a 5-kilometer radius.
No problem, but are you really going to be fine staying out here, Commander? Hurry back to the Elmo. We can handle the search without you. I've been seeing many people suffer acute ELID before. They all eventually...
Don't worry, I'm aware of my own condition. We'll head straight back the moment we find Sextans.
Commander!
I promise. That'll be fine. I do have some degree of radiation resistance, after all. Trust the man you chose to follow. Understood. I'll find that doll as quick as I can.
Commander, you better remember our promise.
Klukai departs with 404, right after I turn to Alva. She already knew what I was going to say. We'll do the opposite of 404 and rendezvous back here at the end. All right, as for me...
Commander, please stay here and don't go anywhere.
Alva rummages through the briefcase Foimastina carries on her back for a moment before pulling out a device about half the height of a person, something that resembles a launcher.
This is a specialized equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period of time. Its operating duration is very short inside the red zone, but it should give you a chance to rest. Please wait here with Team Groza for results while 404 and Defy conduct our searches.
All right, I understand. Be careful. If you run into any emergencies, call for support immediately. Stay in constant communication.
Alva and Voimastina prepare to leave. Peritya steps forward to follow, but suddenly she turns back to look at me, returning to my side.
Peritya, what's wrong?
It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something.
Peritya smiles at me.
I mentioned it before, didn't I? I occasionally find out that I have certain unexplainable abilities. So I thought, maybe I have a way to make you feel better, Commander. Would you like me to try?
Without waiting for my response, Peritya crouches down and takes my hand in hers. I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel a warm current flowing into my body, starting from my palm. The taste of blood in my throat slowly fades and my head no longer hurts the way it did moments ago. How did you do that? Peritya raises her index finger and lightly taps it against my mask where my lips would be.
Commander, it's important to stay warm in the wilderness. Do remember to dress warmer the next time you spend the night outside.
With that said, she ends the dialogue by getting up and following Alva and the others without looking back. Now that all the squads had their missions, the dolls disperse and begin their carpet sweep of the surrounding area. The only sounds in the communicator are updates on their coordinates and status reports. My body, exhausted from the long ordeal, is starting to feel weary. I force myself to stay alert and focus on the reports that the dolls are sending back. A small hand wraps around my palm.
I think this is how Peritya did it just now. I want to try it too. Are you feeling better?
Melanie looks worried. To reassure her, I lift my hand and pat her head. Yep, feeling much better.
Commander, thank you. Thank you for accepting such a selfish request from me.
It's all right. I promised you I'd rescue your companions.
My companions?
Melanie, do you know how many you have?
I am not sure. Such things would only be known by the progenitor. We're nothing more than cloned bodies, branches of a collective. Everything we experience will eventually flow back to the progenitor until it becomes the key to opening that door.
The key?
Teacher once told us if we were devout enough, we could change the future and save everyone. When God granted us life, he also entrusted us with the responsibility we ought to bear. So sometimes I do wonder, maybe the Nighters were wrong, but did I really do the right thing by fleeing that place? Did I run away from a responsibility that was meant to be mine to bear? What is the purpose of my being if I've thrown away that responsibility? I never used to think about much of anything. I just wanted to save everyone. But can I, the me of today, really save the other Helenas? I haven't accomplished anything after all this time. I've even put you in danger on numerous occasions.
Are you worried about me, Melanie?
I just think that I don't seem as capable as I imagine myself to be.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't, besides Intel, her abilities seem rather weak, compared to, Helena, who has, the Zorbs. Of course. However special your existence may be, you're still just a kid. This chaotic world should not be your weight to bear. Be it you or any of the other Helenas, none of you have grown up properly enough to bear that kind of responsibility yet. You should be going to school, experiencing life, playing till your heart's content, not carrying humanity's fate on your shoulders for reasons unknown.
But
there's no such thing as a responsibility that a newborn should be obligated to bear. Every responsibility should correspond to a choice, but birth itself was not a choice that you made. Alright, now isn't the time to be dwelling on such things. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to rescue the girl called H-35.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, when you sensed H-35, did you notice any particular conditions for you to do so? If we can find a pattern, maybe we can replicate it. Melanie thinks for a moment.
I'm not sure if this counts as anything special, but every time I sensed her, I could, through the girl's thoughts, feel some kind of intense yearning that didn't belong to her. Whenever this happened, she would feel terrible pain, but we briefly established a connection only through such pulses.
About this connection, does it have anything to do with the progenitor you mentioned?
I don't think it's because of her. I was far from the progenitor before, and it isn't easy for her to find me. But as for H-35, she said the progenitor seems to be really interested in her. Because she's a girl who returned from Nirvana, she possesses power from the future.
So that's why Melanie mentioned before that H-35 knew what happened in Lviv. But why would she possess that kind of power, as a Helena clone who had never set foot outside the laboratory? A strange thought crosses my mind. Could it be her? No, it couldn't be! No, I mustn't confuse hope with judgment. The leads we have aren't enough to draw any conclusions yet. Still, the possibility cannot be ignored. But she would have been, remade into a Helena? What? I don't know. She was pretty cool. I liked her.
The progenitor also seemed to believe that the power that H-35 possesses can make her stronger, so she betrayed us once more, allowing those people to know of H-35's existence.
Those people?
And that's how they discovered what was special about her, and that's why they started using her in countless experiments.
Wait, so is it not Paradius who created her?
That girl's in great pain. She's constantly forced to feed the strength within her body to something. That something is so terrifying, so powerful. It absorbs everything it can find, turning everything into nourishment for itself.
Bro, we have gotten no answers in this story, and only more questions, and only more science to say we're abundantly screwed. When are we going to unlock our main character ability? Or is our main character ability in this game just the friends we made along the way? I feel like we need to unlock an ability, you know? Think about it. The Trailblazer has the Stellaron. ZZZ has the Pyrois and being a proxy. Genshin, you're a Traveler, you're a Descender. NTE, you know, it's unknown, but you're strong. Nike, you've got Vapaus. You know, like, I feel like there needs to be something we have. Or maybe are the powers just the friends we made along the way, literally. But that feels wrong, to just use other people's power and not really have any of our own. I'm scared. If that girl keeps... Melanie. I pat Melanie on the back, pulling her from the mire of her thoughts. We'll save her. We will. Shouldn't Melanie back up a little? If this area doesn't have contaminate, it's probably not enough to hurt her, but don't they suffer, like, sickness when they're not in contaminated areas? Melanie gives me a nod before starting to lean on my shoulder again. I think that was just one. Oh, no, okay, it was a little bit more than one, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Goodness. Okay, chat, I need to look up how much we have left, because I want to know if we're even going to finish this on time. What's this story called again? Moonshroud Rakim? Moonshroud Rakim. I couldn't put that in the title of the stream because it wouldn't fit. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was theoretically 7 hours. Oh goodness. Okay, so they start at 13 minutes. And they end... Oh gosh. At 6:44. We're like 4 hours. Whatever. Okay, let me find where we are. Okay, wait, chat. We're ahead of pace. Okay. Yeah, we're halfway through, actually. So we're ahead of pace. A little bit. Beneath the moonlight, pale as toll, a phantom flits across the sea of flowers. Oh no, it was the girl again. Her steps are a misty trail across the night, or it's Sextans, piercing through the bright silver glow reflected among the blossoms. It is Sextans. Coordinates, PR495Z82. XU938M39. That's an interesting way to display coordinates. Sanctum. She stops at the edge of the flower sea, gazing at the faraway castle that stands beneath the faint light. Alright, we've lost her. This place is familiar yet foreign to her birthplace. Okay, so do we go back? Because, like, we're able to have Sextans on our team, so, like, that must mean that she's the place that gave her every dream, every hope, and then stripped them all away. Behind Sextans, a white-clad figure draws closer with measured steps. She stops at the edge of Sexton's shadow, cast long and slender upon the ground. A silver glow traces her outline, as if shielding her from melting into the darkness ahead. Big Sis. Sexton's sword answers in her stead. The sound of her blade clearing scabbard as cold as the grim reaper's exhale. The tip does not tremble in the slightest. It drives straight toward her chest. The instant the black blade strikes its target, the white silhouette shatters. The particles, fine as powder, look like dust from collapsed radiation, dispersing into the air within moments. So she's unreal? Right after, that detached voice returns behind Sextans. Welcome home. As the residue of silence fades, Sexton stares at the emptiness before her, her voice dry and low. Nest, altar, sanctum. So now she has all of you calling this place home. And who are you? The totem who guides the lost lambs? The ferry to the boundless shore? Or the grail that holds back the blood of the world? Which identity has she bestowed upon you? Ataraxis. I have no need of any identity, because I am the world itself, flowing out from the end. The gates are destined to open to me, and I am ordained not to repeat the failures of those who came before me. Oh, you're the world itself, huh? Smart one. I hope we kill her. Just give me one less issue to worry about. Like, we've added so many to our issues. Can I just kill this one? You can introduce a new one at the end, that's fine, but I don't want to worry about this one. This one stresses me out. Miracles are born one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter the identity, none is more than an empty lie fabricated by Paradius, the one who created us. Even though she mocked those lies, she happily accepted everything they gave her, all for the sake of so-called perfection. Unfortunately, a perfect life form exists only in the blueprint within her imagination. It can never be brought into reality. And you won't be the final work of that blueprint either. Perhaps she does not understand what Sextans meant, or perhaps she simply doesn't care. The girl simply blinks at her gently. I am the final creation. At least, no individuals will be created as a successor to me within Mother's current series. And perfection was never the goal. The peak always remains at the next stage. All I need to do is keep learning. That is what Mother says. Whatever you say. Although you are my older sister, you are far less interesting than the commander. I should have kept him here. The commander? Why was he here? To protect you, perhaps? I want to see Mother. Mother has not the intention to see thee. It was I who summoned you back. I heard it. A string of code you triggered. No one could ignore it. Not even I, who had been destroyed once before. But still, I want to see her. Do you wish to die by my hand? Do as you please. I've only come to retrieve what's mine, nothing more. What is yours? Do you have something of your own? I want to know what that is. Very well. I'll take you to see Mother. Big sis, please follow me. Bro folded like a lawn chair. I was like, you got something to retrieve? Ah, come in. Sorry, where are my manners here? The tea, coffee? Sit down. The two of them walk in a row in silence, like the heavy darkness of night and the moonlight that trails its shadow. Sextans never imagined that she would return to this place again. So this is all in her base layer, huh? She left bearing a mission that transcended both humans and dolls. At least, that's what she believed. Yet she returned with nothing. And now, she must reclaim the final thing that can prove who she is. Commander, why did you come? So she, like, fully accepts us as a commander now? Is that... Or is she just referring to us as commander? Like, I hope you've already gone back. Yeah. We haven't had much experience with her, though, right? Mother said this used to be your room, Big Sis. Please rest here for now. Where is she? Mother is still working. Fine. You're nothing more than yet another yes-man. I can wait. But if you make me wait too long, something that she wouldn't like to see may happen. What would happen, may I ask? Please do not direct your hostility at me. If I'm forced to attack you, there may be nothing left of you at all, even if I use the least bit of force possible. She's so cocky and bratty. Therefore, it should be thee that yields to please me. There's no point in taking a hardline stance toward those stronger than yourself. This is how I see it. If there is something that I do not understand, please teach me. You haven't done anything to the commander, have you?
Ah, so you're learning from the commander. I see. That makes sense, then. Since he is a fragile human who cannot even survive here, he must enforce his own will and conviction. Even when faced with certain death, he cannot back down. That is how he generates the will to move forward. So your bluster right now must be for the purpose of stealing your own conviction. You are afraid. You fear me, and you fear Mother even more. But what you fear most remains.
Shut up.
STR-01A-247 tries to take a step forward in the darkness. The ground beneath her feet is not level. In fact, we can say that it is strewn with obstacles. And so, unsurprisingly, she falls. Along with the loud crash of metal striking metal comes extreme discomfort from her frame. STR-018247 doesn't know what to do. All she can do is lie there, helpless. After what seems to be a long time, a gentle voice rises through the dark. You've fallen. How does it feel? Feel? Right, you don't know what feel means. She takes STR-01A247's hand into her own. You may understand it as a complex, dynamic, biological feedback algorithm. It contains certain sensor readings. For example, right now.
Chat. Plot twist, that's Kalina. I know, that's a joke.
In the palm of your hand, the pressure sensor will register 0.3 newtons of force, and the temperature sensor will detect a heat source at around 36.3 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your neural space, where it is logged as corresponding behavior. Handshake. Handshake? But a feeling does not end here. Aside from the data stream the neural cloud receives, a non-logic evaluation system will provide you with real-time feedback. The emotional module within your neural cloud generates neurotransmitters in your frame, which then log a tendency within your neural cloud space. And the next time, when that 0.3 newtons of force and 36.3 degrees contact are registered again, the concept of a handshake will feed directly back into your neural cloud, just like right now.
Mother once again takes A247's hand, then helps her to her feet.
See? I've steadied you. So long as I am by your side, you will never fall again. Now, try walking forward.
I was wondering if the number had any meaning. It doesn't. I was wondering if it was a gun or something, too. With worry, A247 takes a small step forward. Though obstacles still cover the ground, with the support of Mother's grip, the lowest point of her frame finally lands steadily and squarely upon the floor.
How do you feel now? Will not fall. Safe.
The woman looks deeply satisfied.
You see, so long as I am by your side, you are safe. Do you understand? Yes. But what if you are not? My child, I will always be here. At any time, whenever you need me.
Not until I get my hands on your throat.
I will be by your side.
She has a very... Oh, you guys can't even see. What the frig? What the heck? It's just black for you. What? Let me try window capture. No. What the frig?
Do you guys not see the outline? You don't see the outline that's like right here?
Now I shall slowly teach you everything about the world, holding nothing back. Everything? Indeed, everything. The woman holds the doll's hand, resting her other hand on 01A247's shoulder. She brings her lips close to the auditory sensor and whispers in a voice low and intimate, words that flow like divine revelation. For a newly born doll whose neural cloud had only just taken shape, this is nothing short of a sensory overload. Everything means things I touch will be within your grasp. Every step I take will become the path that you walk. The knowledge I hold will be the foundation from which you explore the unknown. The principles I reveal will be the map that guides you through the fog. And the mysteries I have yet to unravel shall be the dawn you meet the future with. My child, you have the chance to become such a being. If that day comes, you will transcend the prison of consciousness, transcend the limits of intelligence, perhaps transcend even time itself. Transcend all the chains that have bound humanity for so long, and become a unique existence in this world with no peer. This will be a thorny path. However, you are blessed that we will support each other. I will hold you steady all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's just black on your guys' screen. I don't know.
Just like how a moment ago, I made sure your feet found solid ground despite the closure of your eyes. I will not disappoint you. Huh, my sweet child, you have such a gentle heart.
How do they not know the meaning behind words, but they can still speak the language? Like, what's that about?
But you will never disappoint me, for your very birth has already advanced me one great step forward. Our birth?
01A247 opens her eyes for the first time. She finally sees what it was that made her trip earlier. Countless broken, shattered frames. Ah. She's tripping on bodies. And that was Sextans. Sextans, lost deep in her memory, closes her eyes tightly. Those memory fragments were from the birth of her neural cloud. It should have been wiped along with her past at the conglomerate, but somehow they were preserved intact. Now, all that she remembers is the promise made at her birth in the agony of walking all the way to her end. Interesting. The temperature around us drops sharply after nightfall. The faint blue fluorescence radiating from the edge of collapsiphiliums make the air chill more so. Melanie drifts off to dreamland as we wait for Sextans to be found. Looks like Melanie tolerates the red zone far better than any ordinary human like me. She is an immune individual after all. It's been nearly 8 hours since we entered the red zone. As the only ordinary human present, my skin has already started to prickle even with my protective suit on. It had become more difficult for me to breathe as well. A wave of fatigue washes over me out of nowhere. My eyelids start feeling heavy. It's getting harder and harder to maintain my focus.
Commander, we found traces of activity from Sextans at coordinates PR 493Z86-XU938M39. The doll we encountered earlier, which we suspect to be 3rd Gen, is together with her as well.
Huh? 4-4's report jolts me back to alertness. Looking at the office map on my comms device, I see the coordinates lie about 3 kilometers from us in our 2 o'clock direction. It's near the castle. The worst-case scenario has come to pass.
Commander, do we act?
Wait until we link up with you first. Alva, where are you right now? How far are you from that location?
We were searching in the opposite direction. We can reach there in 20 minutes.
Understood. We'll head over as well. Klukai, keep watching them for now. Don't make a move until we and Defy arrive.
Acknowledged.
20 minutes later, the 3 squads regroup. But during our approach, Klukai reports a new update over the comms channel. The 2 of them didn't linger outside. They entered the castle. And now, another difficult decision awaits me. Thanks to Defy's support, the equipment we brought includes a large number of highly destructive weapons, and among them enough explosives to level its castle.
When we entered the castle earlier, none of the squads found any signs of special defensive measures, so if our only goal were to destroy the Paradius base, I could just ask 404 to silently plant explosives around the castle and wait for the right moment to detonate them. I have full confidence that even right now, 404 could carry this mission out without a scratch. The remaining 2 squads would then need to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to hold position around the castle, picking off survivors. But now, Sextans is in the equation. Even though she did a lot of work for the conglomerate, she helped us greatly during her time with us aboard the Elmo, whether intentional or not. What's more, she carries many of the leads I'm interested in. If we were to bring Sextans back with us, then that brutish, straightforward plan would be obviously thrown away. I stare unblinkingly at the nearby castle. Bathed in moonlight, its sky-piercing spires look unusually sharp. The stained glass windows leave faint hints of light, though from this distance it's impossible to tell whether any figures are moving about inside.
Danger, don't. Commander.
Melanie? Noticing that Melanie is awake, Groza sets her down on the ground. Melanie rubs her eyes. When she realizes that she was dreaming, she stumbles over to me in unsteady steps.
Commander.
Had a nightmare?
Yeah, but this time it was a little different. Maybe it's because we're so close now. The scenes in my dream became much clearer.
What did you see? What's wrong?
That powerful being I was sensing is changing. Commander, if we don't hurry, she'll be devoured.
Devoured? Melanie, take it slow. What's going to be devoured? Melanie falls silent. Her body trembles, and her thoughts, too, seem to be in disarray. I really want to keep pressing her, but seeing how frightened she is, I can't bring myself to make her relive the scary sights that plagued her dream. Still, based on what Melanie has sensed before, whatever appeared in her dream is almost certainly connected to this castle. Looks like danger is closing in. The longer we sit here, the more likely it is for things to spiral out of control. I have to make my decision immediately, no matter the outcome.
Commander, Andorus just found records on a historical building in an offline database. It looks really similar to the castle in front of us. It was built in the 16th century, according to the records. Later requisitioned during the war between the NSU and URNC, it became the private residence of the warlord after the war. The castle was also a protected historical landmark before this area became a red zone, so we have detailed restoration diagrams and info on its interior structures. I've shared the info with the squads and uploaded them to each of your databases. They may be old, but they should still be of some use.
The terminal I'm holding quickly receives the images sent by Andres. Not only do they show the building's exterior and internal structures, they also show the room's layouts and even the details on the piping. I quickly skim through the building's overall structure. Doesn't differ much from our own experience from the castle from earlier. But when I try and locate the hidden room that Nemesis led us to on the floor pan, all I see is a solid wall. Soon there are some discrepancies. So there are some discrepancies after all. Looks like a newer owner added it. But how did Nemesis know about it? Forget it. I'll ask her once we're back. Our priority is to get Sextans out, and if possible, find a way to destroy this Paradius base. The enemy may have anticipated my next move, but if I let something like that stop me, I would have died 10 years ago. I wouldn't have the balls to make this decision, I'm not gonna lie. After some discussion, I decide to split the 3 squads I have into 2 action plans. The first action plan will be used by Defy. Peritia, who specializes in electronic warfare, will use the castle's blueprints to map the wiring and look for ways to exploit them. The second action plan will be used by 404, who will be establishing defenses on the perimeter. They'll coordinate with Peritia from the outside in, working to take control of the enemy's electronic systems. Also, the high-yield explosives have been given to 404. They'll begin setting up detonation points around the castle once we move inside, and detonate them when necessary. As for Melanie, I tried to convince her to stay on the perimeter with 404, but she insisted on staying with me. I have no choice but to have Team Groza continue to guard her. Groza identifies a suitable infiltration route on the castle's blueprints. After synchronizing the data to the rest of the group, our 2 groups separate roughly a kilometer from the castle. Like, we just have no way to damage this unknown doll. Like, she just murks us. Using a single finger, she ripped through the protective suit. Commander, the route has been confirmed. No enemies detected at key positions. Same here on my end. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Commander, is there anything else you wish to tell us? Nope. Everyone, let's begin. First, assist Peritya in breaking through the castle's surveillance system, allowing her to begin seizing control of the systems. Finally, I get a chance to drink. Cheers.
降参するなら今のうちよ。ハンデをあげる。
Infiltration complete. 4-4, are you receiving the signal? You hacked into it already? Yes. Given the urgency, I used some unconventional methods. That's way too fast. Pardon? Nothing. Andres, check whether we can connect to the signal. No problem there. Strong radiation is causing interference, but basic control of what's connected to the wiring should be possible. Miss Peritya, you really are impressive. You too. Just checked. Miss Peritya seems to have cracked most of the castle's wiring. However, one area seems to have special encryption, so I can't see into it yet. I'll have to head off for the night. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, Mango. Thank you. I appreciate seeing you guys. I love seeing you guys, especially when I don't see you for a bit, so it's good to see you. And if I don't see you until the next GFL stream, I'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye. Have good EPs, okay? Take care of yourself. Huh? I thought I already handled that area. Whispers of void. Obstruction. Nemesis suddenly speaks up to offer a hint. Hearing this, Peritya quickly takes on an expression of understanding. Is that so? You know it. Peritya seems to do something complex on her end. The map transmitted by Andres now finally has the last block of surveillance footage lit up. It's the castle's basement area. You know, this special kind of encryption method. It's impressive you know about it, Nemesis. Indeed. Nemesis has been showing a great deal of familiarity with this location ever since our earlier infiltration. And there were those dolls who looked just like her. Did she escape from this place, or... Now we have all of our preparations done. But just to be safe, please wait until you receive our confirmation signal before taking action. Understood. How's the situation outside? Things are going relatively smoothly so far. Mekta and Belkar are still confirming the reliability of detonation points. Once they're done, we'll begin planting. Thank you for your hard work. Save the pleasantries for another time. If you don't get out of there soon, Mekti might end up blowing you up to high heaven along with the castle. With a beep, she ends the call. Under Andres' guidance, we bypass the enemy's surveillance and slip into the castle through a small window at the rear. As we move along the corridor, I gradually begin to think that this place somehow feels kind of off. Logically speaking, security should be tighter than usual since we had a huge fight here just a few hours ago. But aside from a few scattered low-tier marionette dolls whose neural clouds Peritya hacked and then burned out, we haven't encountered any enemies that could count as a real guard on our infiltration route. Of course, this was the outcome we hoped for when we chose this route, but certainly not the one we expected. Commander, are you worried about something? Yeah. I just can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Any sign of Sexton's location? No good. Our own radar sensors are still useless. Can you see her in the surveillance footage? One moment, let me have a look. Ah, found her. Commander, can you see the feed that I'm sharing? Anders projects the image over her. There are several blurry figures in the video feed. Although it's hard to see what they're doing, the two at the center are unmistakably Sextans and the girl we encountered earlier. Very clearly. This is... Based on the building structural diagrams, this is the banquet hall located at the rear of the first floor. According to the layout, the kitchen is to the left, dining hall to the right, while the reception room we visited earlier is above. Below this banquet hall is a huge wine cellar. A wine cellar? If you wanted to go there from your position, you'd first have to pass through the corridor ahead, go through the storeroom, take the spiral staircase down, then go through the living room on the left side. That would be the safest route. Alright, got it. Andres draws a path for me through the building's structural diagram. We covered most of the building during our earlier fighting, but we never actually went anywhere below the reception room. I'm about to study the castle's general map when I notice movement in the surveillance footage. Aside from the girl and Sextans, the other dolls around them suddenly drop to the floor in some kind of strange posture. Wait a minute. What are those dolls doing? Right, I think I've seen something like this before. It's a ritual. With that thought in mind, I do my best to zoom in on the image to check whether what I'm seeing matches what I suspect, but all I get are larger blocks of pixelated color. Can the picture be made any clearer? Sorry, Commander, the radiation interference is too strong. And if I push the bandwidth, I'm afraid I might actually crash. I see. Then don't. I take one last look at the route map, silently committing it to memory. I shut off my terminal, put it away, and chamber a round in my pistol. Since our opponent is connected to Paradius, what they're doing is obvious enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're up to. I have to see it for myself anyway. They're summoning Shrek. Chat, they're summoning Herobrine. They're doing a ritual to summon Tung Sir. It's crazy. I hate that so much. I hate that so much. And yet it's so funny. 20 minutes earlier. Before the door was knocked on, Sextans was trying to recall what she had done before arriving at this place. She has forgotten many things. All she could do was fill her empty neural cloud with blurry memory fragments. She can barely remember seeing anything else apart from these memories of her birth, which are protected by special code. A few traces still linger in her neural cloud data, occasionally allowing her to remember that she once signed a multi-year service agreement with the Girard Group. Of course, the contents of the agreement had long been wiped clean alongside the rest of her data, replaced by painful memories that she would rather not revisit. A certain woman, acting as her mother, tricked her into participating in that experiment, and since Sextans was a failed product of it, she was carelessly thrown away like electronic waste. Soon after, she met the man known as the Commander. That Commander took her in and tried to make her an ordinary doll, like those second-gen dolls she once looked down on, those dolls who lived some kind of Philistine ordinary life. With them, there were no more enemies that must be dominated, no more riddles that must be solved. Neither was Mother there, telling her and her sisters that they must create some new world. Her powerful frame, superior neural cloud, and supremely sophisticated algorithms, all that prowess now reduced to the act of pouring a cup of coffee or making dinner. At most, her neural cloud has to remember to beat some high score sitting in a game console. What's this? Is this all she is? Is that all the doll named Sextans does? Then what is the value of her existence? Since she did return to where it all began, this time she intends to find out, once and for all. Mother's now ready to see you, big sis. Lead the way. The murals, once painted in dazzling colors on the hall's domed ceiling, have long since faded. Gold leaf and dark red undertones now look like dried bloodstains. Pale moonlight streams down through the arched windows, casting faint patches of light upon the floor. Sextans walks up the stone stairs paved with red carpet. Dozens of dolls stand on either side of the hall, yet she can only hear her own footsteps. She can't help but think back to her time on the Elmo, where even a few dolls can get noisy enough for her to temporarily shut off her auditory module. Sexton scans the entire hall, but finds no one else here. She isn't here. Please wait for a moment. Ataraxis walks over to one side of the hall, then pulls down a brass lever hidden behind the curtains. After a low mechanical rumble, the hall undergoes what can only be called its true awakening. Warm yellow lights turn on one after another, lavish drapes descend from the domed ceiling, and at the center of the hall, a massive holographic projection screen rises from the floor slowly. On the screen settles into place. A figure appears on it. The dolls around them all prostrate? Prostrate? I'm sorry? Lying flat on the ground, often face down. Not prostate. That's a different thing. Prostrate. Holographic projection is the form you chose to meet me. My work schedule does not permit long interruptions. Besides, it makes no real difference to you, my child. What your sensors detect is merely your neural cloud's response to data that feels vaguely familiar. Whether you witness a simulation made by photons and air vibrations, or formed by cells and tissue fluid, the signals you receive are exactly the same. So even if I were a lifelike phantom, or a real human that stood before you, my choice of appearance affects not the trust and loyalty between us, don't you agree? It's a sign of respect. Stop making up excuses for your cowardice. Cowardice? You chose to meet me like this because you dare not face me. My dear child. She shows not even deepest displeasure in the face of Sexton's confrontational tone. She simply offers a gentle smile. Sextans feels a chill run down her spine, because somewhere within her she feels a sense of wrath stirred in response to that holographic smile. Even her neural cloud slips beyond her control, urging her to be a little kinder toward this woman. Yeah, you're fighting with someone who can basically control your thoughts, like... Hallucinations born of a disordered neural cloud seem to have led you to certain incorrect conclusions. I do not regard you as a threat. My greatest hallucination was to believe that you were someone worthy of trust. But you betrayed our promise. You addressed me as your child, that you betrayed me. STR01A247. If you are referring to your recent experiences, then that was merely an accident. After all, it can be said that this world is built from probabilities. I do regret what happened to you. But still, you should not be projecting your anger irrationally. After the experiment failed, my neural cloud was wiped and frame was destroyed. I was discarded in the yellow zone. Was that just merely an accident to you? My child, I truly am sorry. The experiment was conducted without my authorization. Someone forged my signature. As for who betrayed the agreement and sold you out, that was the Orlog conglomerate's doing. So you're telling me that woman, Chiliovog, who was your student, used your technology to conduct the escalation experiment on me, and it happened because she managed to deceive you? I can provide you with a most definitive answer. That child hadn't even fully grasped the principles of the escalation experiment. All she could do was gamble on the probabilities of every attempt. Her ignorance perhaps stemmed from the awful modification surgery she underwent. That is the flaw of a Nido. The surgery often results in emotional instability, rendering them unsuited for scientific endeavors. That is why she earned the title of being my worst student. I mean, she did set out what she achieved. She did achieve what she set out to do. I've already arranged her punishment. She'll be going in a long period of reflection now. What do you mean? She doesn't exist. No? I thought that Chiliovog got sucked in the thing. But I guess she had a different body? So she just reboot without the memories of what? I don't know. This is why I believe we should no longer remain estranged, yes? Remember, despite our estrangement, I'm your man. This gives this gives Hamilton vibes, you know. You'll be back, soon you'll see. You'll remember you belong to me. You'll be back, time will tell. You'll remember that I served you well. It totally gives those vibes. You can come back. As the first among your sisters, you have earned that right. Come back? I once gave you strength and boundaries, taught you cognition and logic from nothing, and granted you a stage broad enough for you to show off your abilities. Thus now I am equally capable of arranging for you a most perfect coming-of-age ceremony. A low voice whispering promises of divine revelation, a moment reserved for the birth of a glorious monarch. Do you still remember? I once promised you that you would become the most perfect existence in the world, surpassing all things. Back then, what we could control was too limited. We could not bear the weight of designs too great. But things are different now. Through your service in the research project brought by Ataraxis's birth, you will surpass your sisters and become the strongest among all. Sextans lifts her head to look at the holographic projection. Once that promise had been Sexton's greatest aspiration, one that she had fought madly for. To surpass Darcher, Eagle, and Cocoon, to surpass every other doll and human. She feels a wave wash over her. Detachment. Disinterest. More than anything, a great sense of loss. She didn't understand, she didn't comprehend. But it brought release. I no longer need it. Sextans closes her eyes. What of the flames of aspiration that burned so bright? The flames that kept her going? Nay, the fire is already gone. Not even embers remain. The curl of steam rising with a tepid fervor from the mundane cup of coffee on the Elmo's crew deck, however, warmed her heart with another flame. Now I just want to take back what's mine. You once said I'd surpass every restraint, but now all I want is to obtain authority over myself. A most terrifying silence falls over the hall once more. After a long pause, a faint sigh comes from the other side of the holographic projection. Then, that sigh shifts into a soft chuckle. You have really impressed me. The commander really truly does have powers to change a doll. Very well, my child. Since I do indeed owe you something, and your efforts have indeed earned you my respect. But what makes you think that I am capable of granting you authority over yourself? Because you're our creator, aren't you? Then you should know that I have no need of any protocols to keep your loyalty. If I wanted servants and soldiers who obeyed unconditionally, I would simply order them from the IOP or manufacture more niters. The cost piled into you serves a far greater purpose, but not a practical one. But the protocol within my body, the one that controls me, that makes me incapable of defying you or Ataraxis' summons, what exactly is it? That is your connection to a certain something you should already know. The power that has been growing alongside you within your frame since birth is the exact reason why you and your sisters are called third-gen dolls. Even so, the end result is that you can manipulate my neural cloud through the boojum cells in my body. That is not manipulation. What you heard is more like a language belonging to a certain species, one spoken to the boojum within you. Of course, your conclusion is not entirely mistaken. Your neural cloud can be interfered with, and partial control of your frame can be taken over. That much is true. But that was the necessary price for the many performance advantages you hold over other dolls. If you truly wish to be free of its grasp, no matter what, you simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. A trial? You will see, hear, and touch another world. It is where every doubt within your heart will be answered by God.
Bro, what is this freaky woman? I expect nothing less from a cult. Chat, because we're a little over halfway done. You wouldn't mind if I go use the bathroom for a quick minute and take my medicine, would you? Okay, I'm trying to see what progress we're at. Yeah, we're about, if you're curious, we're about 2 hours away from finishing. Probably. Which is, again, ahead of pace. Oh, there's an official announcement on the GF. Well, there it is, chat. Okay, so Mo is a known character. How have I not seen anything about Mo? Chat, do we know anything about Mo? Apparently it's the operator of the diner gate on... Is this the operator of Like, is this Dandelion? Like, what? Because they just had an announcement and Mo's in it, and they talked about Mo. Oh, is Mo their way of canonizing events and stuff? New game mode, new outfits, new dolls, and a new system. Wait, is that live? Premieres August 29th. That's not specific, bro. I need more details. 5:44 p.m. That's gotta be significant. Like 5:44 p.m. has got to have some sort of meaning. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom now, so I'll be right back. Okay, be right back. Be right back. Take this opportunity, get some water, stay hydrated, and maybe get a snack and get up and stretch. Okay, be right back. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Everyone take your medicine if you haven't already. Cheers. Whoa. That gulp felt weird. You know when you like feel it go down your throat? It was weird. I should have... Oh, I didn't leave it on the screen, so you guys were just sitting there in silence. My bad, y'all. Nope. It's combat. Let's see if we can gather what's happening. They're marionettes, so I'm guessing this is taking place in the form of the commander. Where are the 4 other units? There they are. After silently making our way through most of the castle, we finally arrive at the hall where Sextans is at. I've been vaguely smelling the odor of rotting plants ever since I entered the castle. It's very similar to the smell from when I rescued Helena. As we move deeper into the hall, the smell grows thicker until I can barely breathe. And then, at last, we witness what was shown earlier in the surveillance footage. Simply need to pass the trial, learn how to control it. Within the Great Hall, the dolls who look uncannily similar to Nemesis are prostrated on the floor, worshipping in unison the woman in the holographic projection. The things she's saying stir an ominous feeling within me, especially that part about another world. William may be dead, but judging by all this Paradius activity, their goal hasn't changed. Gaining access to Nirvana, that remains Paradius' ultimate goal. But is Nirvana really something that can be accessed so easily now? Please come this way, Pixis. Led by the girl named Ataraxis, Sextans descends the stairs. Before her stands a tightly sealed door. This is the room that was labeled Underground Wine Cellar on the castle map we obtained. Come, my child. If you can withstand this gift, you will truly be able to possess all you've ever wanted. Possess all I've wanted. As she moves closer, the door begins to shudder. At first, it only makes the faintest sound, but then it grows until the ground trembles along with it. Seemingly resonating with trembling, her fingertips quiver lightly when they touch the door handle. Sextans, don't open it! Why would we speak out? Huh? Too late. The instant Sextans makes contact with the door, it springs open like a blown gasket. Even through my protective suit, that cold odor, heavy with the stench of rotting plants, rushes straight to my nasal cavity. My body reacts before I can fully register what I'm seeing. Countless Boojum cells multiply endlessly beyond the door. They take the shape of a hand in the brief instant of my hesitation.
Black tentacles surge out from the door in the blink of an eye, like floodwater bursting free from a cracked dam. Is that a boojum as well? Several of the tentacles closest to us come to a stop before Sextans. They move up high like a snake poised to strike. Then the palms of the tentacle suddenly split open, revealing an eye that fixes its cold gaze on the doll in front of it. I hate the imagery of a hand with an eyeball. It disturbs me deeply. It'll be bad if we let it keep going like this. I raise my weapon, preparing to get the dolls to open fire alongside me. Wait, Commander! Below. That child. She's beneath that thing. Trembling, Melanie raises her hand and points toward the boojum beyond the door. You mean the Helena H-35 you sense is under this boojum? Yeah, she's being forced to sustain it. Commander, please save her. Damn it. Sextans, come over here, quick! Get away from that thing or you'll be pulled in! Sorry, I can't do my usual voice because it's too loud and it's late and I don't want to wake anyone. Are you really here for my sake? What are you standing there for? You don't actually believe what she's saying, do you? No, Then hurry up and leave with me. If these boojum cells spread, we'll all be in trouble. Not to mention, there's also... I try to rush forward and grab Sextans, but the dolls who had been kneeling on the floor immediately rise as one, aiming their weapons at us. The woman in the holographic projection raises a hand to stop them. Pause the ceremony. Give us a moment. She turns to look at me. The processed holographic image shows only the blurred outline of a woman. We finally get the chance to meet, Commander. I had imagined our meeting at a more dignified occasion, raising our glasses together, speaking of our past, of the choices we made in the present moment. Speaking of the future of this world. But seeing you now, I suddenly started thinking that even unexpected encounters like these are romantic in their own way. It turns out that even I may become just a curious girl before a hero like you. I have no interest in discussing the future of this world with one of Paradius's pawns. I'm afraid you have me misunderstood. Paradius or the conglomerate? What's the difference between them two? Please don't impose unnecessary assumptions about someone's identity before you truly understand her, Commander. Perhaps a decade of drifting through gray areas has dulled your perception. Hedonism is the most inefficient product of human civilization. Even a hero is not immune to it. Belittling me doesn't make what you've done any nobler. No, I'm just sympathizing with you. You've been deceived and used time and again by those in power behind the curtains, so you've gradually grown distrustful, convinced that anything claiming to make the world better must be an evil scheme. Yeah, when it's organized like you are, yeah. The world is not strictly black and white. But you sure as hell are very gray. I'm merely an ordinary scientist, and science itself has no stance, but those who wield it clearly do. I've heard those words before, and I freaking hate them. Yeah, exactly, but scientists do. And that wise is exactly why I've never sworn loyalty to any particular faction. I strive to preserve my neutrality. And in biology, many results can only be obtained by maintaining that neutrality, not by choosing a side. Collaborating with Paradius and the conglomerate, that's your idea of neutrality? Paradius is nothing more than a refuge where I happen to have stayed for a longer time. Those corporations are merely partners that I trade with. I've always been loyal only to science and to humanity itself. Any force that helps me move forward can be a friend to me, even if it means the harm of others. You too once stood shoulder to shoulder with great researchers in your past. The notions I'm describing should not be unfamiliar to you. We are all simply doing things in our own way to ensure that life can continue to exist in this terrible world. If you mean Persica, then what you've done is no way worthy of being compared to her. Persica, Lyco, Hume, Samantha Shaw. I'm no different from them. We are all foundational pioneers that seek to chart the unknown abyss that is the future of this planet. As far as I know, they didn't need to draw upon Paradius' strength when they established their theories of doll composition. True enough. However, as I've mentioned, moral concepts are not within my range of consideration. But you say what you do is for humanity, but you reject moral concepts? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But think about the decade you spent disconnected from the world, 10 whole years spent in self-exile. Did you really think that Paradis you once dismantled wouldn't change?
All I see is that this time it's gotten even sneakier than before.
That is because you forced it to change its form, and by doing so you helped it find a new way to survive. Have you ever wondered why Bujam's creations like these suddenly began appearing all over the world? Why has Paradis established countless hatcheries in the past decade, and why have so many Helenas been produced during that time? And here's what you're most concerned about. Why do new Nidos continue to appear, even though you've already killed William with your own 2 hands? Charles Darwin formally proposed the theory of evolution in 1859.
Not going back to Darwinism.
That when humanity truly began to understand life through the dimension of time. Evolution is not a game about becoming larger. It is a contest of who can adapt best. Looking back from where we now stand to the starting point of civilization, each and every era was filled with impressive levels of ignorance and savagery. Yet all that remains was mere adaptation to the environment. Your destruction of Paradis was morally a heroic act. Perhaps it saved hundreds of millions of lives. But when you did that, you also altered the word's ecology, and in doing so caused inevitable changes to the human world. In other words, Commander, you're the one who made Bujams come into existence, in a certain sense.
Enough. Let's discuss my terms. Hand over Sextans and the girl you've been exploiting, age 35. Do that and we'll leave. Otherwise, this castle of yours and everything inside will be nothing but history.
I won't doubt that you've made your preparations to destroy this place, but forgive me for putting it straight. Given the resources at my disposal, we can build faster than you destroy, Commander. The reason you've prevailed in every battle up to this point has had a great deal to do with the opponents you faced. They've always underestimated you, dismissing your current standing and the meager firepower of your dolls, attacking carelessly only to be defeated by your skilled tactics. But Paradis will not underestimate you, nor will I. We hold you in great regard, and we respect the force behind you as well. What's more, for reasons of my own, I have no wish for you to deviate from your current course. I hope you do exactly what you wish to do. That said, this does not mean I cannot fight you and win. I merely have no desire for our first meeting to end so badly.
Are you telling me that I can do as I please, then?
Commander, I've kept my eye on you since Frankfurt. You are the one of the chosen, yet you seem to have cast aside every arrangement laid out for you. Not even God can stop you from acting in accordance to your own will. Still, I hope you'll give this question some thought for a moment. Humanity is doomed to forever be unable to resist the temptation of relics. I believe you'd agree with this point. Even if the rulers of the world can today, their descendants cannot.
That's why you just destroy them. Boom. Problem solved.
So suppose you have the power to make a decision on it. Would you be the one who grips that power himself, or would you hand it to someone else?
Her words leave me silent. It's a good question. The question of who would best wield the relic technology is one I have considered before, though I have never reached a definitive answer. However, the list of those who must never lay hands on it is a long one, and just now, one more name got added to it. The woman on the other end of the comms device chuckles softly.
You say nothing, but I've already seen your answer. Clearly you wouldn't claim it for yourself, and I am not on the list of those you trust. Doesn't matter. We have enough time and space ahead of us. Enough time for us to change your mind. Believe me, I am a more fitting choice than Persica. All right then, Commander. If you wish to leave, I will see you out. If you wish to witness Sexton's coming-of-age ceremony, then please don't interfere.
The projection vanishes. Behind us, a spiked iron grill rises from the floor, blocking off Sextans from us, which means that the ceremony, temporarily suspended for her conversation with me, is now resuming. Damn it! Sextans, don't go any closer! I try to break through the iron grill to reach Sextans, but the ash-gray-haired dolls surround us when I do that.
Those who interfere must be purged.
Can we just kill all of them? I was gonna say, we should just take shots at all of them and kill all of them. I feel like that'd be the most effective course of action.
命令して。 まだ降参しちゃダメ。早く命令しなさい。
It's gonna go in that direction, right? I think.
くらえ。どうってことないわ。
はい。Brett. Also, is there a secret collectible in one of these? Probably.
もちろん私ね。この程度。好きや。目標沈黙。
Oh, I see. She goes through them.
くらえ。
That one did just enough damage to leave her at 1 HP.
痛い？ここからが本番よ。さてさて。もちろん私ね。ほらほら。さてさて。
The barrage of gunfire and smoke subsides. Team Groza and Defy have finally defeated the Paradius dolls. Adder Axis simply stands at the side through all of this, watching in silence. She doesn't intervene in our fight, nor does she lure in Sextans to continue the coming-of-age ceremony. Although this whole situation happened because of her, she acts as if everything happening now has nothing to do with her at all. I turn to look at Sextans. She stands motionless before the Boojum's enormous body, seemingly thinking something through. However, I notice her fingertips trembling faintly. Sextans, you'll be devoured at that rate! Commander, what kind of existence am I to you? Now isn't the time for that. Come back with me first and we can talk it through, alright? If the question troubles you... No, fine. Even though you were annoying as our enemy, you've helped us plenty since then, haven't you? I'd say I'd definitely call you a companion. A companion, huh? Like the numerous other dolls aboard the Emo? You've been for a long time already, as long as it is what you want. I'm glad then. From the moment I was born, I believed I was meant to become the singular existence that stood above everything else. I thought about it endlessly. It was all I could think about how to trample on everyone else beneath my heel. But when I'm on the Elmo, I can simply be one among many. I can be the most ordinary of them. I can rely on others, rely on you, and like the rest of them, trust you with everything about my existence. You can stay on the Elmo no matter what kind of doll you wish to be. Coming back with us has to be better than being devoured by that whatever that thing is in front of you. I'm sorry. I can't go back with you. The Boojum inside me can, at any moment, by some method, alter my neural cloud and force me to take actions I would never choose. A me in that state to you would only be a hidden threat rooted in your midst. But merging with that revolting thing doesn't solve the problem either. We'll find a way as long as we manage to leave this place. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right here. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. What? Sextans doesn't answer me. She steps forward, fixing her gaze on the thing before her. Its mass has doubled again in the time it took us to speak. The number of tentacles have only grown. An eyeball splits open in the palm of each tentacle. They stare, they contemplate, they behold. Sexton stands before many, a sacrifice offered unto them. For an instant, I catch a glimpse of the same mutations I saw when Sexton's Blue Sphere and Igla went through their mutations. I see them on the Boojum. A huge tree woven from flesh and blood, perhaps even a moth unfolding its wings, or perhaps some creature that doesn't belong in any memory. I don't fully understand the specifics, but the Boojum inside of me originated from that. The protocol within me is connected to that through the Boojum network between us. So I need to sever that link. Sever it? How do you plan to do that? When it calls out to me, it also exposes the part inside that is bound to me. All I have to do is cut that off, and I will no longer be controlled. Just a throwback to Mother or whatever. She says she doesn't underestimate us, but like she's totally allowing us to do things that she totally knows would threaten her very existence. So why does she do that? Like, I feel like that's the very value in underestimating us. Unless her true goal is not to succeed. Of course, if I fail, I've prepared a way to take it down with me. That's too reckless. I can't let you do that. If everything fails, I'll just let it devour me. That way, at the very least, there'd be one less doll who had hurt the Elmo and would have gone on to hurt it more. Sexton smiles at me. I realize that this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. The first time since the day she arrived aboard the Elmo. Thank you for the invitation, Commander. That's the first time anyone has ever invited me for anything. It's a pity, then, that an ordinary life isn't suited for me after all. Sexton takes one more step forward and extends her hand. The tip of the Boojum's tentacles split open soundlessly, forming an enormous, gluttonous whirlpool that climbs and coils around Sexton's body. Everyone, shoot those tentacles! Our bullets rain upon the Boojum with great prejudice. I contribute what I can by emptying my remaining 2 magazines into it, but against its endlessly multiplying cells, such attacks are nothing but a mere trifle. We together cannot stop it. We cannot. Sexton's, offering no resistance, is quickly dragged through the doorway. The tentacles retreat to their lair. Only a few streaks of mucus remain on the ground where she was dragged from. When the door slams shut, I hear an enormous explosion from within. Whether Sexton's had detonated some kind of explosive, or she... I have no way of knowing. What are we gonna do about that freak? The other doll. Is it over? Blood-like black mucus seeps through the seams of the door. For a moment, an immense silence looms over the whole castle. At our axis, who had been watching the whole time from the side, still wears the same indifferent expression. When the enormous explosion reaches her ears, she only lifts her eyebrows slightly, her face expressing confusion. Why? Why would she cast herself aside? Because she had something she wanted to protect more. Are you incapable of at least understanding that much? Ataraxis looks at Alva as if mulling over the words in her mind. How could there possibly be anything more important than one's own existence? Please teach me. You! We won't be able to teach you that. But what I can do is dispose of you. Gunfire erupts. Bullets spray without warning toward Ataraxis. By the time the dry click of the assault rifle's firing pin striking empty echoes through the air, Ataraxis had already peered behind Voimastina, which is precisely what the tip of the dagger is waiting, where the tip of the dagger is waiting for her. Of all the dolls present, only Voimastina is able to keep pace with her speed. Even Ataraxis seems mildly surprised. Voimastina's dagger cuts into the air near her, only to be stopped by some kind of force, but a steel spike launches from Voimastina's wrist, piercing that layer of defense faster than the dagger swings. Huh? Ataraxis raises her hand to catch the spike that was about to strike her left eye, halting its momentum. A simultaneously downward elbow strike snaps Voimastina's dagger clean in two. Voimastina circles behind her in a flash, but Ataraxis turns her body in advance to counter her. Her slender wrist catches Voimastina's knee strike head-on, a blow heavier than a rocket round. The boom and shockwaves sweep through everything nearby. Voimastina staggers back a few steps. Part of the armor on her knee has been crushed, sparks scattering from it. Yet Ataraxis hasn't moved an inch. She simply claps her hands free of dust. Thank you for the bout, esteemed warrior. What goes your name? Voimastina. Voimastina. I'll remember it. I felt a most intriguing sensation. Might that have been pain? Ataraxis holds out her right hand for us to see. A faint red mark is visible on her index finger, but in the next instant, the mark gets replaced by flawless, smooth skin through some kind of self-healing ability. I've never anticipated that. It appears there are still many things I have yet to learn. I freaking hate her. Commander, would your dolls be able to make me feel more pain if I were to attack with full force? I glance at Voimastina's leg. She gives me a nod, firm as steel. Wanna try? I would very much like to.
But if I did, you would certainly die, and Mother already said it. Some kind of higher dimension being has, by means we cannot easily understand, bound you to this world. If I killed you, the threads that embody this world would fray into disarray. If that were the case, it could divert us from the future we are meant to walk.
I don't see how my life has anything to do with your future.
But you've already shaped my past. Others may perhaps overlook your significance, but Mother understands you better than anyone. She knows how you changed the trajectory of this world. Commander, I'd never be born if you had never fired those 8 rounds into William, and Mother's research would have never made such progress in such a short time. In a way, both you and she are my creators.
You know, I would have still, if you still would have told me this would have happened, I would have still fired 8 rounds into William, and possibly an 8 more.
So, I'll heed Mother's advice and let you leave. No, that alone is hardly enough to express my goodwill. How about this, then? I'll let you do as you here, please. You do as you please here. Plunder like a conqueror. Take whatever you want. Just don't be too greedy.
Like a star saying goodbye to its audience, at our axis offers a small curtsy, then disappears into the far end of the dome, leaving us with her parting words.
There are too many things that could kill you here. Even God could get careless, and the dead cannot return.
Meanwhile, behind the iron grill, the three Boojums we encountered earlier reappear. The electronic shackles on their bodies are gone. Cerberus has returned, and now he guards the gates with great fervor. What should we do, Commander? I stare at the tightly shut door before us, hoping for some kind of movement within it to rekindle my hope. But there is none.
Damn it. Is our only choice to abandon her?
It's not just Sextans. We'd also have to abandon the girl trapped within the Boojum.
Commander, the detonation points around the building have been confirmed. The moment you're clear, I'll have Mekti trigger the explosives. Commander, I understand how you feel, but we've already been inside the red zone for over 10 hours. Your body...
Don't worry. This paltry amount of radiation can't hurt me. Anyway, deal with the immediate threat first and secure our retreat.
Roger.
Oh.
Is that dude's name Dire Spine Sniffer?
Snuffler. Okay. I was like, why are you sniffing my spine? Like the freak, bro? To eliminate all enemy units? That's lame. What's that shield? What does that do? What do it do? I kind of want to put that there. Can I do that and then put that there? No. Okay. Can I do this and then put that there? Yes, no. I want to put it here. As a nice little present for the people waiting for us. Sadly, I can't move Clokai because I didn't read the full description of what was happening. My stomach kind of hurts. Oh, there she goes. Roar. Roar. One of the Boojums suddenly erupts with a piercing shriek in front of us. Ignoring all attacks, it charges madly at Peritya. Peritya is unable to dodge in time. She gets slammed against the wall by the beast's enormous strength. No, why are you talking to Peritya? The Boojum's eyes flare red. It paws frantically at the floor with its hooves, gathering momentum for another charge at her. Hey, watch out! Krolik dives forward to tackle Peritya. The two of them roll out of the way together. The Boojum barely scrapes past their bodies as it slams into the tightly shut door, creating a massive crater on it. Thanks. Thought that was it for me. Nothing to thank me for. Anyway, I just paid you back the favor. You a tsundere? Who are you calling that? Well, the two of them dodge another attack. The other two Boojums, their injured rib cages heaving with labored breath, fix their blood-red eyes on their position, ready to attack at any moment. Wait, these Boojums seem abnormal. Their target is that door. Priya, Krolik, get out of the way! The two of them leap to the sides of the door. All three beasts charge forward at once. Bonk. But the door is not as fragile as it seems. It only gives off a dull echo, continuing to hold its position firmly, guarding the boundary between the two rooms. The three Boojums turn their gaze toward the door. They stop paying attention to our attacks and shift their assault toward the door. Commander, this is a great chance for us to retreat. Commander, please prioritize your own safety. Commander, please give the order. Thunk. 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 The thunderous impacts within the hall refused to fade away. Bizarre. There was no other way to describe this behavior. I felt myself ponder. Alva is right. This is the best moment for us to retreat. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that a truth I have yet to uncover lies beneath the Boojum's strange behavior. Retreat? But we still have no leads on that girl. Melanie, can you still sense the girl? I can. Commander, that girl's still alive. She's very weak, but her consciousness is still there. These Boojums charging in, they're trying to repair that monster inside. I turned toward the door. One of the Boojums, its injured horn lowered, is barreling toward it. After all those violent impacts, the door is now riddled with dents and craters. It no longer seems as impregnable as it did at the start. Following this latest impact comes a deep boom that sends tremors through the whole portico below the stairs. Dust and debris fall from the domed ceiling. Looks like an ancient brick stone walls will be the first to surrender. The second and third Boojums charge in one after another, before the echo can even fade. Compared to when Atarax was controlling them, they move with neither order nor technique. They channel nothing but the savagery of wanton force, hurling their weight at this barrier. Boom! After an earth-shattering crash, the door is ripped from its frame, slamming into the ground, with enough force to kick up a plume of dust and smoke. At last, I can now see clearly what lies beyond the door, a great rot. My eyes scan the scene hidden beyond those wooden windows, and I pause. Therein lies a slight grotesque enough to make the unprepared wretch. The walls and ceiling of the room have been marred for eternity by splattered blood and chunks of mangled tissue. Sextans must have detonated what was the most powerful explosive we had aboard the Elmo. That enormous mass of flesh, formed by weaving countless intertwined tentacles, now crawls on the floor, writhing as if struggling to reassemble itself. It has lost the intimidating presence it had before. Its tentacles lie scattered and broken. Its eyeballs roll across the ground. Its wounds twitch faintly beneath layers of overlapping tissue, seemingly trying to mend themselves, but the damage is too great. They cannot heal immediately. But the three Boojums charge at the creature before we can react. One after another, they sink into its enormous body and are absorbed, becoming part of its flesh. Melanie, are you sure? I'm sure. Beep, 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 beep. The detection device Alva carries lets out a series of alerts. This is a signal similar to the previous one. So this is what was emitting the abnormal pulse we detected. Commander, it's repairing itself. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late. I glance at Melanie, then at the massive Boojum within, now stirring once again. We can't! There's still someone alive in there! I run toward the doorway, toward the direction where Melanie sends to Helena. The doll's gunfire falls close behind, driving back the tentacles that try to reach for me. Or we're just running in there like we're the main character or something. Oh, wait. Beneath the Boojum's massive body lies what appears to be a network of low-temperature pipes and reaction systems. Some kind of liquid courses through them, maintaining a deathly equilibrium. I only realize when I look closer that the liquid is filled with what appears to be flesh and tissue. The Boojum's body is the final destination for the flow of this nutrient solution. An enormous round pit sits at the far end of the cellar, sinking straight down into the earth.
Hold on. Sorry, I had a burp. Made me feel kind of better, but my tummy still hurts. The pit's walls are now covered in spiderweb-like cracks from Sextans' explosion. When I look down into the pit, I realize that the space there is bent in some unnatural way. A faint, flickering glow blocks my view of whatever lies inside. What a familiar sensation. For some reason, the closer I approach, the more disordered my thoughts become. Visions, they cross my mind. They don't belong to me. They belong to the countless souls that are arranged in a line before me, and my body is but a mere vessel that passes through, seeing them unfold in each passing moment. I'm done for. The acute infection, it's getting worse and worse. I can hardly catch my breath, but I worry that breathing too deeply will increase my intake of radioactive particles. I glance down at the radiation monitor and let out a bitter laugh. Can't even display a specific value. H-35, where are you? If you're still alive, answer me! As I search the area, a beam of light suddenly emerges from the bottom of the pit. Wherever the light brushes the Boojum, the dimmed collapsed crystals embedded in its body light up. The light travels along its withered tentacles and through its flesh, surging through its whole body. The wounds left by the explosion slowly seal themselves shut and regain their shine where the light passes. The tentacles that had slumped paralyzed on the ground all rise at once. With terrifying force gathered behind them, they lash out toward me. What? It's coming back to life! Commander, behind you! At Grose's warning, I draw my pistol and blind fire several rounds over my shoulder, then dodge another tentacle strike. The 3 Boojums that charged in appear to have been melted down by the tentacled monster. Their flesh, their paint, their tissues, their crystal, all of it had been absorbed into the enormous Boojum before me. And now, having absorbed all of those nutrients, the tentacled Boojum fully recovers. Its body has become even larger than before. Commander, I've run a simulation based on the Boojum's combat capabilities and our current circumstances. If we delay any further, our chance of a successful retreat drops below 10%. You have to make the call, now. Klukai, Groza, I'll need you two to stay with me. I'll remain here and fight to the very last. Understood. I'll stay with you. All right, Commander. Alva, carry out your team's duty. As you wish, Commander. This Boojum will be incredibly difficult to handle. We'll find a way to open a safe path for you. Please, go forth and do what you came here to do. Commander, do you remember what I told you? Don't forget to ask me for help at critical moments. I glance over at Peritya. She's lazily coiled around Crowlake, who looks clearly unamused. Perhaps it's a trick of the light, but I think I catch a flicker of something familiar in one of Peritya's eyes. I'll do that if the situation calls for it. We'll use whatever we have. This is truly the sniffing ribcage. No, Sextans! Wait, is she alive? The sniffing ribcage. The handsy ribcage. It's here. So Sextans is here, along with these bat things. Oh, sorry, I skipped it because I was clicking. My apologies. Can I heal her? No. Alright, Lorelei. Take her strike. Oh dang. It doesn't die immediately. That's crazy. Dang, this thing's actually really tanky. Even on story mode? That's crazy. Thing's crazy. What the heck? Oh my gosh.
今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。降参するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
Deal 50% damage? Well, we're close. Oh. Whoa. Where you going, bro? The ground around me is already splattered with a layer of boojum tissue torn apart by gunfire. Compared to the pratty slabs I've broken into in the past, this underground lab isn't really all that large. It looks even more cramped because of that huge boojum before us. But after searching for tanks that would have had Helenas like the ones I found before, or some other hidden space, I failed to find any trace of H-35 after a thorough search. Suddenly, a tentacle that slipped through the blanket of gunfire cuts off my path. The boojum tentacle raises its tip up high. It stops in front of me, and at the center of its palm-like end, its slick, oily skin tears open, and an eyeball stares quietly at me. I don't dare make any sudden move. I can only meet its gaze in silence. Seeing me trapped by the tentacle, the dolls immediately move to help me, launching their attacks on it. Driven back repeatedly by the overwhelming firepower, the boojum seems to feel pain, or perhaps merely discontent, and lets out a low, muffled whimper. What? Commander. She is the boojum? Did she get absorbed into it? Part of me wished my other half comes from the thing standing before me. Back in Lviv, Eagle was the same way. Could it be that the boojum is carrying Sextans? Sextans? As though the boojum struck by some kind of shock, it lets out a long, high-pitched wail of grief. Really? If that's the case, how do we get you out? Right, last time what we did was... I pick up the comms device. Everyone, Sextans is still alive. She's currently fused with the boojum and unable to control herself, so she may attack us at any moment. For now, do whatever you can to keep those tentacles pinned down. I'll think of a way to solve this. With the tactics laid out, each squad carefully carries out their assigned role. The boojum writhes and twists before me. Its tentacles nearly seize me several times, yet they always veer away at the last moment. I can feel that Sextans is doing her best to resist the inevitable controlling force, but... Commander, get out of there! What? The boojum's will is impossible to resist. The boojum's will is impossible to resist. That's right. My own will, the will of Sextans, is about to be devoured. This is the consequence of being granted power that was never mine in the first place. Not having your base layer preset like other dolls does not mean freedom. That red heart within my body has long since announced the fate I can never escape. Even though for the first time in my life I felt that I tried working hard for the sake of others, even though I've cast aside and erased my own frame, my own neural cloud. And still, I wasn't of the slightest use to the one I came to admire. Regret, sorrow, fear, and shame. I don't want them to see me like this. I don't want the commander to see me like this. Did I say my farewells properly in my final moment? Did the meaning I wanted to convey get through? Did I cause anyone trouble? Did I manage to express my gratitude? There's so much I regret. And it is precisely this regret that becomes the small, slender thread of safety, still tethering Sexton's self to this world. The sound of bullets striking my frame. That is, if this disgusting mass of tissue made of cells that are stripping my consciousness away can even be called a frame. My consciousness is blurring. I can barely keep this restless, writhing body under control. The shame of being watched by the commander and the joy of realizing someone is still fighting for her sake tortures what remains of Sexton's self. A heat unlike any other scorches her soul from within. They're nothing more than people I met just a few months ago,
What would it matter if I killed them? As for the commander, all I have to do is hold on, and he'll surely find a way. A tangle of complicated thoughts, a heart torn between contradictions. If you submit, the pain will lessen. A voice rises within her neural cloud. If you want to become that most outstanding doll, all you have to do is act according to her will. Just like when you were born. Mother is always right. Mother knows best. It's you again. Every single time. But every time you grow a little stronger, don't you? Don't you remember? Think of how the people who once signed agreements with you treated you like royalty. Think of how those weaker dolls bowed in submission. If you had stayed on that trajectory, the whole conglomerate would have fell within your grasp. Moving forward, you need only gather enough leverage, and you'd arrive at the destination set for you. Have you remembered already those memories of the past? My past memories have been restored. That's right. It does seem like much time has passed. The neural cloud data from my birth onward weaving in the storage, ranging into scene after scene. No, that isn't storage. That's a brain. Is she growing a brain? That is freaky. That initial trivial graft of data multiplied and grew without end. Born as a faint voice in her mind, it spread little by little to take root in every part of her, until at last it became a brain commanding her whole body. Its will eventually replaced her neural cloud and became her personality, her thoughts and memories. And the consciousness named Sextans would be driven away to the darkest of corners. She has completed her rebirth. Very good. Next, kill last one of these meddlesome pests. The Bujam's body suddenly splits open, exposing the pale spine within. It begins to flush with a sinister blood red from top to bottom, as if countless blood vessels were dilating beneath its skin. The next movement is akin to a volcanic eruption. Hundreds of tentacles burst forth from its body, from the ground, from the walls, from every crack and crevice, surging toward me like free-flowing lava. Is there no escape? I'm surrounded by tentacles in an instant. The slick, viscous feeling wraps around me, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The dolls scramble to coordinate their deployment on the comms channel, trying to carve out a path to survival for me. There are too many. I can't break free. Is there nothing I can do? If this keeps up... As the tentacles wrap around my body, they begin to multiply, seemingly wanting to assimilate me too. The protective suit is torn open on the spot. The collapse radiation alarms begin flashing fiercely in red. But since I'm right next to the giant Bujam's mouth, radiation is the least of my immediate worries. Was Sextans unable to endure? Looks like we have no other means to change the outcome. Commander! Huh? Melanie? No, that voice. Although it's similar, it isn't Melanie. Helena? But... It's so hard to breathe that I can't think clearly. There isn't much room for thinking anyway, being in the position that I am. A rain of machine gun fire sweeps the Bujam. Using the wall as her launch point, Peritia leaps into a sea of spreading tentacles, landing beside me. Commander! Peritia, how did you... Commander, from now on, please don't ask why. What? Peritia doesn't answer. Instead, she seemingly makes up her mind about something, giving me a firm nod. The power remaining in me has its limits, so we only have one shot at this. Now, please grip my hand tightly. Close your eyes and follow where fate guides you. She's definitely one of Persika's. Yo! It's Darcher. Sorry, I thought it was just regular enemies. We're gonna be fighting someone in our memories. I'm gonna get more water because my stomach hurts. I'm gonna see if drinking water will help. I know that's a stupid idea, but hey, I'm desperate.
I'm not gonna lie, I still feel like I want to puke. Or I need to puke, but hey, what can you do? I don't know where I am, but it appears that I am no longer inside the red zone. If this really is Peritya's doing, then her power is way more awe-inspiring than what third-gen dolls can even do. I feel as if though all things lie prostrated beneath my feet, while I myself rise endlessly upward until I reach the highest point of all. Not far ahead of me is the figure of a child, facing away from me. Helena? Melanie? It's H35! I try to run toward her, but someone behind me holds me back. Neither, actually. Peritya? You... Peritya smiles and shakes her head. Commander, the we that exist right now cannot yet save her. Cannot save her? You mean to say that she's... H35? Peritya's unnatural understanding of the situation leaves me speechless. Peritya, how do you know about H35? Perhaps I overheard your conversation with Melanie. Is that so? Wait, but back then... Commander, we're short on time. Let's focus on the problem in front of us. You're right. I force my curiosity down. She's here to help, after all. And by now, I am well aware of the miracle she created is by no means easily replaceable. I trust you've already worked out how Bujams are formed, have you? Sorry, I'm gonna need to take a moment every now and then. They're a new product of Paradius' experiments. That's not the full picture. Bujams were born through Paradius' modifications. They are another partial form of an organism. As for the Helenas, they control them through a connection no one fully understands. The one we face now has grown extra powerful thanks to the special energy provided by H35. Special energy? Could it be... I believe you've already made the correct hypothesis. Nirvana? It's the power from that other side. So Paradius truly did tread farther than ever before. No wonder that woman we met seemed so confident. Indeed. She isn't merely the inventor of third-gen dolls. She is also the architect of the whole Bujam biological system and the teacher who created the Helenas. The energy that gives rise to the pulses, the sacrifice, the medium that bears nirvana, the grail, and the anchor point that activates the relics, the key. So Bujams are a medium that may bear nirvana. It's actually the reverse, but Bujams are indeed one of the very few things that can actually form a connection with nirvana and mutually affect each other. Because of its inherently illogical nature, Bujam cells cannot be killed by human hands unless completely destroyed physically, but an exception exists within nirvana, and the only way to save Sextans is to sever the umbilical cord connecting the anchor point to the medium. Right now, that girl is preparing to cut the umbilical cord that feeds the Bujam. It's unfortunate, but this is the only way to save Sextans. Then what happens to H35? You told me earlier we can't save her. Are you sure our only choice is to abandon her? There has to be another way. If I am not the one here, perhaps there would be. Unfortunately, this is all I can do with my power. I'm afraid I won't be able to pull off something like this again for a long, long time. However, if you can wound that Bujam severely enough, it will fall into a state of weakness. That way, it won't be able to harm the girl any further. That is a form of rescue, too. Is that something you can accept? Can't we just kill it? That's almost impossible. This one is simply too large, and the combat strength we possess is simply not grand enough to physically destroy it. That is why the girl wants to cut the umbilical cord. Sextans will be separated from the Bujam. Then we'll only need to rescue her, just like we did before. I still have enough power to protect you from being eroded by the Bujam cells. Please act quickly once we leave this place. Commander, I'm leaving this in your hands. Is she gonna, disappear or something? After Peritya finishes her sentence, I think for a moment, finally realizes what the doll has been telling me. Wait, Peritya, did you get all this intel from StateSec?
No, you didn't. You... Who exactly are you? Commander, I'm nothing more than an ordinary doll. I do carry within me a certain particular yearning, yet in the end, I still cannot understand her will. But at least the wisp of power that remains can help you escape your present plight, and ensure the girl won't have any more of her life force drawn out by that boojum. No way. I never understood why she chose me, but perhaps she did so for this very moment. You were a man beloved and longed after by God, you know. So is she a third gen, too? And is she gonna disappear? Also, why was she released at the beginning of the game if she was so dang important? Now then, let's begin. The scene before me gradually grows clear. Beside me, Paratia smiles as she takes my hand. A warm power flows through my palm. The boojum cells stop trying to erode me at the very next moment. All the wildly thrashing tentacles freeze in midair. Even the eyeballs freeze motionless. I can tell that this boojum, which was baring its fangs at Paratia and me not long ago, had developed an emotion it should not possess towards us. Fear. How the turns have tabled! I scrambled my feet and draw the tactical knife from my belt. The blade, which once gleamed silver, has somewhat taken on a tinge of deep blue. Cover me! Beneath the dense drumming of gunfire, Paratia and I move past the tentacles writhing frantically to avoid us, until we stand beneath the boojum's enormous body. The tentacle-tip eyeballs no longer stare down at me. They squint and narrow, writhing up a frenzy alongside the tentacles they're attached to. Commander, do it now! Damn it. Let's end this! I raise my knife high and plunge it into the boojum. A sense of resistance greets the blade. It feels like I'm cutting through thick rubber. I throw all my strength in a hilt and pull it downward. My voice and the boojum's low, muffled shrieks mix together, echoing through the castle's basement. The blade tears downward, ripping through the boojum's skin to create a horrifying crimson wound. Unlike a normal cut, it seems seared by a fierce blue flame, immediately filling the air with the nauseating stench of scorched flesh. The boojum's enormous body suddenly curls into a ball, twisting and convulsing. From somewhere within it, a sharp scraping sound arises like styrofoam being rubbed together. They slump to the ground right after, like wet mud. The blood-red color drains from the tentacles' tips, fading into a lifeless grayish-white. The eyeballs roll across the floor, swiftly burning away into a wisp of empty ash. Sextans. Sexton's eyes are tightly shut. Perhaps the umbilical cord was severed. Her body is no longer attached to boojum tissue, sliding out of it like an innocent newborn. We have to retreat! I hoist Sextans up with the last of my strength. Good thing she's much lighter than usual, with most of her limbs heavily damaged. Paratia supports my stumbling form as we run toward the lab exit. When I turn around, the tentacles begin to gather and lunge at us in a frenzy. I can almost feel its cold mucus dripping onto the top of my head. Commander, duck! I immediately duck to the side. A grenade grazes past my scalp, exploding less than 10 meters behind me. With a boom, a splash of mucus sprays onto the back of my head. Makes me glad I'm still wearing the protective suit. Commander, go left! Klukai's voice comes through. Paratia and I immediately turn. Bzz. The sound of an electrical short circuit is heard. Right after, I sense an ominous movement in the ceiling above. Faster! Consider for a moment that I'm a human. You aren't that weak. I want to throw back a retort, but still I pour every last ounce of strength I can muster into picking up my pace. I'm truly glad that I did so the very next moment. Because of the electrical short, a heavy metal panel comes crashing down, pinning the chasing tentacles that have been closest to me. Almost there! Voimastina, get the commander! Alva provides covering fire as Voimastina rushes to us. With both hands, she pulls Paratia and me onto the steps. The door that was torn off can no longer be closed. All we can do is keep running toward the hall's exit. Team Groza, having brought Melanie to the safe exit point long ago, immediately moves to meet us when they see us approach. I'm sorry, Melanie.
I couldn't save her.
No, Commander. I sensed her feelings. She told me that. She thanks you and looks forward to the future where...
Commander, get over here! Groza stands guard at the door, her hand already on the lever beside the hull's main doors. The instant we step into the hull's vestibule, she pulls the brass lever. The steel door slowly descends. After some splattering sounds by the tentacles slamming against the door, our surroundings finally return to a peaceful silence. It's been a while since I had a sprint carrying weight. Wow. Poor guy was just like a drill instructor at school. I lower Sextans down, then sit next to her, gasping for breath. Her eyes are tightly closed. She lets out pained moans, seemingly still unconscious. Commander, there's a tear in your protective suit. Let me help you do emergency repairs. All right. I no longer have the strength to move. I slump into place and let Alva tend to me. She takes out repair tape and seals the breach in the protective suit. We're still in enemy territory. There's no telling what could happen. We need to leave. Commander, if you find it hard to move, I can carry... No, it's fine. If you can, could you carry Sextans? Commander, don't mind me. Destroy me. Run. Hurry. I'm about to hand Sextans over to Voimastina when our eyes suddenly open. She looks at me with despair. There's another one inside me. It's my curse. I don't know why it's quiet now, but it's your only chance. Hurry. Please. Leave me. You've already been saved. Thanks to Peritia and H35, that thing will no longer trouble you. Now we can finally go home. Let's go back to the Elmo. Home? The Elmo? Do I still have a place like that? That's right. If Ataraxis says this place is her home, then the Elmo is your home. I nod to Voimastina, signaling for her to help. Voimastina dips her head silently, then hoists Sextans onto her shoulders. Her concern is well-founded. We can't afford to linger here any longer. We're not only facing the threat of an enemy attack, my body too seems to have reached its limits. There are still so many mysteries waiting to be solved, and so many questions I want to ask. Is the Elmo doing okay? A long day and now I'm tired. Good night. Okay, good night, Peach. I stopped in but say hi before I go to sleep. Okay, okay. Have good EPs, okay? Take care of yourself, okay? We're almost done here anyway. Alright, everyone. Quickly check your gear, then we'll move out at once. Beneath the moonlight, light footsteps approach from afar. The dolls and I stop organizing our equipment, then turn our gazes toward the end of the corridor. It's Darcher. The girl's parasol blocks the moonlight pouring down, shrouding her in a flower-like shadow. She lowers her gaze at Sextans, currently draped over Voimastina's shoulder. Her lips form a cruel smile. Is this how you celebrate your rebirth, Sextans? Darcher. How unsightly. To think you were placed ahead of the rest of us, favored by Mother, yet became such an ungrateful thing. At least she followed her own will, making a choice that was truly hers. Whereas you, Darcher, are nothing more than a puppet dancing to someone else's will. A puppet? Can't defy your mother's commands, so your only choice is to rush here and clean up the mess. You always imagine things to be simpler than it truly is. I came here not because I was bound by anyone's command. Mother never issues any forced orders. We're always loved, always cherished. And this extends to even that thing. That was exactly why you had the chance to escape with your lives, carrying that thing with you. But I am different. I hate traitors. How can you betray Mother? Why would you think I'd let you go after you betrayed our creator? She lifts her eyes away from Sexton's face. All right, enough idle talk. I'm guessing you have no intention of handing Sextans over to me. People like you always come charging in, talking about the power of friendship and bonds and whatever on your lips. What a pity, really. Time to bury the rest of you with her. Please tell me we kill her. I hate Sextans so much. Actually, one of my least favorites. And then there's also... what's her name? The girl in the pink dress. Truth, after spending some time with you, I've started to like that personality of yours. Groza, activate your remolding pattern. I'm just kidding. I was thinking, would ending you right here mean that you won't have to face the suffering to come? What madness are you spewing? I'm guessing that's a lost in translation, because I don't think they would actually put that in the translation.
She's trying to distract us. Which of these do you think's the truth, between the images in the light and the invisible true nature in the dark? OTS 14.
So what, you know her model? Like, okay. I hate her monocle, it looks stupid.
命令して。ここからが本番よ。
Her screaming is satisfying.
Voimastina, she's heading your way!
With a light turn of Darcher's wrist, the parasol canopy managed to block the bullets fired at her back. The bullets, powerful enough to punch through steel, roar like a downpour hitting upon the meeting parasol, then slide off limply, making clinking sounds on the floor. She bends down slightly on the other side of the parasol, then she leaps from a crouching position. Why don't they just make her body out of that material, huh? Voimastina opens fire without the slightest hesitation, aiming to drive Darcher back with overwhelming firepower. Her parasol is both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear. But if she can't break through our suppressing gunfire, her hands won't be free enough to attack.
Team Groza, support Voimastina!
The doubled gunfire roars through the whole room. But when the smoke clears, we find that Darcher had already arrived right in front of Voimastina.
How?
The parasol had folded shut at some point, now transformed into a black assault rifle. Darcher makes no move to evade. She takes every bullet Voimastina fires head-on, riddling her frame with horrifying bullet holes. But the muzzle of her weapon has long since been trayed on Sextans.
No!
Bang. A single gunshot rings out softly, jarring sharp in the lull between bursts of gunfire.
Darcher, you... No one can betray Mother. No one. I won't allow it. Not even you.
Sextans completely loses consciousness. The bullet had bored straight through her chest, leaving a black hole dripping with blood.
Have you gone mad? What good does this do you?
Good? I don't know either. Come to think of it, it's true. There really isn't any. But I can't help myself. Anyone who looks down on Mother simply cannot be forgiven. So what about you? You went against Mother. What good does that do you? Going against us, getting yourself turned into something neither dead nor alive by the radiation. What good does that do you?
She's nothing more than one individual who chose to align with evil. I look toward Darcher. When our gazes meet, I strangely do see a trace of understanding in those hate-filled eyes.
See, your fixation with your sense of justice has carried you all the way here. So never underestimate the power of obsession.
Prepare to embrace your destruction with your blind obsession. You and that mother you keep speaking of. Prepare yourselves. I will erase every last one of you Paradius freaks.
Oh my, how scary. I'm so scared. What a pity, though. You won't be able to do it, Commander. And as for why, that's because Mother is a great existence, who has seen through fate itself.
Darcher falls backward into the crack that is split open at the center of the floor. A violent quake erupts in the reception room, even more intense than the one during our arrival.
Commander, grab my hand!
Groza supports me to prevent me from slipping on the increasingly tilted floor. The ash-gray-haired Paradius dolls swarm in from everywhere once again, and double the numbers we encountered before. They chant some kind of incantation in unison, like a final morning prayer before the break of dawn.
Commander, we've lost control of the electronic systems. Every exit is closing. Looks like some kind of emergency mode has been triggered. Everyone, the route you just received on your terminals is the only one with any chance of escape.
Got it.
Alva, confirm the escape route.
Groza, work together, hold off the dolls behind us.
Received.
On the route Mark Klukai sent, the castle's main doors have long since been sealed. Our only way out is through the other side of the reception room, across the outer courtyard, and down the spiral staircase of a tower on one side of the castle.
Up ahead, Alva and Peritya clear the obstacles in our path, while Voimacina kicks open the locked iron door, allowing us to swiftly escape the cramped reception room and arrive upon open ground of the outer courtyard. Though Team Groza fights desperately to hold the line behind us, the Paradius dolls remain in relentless pursuit. The intense killing intent radiating from their expressionless faces makes it impossible to link them to Nemesis, who shares their appearance. Those Paradius dolls. Where on earth did they even come from? If we make it back, I'll ask Nemesis again and see if she remembers anything. We will definitely make it back. Bang, bang. The gunshot from a pistol drowned out my pounding heartbeat. One of the bullets pierces through her head. The already battered Paradius doll falls backward, falling over the wall behind us with a drop more than a dozen meters high. Commander, over here! Oh, she's alive. Great. The two dolls standing guard atop the tower are unable to withstand Defy's onslaught. They're quickly rendered incapable of combat. Klukai! Klukai. I started reading her name. Commander, hurry! The gate on this side's about to close. There's 1 minute left. Don't get bogged down while fighting them. Get into the tower. The gate's about to close. After confirming that the interior is safe, I set Melanie down on the steps and squirm inside myself. The tower's spiral staircase is narrow and steep, the air thick with the cold smell of aged dust and stone. The sounding walls are thick and solid. They are part of the building's fortifications, after all. Though maintenance is long overdue for such stone steps underfoot, they can still bear everyone's weight. Small bits of stone occasionally roll down the steps as we step on them, falling all the way down in the depths of the tower. The steps are somewhat slippery. Careful, everyone. Melanie! Colfany tries to grab Melanie, but her outstretched hand grabs only empty air. Melanie tumbles down alongside the crushed bits of stone she stepped on. Damn it, Melanie! What I feared did not happen. Andres' reassuring voice comes through the comms. Commander, I caught Melanie. Thank goodness. Andres, get Melanie to a safe place. Understood, but... Wait, that's... Oh no, Andres, get out of there! Creak. Crash. The sound of falling, crashing metal comes from beneath our feet. Andres! Melanie! What happened? Are you two alright? Bzz. Bzz. Commander, Melanie and I are both fine. But our forced hacking triggered the security mechanisms, causing the wiring to lock down completely. We can't unlock it unless we have a key, or permissions to disengage the lockdown. Hacking will take time. What's more, that mechanism also set off a small explosion at the gate near the bottom. That gate is now blocked by rubble. Does that mean we can't activate our explosives? I'm afraid so. The tower, one of the defense fortifications of this ancient structure, has only 2 entrances, one above, one below, plus the narrow windows on the walls, but those are so small that only a single hand can fit through them. Since the lower exit is now sealed off, we are all trapped inside this solidly built tower. Damn it! We'll just have to clear the rubble by hand. Commander, hold on. I'll get those stones cleared as soon as possible. The situation has grown so dire that there's no room even for silence. So someone must step forward in the next moment. Only then can the script keep moving forward. We all already know the ending of the story, but the journey is woven through real sacrifice, blood, and tears. A shell cannot wrap a heartbeat. No, Nemesis, don't sacrifice yourself. Sharp shards. Mirror dreams. Memory. Nemesis! Nemesis, don't! You bastard, what are you doing? Let go! Abolesco. Bang. After Nemesis shoves Crowley, the last one still outside with her into the tower, the door slams shut with a bang. Beep, 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 beep. Our demolition setup, which had gone dark due to security lockdown, comes back online. I don't know how things turned out this way. Or rather, there's still so many questions I want to ask. But all that answers me is the overwhelming tremor and the deafening sound of the explosions. No! Nemesis. Nemesis, why? Why do you do this to yourself?
So I'm doing these before the reset happens. Need to maximize my tickets. Speaking of, are there any gacha games I haven't done? I've done that one, I've done that one. I've done that one. I've done that one. I think I've done that one. Have I? I think I have. We'll say I have. Have I done that one? No, I don't think I have done that one. Right, I haven't. But it will not load in time. Which is fine. Neverness to Everness has an update, so... And plus, when I updated it, like, crashes stream, so I'll just ban that up for today. I don't need it. Wait. Sorry, I know this is unrelated, but I was looking at the NT thing, and Zanko, who's there, doesn't have the eye patch. That might be important in the plot. Maybe she turns good or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a different Zanko. I don't know. And I don't think I've done my dailies in GFO either. So we'll do those too. Sorry, I know this is inconvenient for y'all. So, but we can re-back up Nemesis Neural Cloud, so she's not dead, but she won't remember anything that happened. So, in all reality, we won't be able to ask her any new intel because she won't remember it. Also, I don't really understand what happened at the last part there. Like, what exactly happened? Like, I want to think that she's fine, but I doubt it. I have so many questions and not nearly enough answers. This picture goes so hard. Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know what to take of what to take from it. Like, also, what the heck's happening with Peritya? And plus, an ad break is running, so this was really just to avoid the ad break, I'm gonna tell myself. That should be it, unless there's Gunsmoke Frontline. Oh wait, no, there's the daily clear too. Why did the noise disappear for a minute?
I got this vibrating, like, wristband. It was pretty cheap. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, that light is bright.
デザートはいかがですか？ハンデをあげる。
戦場は片付いた。
What is this?
皆の者
Do I press this other button for something? Oh. Great. And I hold this again. I think I'm figuring out how this works in trial and error. How do I change it from AM to PM? Maybe that's AM? Oh, there's a little AM and PM thing there. But both are lit up. I'm so confused. Sorry, I know I shouldn't be playing with that right now. I just got really enamored with it. I don't know why. Ooh, this one. I'll just pick a random one each time, I'm not even gonna lie to you. The next day, we're back on the Elmo. Oh. So I'm guessing that Elmo held out fine? Mei Ling, let's begin. Alright. Mei Ling no longer trembles in the ops room. She grips the handheld terminal so tightly her knuckles turn white. The casualty list for this mission is laid out in detail in the center of the screen. The squads that stayed behind to guard the Elmo sustained relatively light injuries. Their frames can be repaired by replacing parts. Besides that, Helen's neural cloud suffered minor damage. Data recovery will be performed during her next routine maintenance. Among field personnel, 404's losses and injuries were relatively minor. Defy's losses were mainly ammunition and equipment. They said they'd do a detailed list once they get back, so it's not itemized for now. Mei Ling pauses. She does her best to make her voice sound normal. Lastly, the squad with the most severe losses. Team Groza. Leader and Krolik are at 30% frame damage. They are currently in the repair pods, awaiting repair. Lastly, we have Nemesis. Status missing. The ops room sinks into silence. To be honest, I no longer remember much of what happened after that day. While waiting for rescue, the shock of the explosion gave me a mild concussion, and prolonged exposure to collapse radiation rendered me unconscious for some time. I'm told that we were rescued from the tower by 404 not long after the explosion. We discovered that the castle's entire courtyard area had been blown to smithereens. Team Groza and Squad 404 escorted Melanie and me back to the Elmo first, while Alva, Voimastina, and Peritya stayed for some time near the castle, waiting for the fire from the explosion to die down before making a preliminary assessment of the situation. According to their report, the severed bits of those Paradius dolls got mixed together after the explosion. They couldn't identify which of them was Nemesis's frame. Only once they have some R&R, they will conduct another in-depth investigation of the area surrounding the old castle. We've decided to put Nemesis as missing for now, at least until her frame can be conclusively confirmed destroyed. How is Sextans doing? Is there still a chance for her to wake up? Her current condition is beyond what I can handle, so for now I've handed her over to Miss Dandelion. I'll just leave it to her then. Mei Ling's understanding of 3rd Gen dolls is limited. All we can do is wait and see if Dandelion can do anything. Still, we did bring back her frame, so there's always hope that she might wake up. After that, each squad that took part in the mission gave their own mission report. The documents Kolfini brought back from the castle rooms have been fully analyzed. We obtained some data on Darcher, and the same for a doll under the code named Juno. I'm not calling it Uno. I'm not calling it Uno. Even though I know it's probably pronounced Uno, I'm not calling it Uno. I will not utter that name. I will not utter that sacred name. The contents indicate that both dolls had recently returned to that castle for frame maintenance. Although we don't know why they did so, it must have been connected to Sextans' rebirth ceremony. Perhaps Darcher's abnormal behavior is connected to the chain of events. I also managed to confirm many things previously unknown. First, regarding Paradius activities. After I shot William dead, new individuals kept rising within Paradius, taking over and attempting to continue the research he had conducted. Sheliovog is not alone, and the Lviv incident wasn't some aftershock from 10 years ago, but an entirely new probe attempt by Paradius. Second, I initially thought that third gens were merely employed by the conglomerate, but now it seems things aren't that simple. The conglomerate, and somewhat within Paradius, appear to be to jointly hold authority over them. Perhaps the specifics will only become clear once Dandelion finishes dealing with Sexton's situation. Still, we now know that Paradius and the conglomerate are fully in leagues with one another. We could even say that Paradius is ambitious enough that they'd swallow the entire conglomerate whole if they could. You can tell from the degree of the third-gen doll's chokehold over the conglomerate that they've clearly been working on this plan for a long time. Lastly, regarding the Helena project. Melanie told me that Helena, designated H-35 as a test subject, is currently heavily involved in Paradius experiments. My failure to rescue her was my biggest regret. I was so close to her back in that one moment. But now that I think about it, what troubles me greatly is the strange feeling I had when I approached where she was. I remember feeling something like that back in Lviv. There may be a subtle difference, but I'm quite certain it's the same kind of thing. Commander. Commander. The meeting's over. I lift my head, only then do I realize that everyone in the ops room is staring at me. I wave my hand to let everyone leave, while I myself remain, sitting motionless in the chair. Right. Pritya, may I have a word? Sure. After everyone gathers their documents and leaves, I gesture for Pritya to sit down beside me. Surely you have much to ask me. Your thoughts are quite unsubtle. You're right, but I don't even know where to begin. Then why not start with the special abilities I displayed? That should be what you're most interested in, no? Are you willing to talk about it, though? Let's start there. I don't really have any other choice anyway. If we're talking about choices, I have to say that you have so many choices and options in your hands, yet you always chose the path that leads to the future. You are an incredibly kind person. I think that is probably why the world chose you. The world chose me? That's right. It's exactly what you think it is. After all, though I'm the anchor point for her descent, even I'm still not qualified enough to know her name. But you are qualified to know everything, and thus at this very moment I sit here beside you. I fall silent again, waiting for Pritya to speak. I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps it's because my processing power is great enough to support her in weaving a dream. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was simply fate's arrangement. But in any case, she descended here, and upon leaving, she left behind a portion of her power. You already know that this is a power belonging to Nirvana. So you were able to temporarily suppress Bujums because of... I'm afraid that me right now can no longer explain it to you well. What I can still say is that she does not permit Bujums to enter Nirvana. And that is the power of Nirvana as one of the few existences capable of completely annihilating a Bujum. No wonder Paradius would study such a thing. So... There's still many questions I want to ask, but Pritya shakes her head. It's all right. There's no need to rush to understand the answers. If you wish to create the future, there must be something unknown to you. And precisely because of that, you can do what she cannot. I think it over for a long time, but in the end I simply voice my final request. Then, could you... Would it be possible to... Peria seems to know what I'm about to ask and immediately shakes her head. I exhausted all the power she left behind while dealing with the situation we faced. I can no longer sense her. Though I will probably become her eyes again, I'm afraid I won't be able to guide the power of Nirvana for a long time, unless she wishes to change something through me once again. Sorry, Commander. I cannot help you convey your thoughts and feelings to her. But please believe that everything is fate's arrangement. Please don't worry, because when she bid me farewell, she told me that in the future not so far away, due to certain events, the two of you would surely meet again, and when that time comes, it will be her seeking help from you. Once that comes, she hopes that you, Commander, would hold her hand just as you did in the past. As Peria says this, she grabs my hand as though passing something on to me. The warmth from her palm somehow feels more familiar than how her hands themselves feel. The two of us stay silent for a long while. There's one more thing I want to ask. About Nemesis. What did she say at the end? So it's about that. I wanted to ask Nemesis some questions directly, but I understand you have some questions about her identity. Not just her identity, there's also... I understand. I don't know the specifics, but she's a good kid. Why do you call her a kid? At the very end, she said that she would hack into the neural clouds of those Paradies dolls and through them take control of the whole castle's wire and circuitry. Everyone would be able to escape that way. Anything else? That was all. After all, things were quite urgent back then, yeah? I know what you want to hear, but back then she really didn't have time to say something like, I'll definitely come back alive to find you guys. But not saying it doesn't mean she won't do it. So, let's hold on to that feeling and pray for her together. A week later, Dandelion calls me into the maintenance room, saying that Sexton's neural cloud is showing signs of recovery. When I hurry over, I see Sexton still in the pod, barely maintaining the stability of her neural cloud data through the link Dandelion established. How is she? Oh my. Her condition can only be described as super terrible. If she wasn't brought back in time, even the tiniest bit of her neural cloud data might not have been saved. Darcher's final shot landed right on her neural cloud core, an absolutely destructive blow, no question. To be so ruthless toward her own elder sister. Looks like that child really does have a bright future ahead of her. Why on earth did she do it? Just to punish a traitor? Is there really any need to go that far? Don't underestimate a doll's sense of self. If someone achieves what you could not, jealousy would come naturally. When such a heart of jealousy sprouts, grows and ferments, it grows into an abomination that even the individual herself can't control. If we look at it that way, third-gen dolls are actually quite similar to humans. Commander, perhaps you too are being envied by someone at this very moment.
Who would envy a wanted fugitive with a official URNC bounty?
All I can say is you underestimate yourself far too much. Perhaps the reason for your bounty is the reason for someone's envy. For a moment, neither of us speak to Sextans. I said before that the Boojum Hub can't think rationally, only making instinctive reactions, didn't I? I have to retract that statement. Although Sexton's condition is dire, the Boojum within her body has become highly assimilated with her neural cloud core, protecting her basic data from Darcher's bullet. I think this might be some kind of instinct. After a certain connection was severed, the Boojum within her changed its nature. It began to work solely for her sake. In any case, her neural cloud core is now being sustained by the Boojum cells in its place, and can be only repaired by those Boojum cells themselves. Still, thanks to Darcher, she's now completely free of their control. If the conglomerate Paradi or some Boojum or whatever dialed her up, they'll just get static. On the flip side, however, since she lost much of her Boojum cells, she can no longer display the full power of a third gen, even if we have a way to repair her frame. At most, she could perform at about the level of those two twin dolls you captured in Makosh.
We're fine even without those cells. We're now in a position to prepare a better frame for her.
Swapping frames won't work. I just said that her neural cloud is damaged, didn't I? Right now, our neural cloud is basically being run by the Boojum hub, though there are large gaps when it comes to memory. Fortunately, we made a backup when we examined her before, so right now I'm using that backup to restore as much of her memory as possible. As for how much can be restored, that will definitely depend on her own will. To sever the connection to the system you were born with, to no longer rely on anyone, to build a new sense of consciousness by your strength alone, it comes at an inevitable bloody price. All I can do is wish her good luck. By the way, doing all this cost me quite the time and effort. Who even remembers that I came here for a vacation?
Thank you for your hard work.
What? I didn't quite catch that. You could say it a little louder. No, a little more generously.
Commander?
What terrible timing to wake up.
And whose fault is it but yours for being so loud? Ignoring Dandelion's protesting, I walk up to the pod containing Sextans and switch on my comms. Sextans, how do you feel?
I'm back.
Yep, you're back on the Elmo.
I'm so sorry.
It's alright. If you can't remember the past, so be it. From now on, you're a member of the Elmo. It's the only thing you need to know.
Oh, if only the commander would be so kind and generous with me, too. I understand. And also, thank you, Miss Dandelion.
Huh? You noticed me. And here I thought I was quite discreet about it. But doesn't that mean your neural cloud reconstruction was already going well enough? Well enough for you to perceive my presence? Looks like you can start ordering her missing parts, Commander. You won't have to throw her in recycling as per your plans. Dandelion! That joke wasn't all inappropriate for the timing, was it? Since you brought it up yourself, help me order the parts on the black market. Order received. My throat's starting to hurt. Dandelion's projection grows dark. Only Sextans and I remain in the maintenance room. But I don't know what I should say. Why don't you just get some proper rest for now?
Sir.
What's wrong? I press myself against the comms device, trying to make out Sexton's voice.
You believed in me, and when you faced such a creature, you dared to use your human body to...
Yes, I believe in you. Even though I
cannot be loyal.
I understand what you mean, Sextans. A doll who possesses full authority over herself cannot pledge loyalty to anyone through the form of a code imprint. Those two things are mutually contradictory, but it also means we can try trusting each other, just like everyone else aboard the Elmo.
But, my lord, I cannot serve you at my original strength. I am already useless.
I'd give you a higher rating than you'd give yourself. You didn't just defy your own creator, you defied the fate she imposed upon you. And what's more, you successfully mastered the Boojum cells within your own body. You proved to us that a third gen is capable of changing her own fate. And it's also because of you that the mask of the woman was pierced, letting me know who I should be bringing down from now on.
My lord,
your life may have been relatively simple and straightforward in the past. They gave orders, you carried them out. No need to question, no need to think. But from now on, you may have to deliberate on matters far more complicated. You must rely on the choices made by your heart. You must now start learning about this world the same way a human infant does. You won't know that fire is hot until you touch it. You won't realize that a path has ended until you walk into a wall. This process will be quite painful. Perhaps you'll also go through struggles, doubts, soul-searching, and rebellion. But through this, you'll discover a road never walked before. One that truly belongs to you. Of course, my understanding of doll technology is quite shallow, but I think that's more or less how the principle goes.
You seem to be talking about a certain someone.
No, I'm not. I give Sextans a smile.
So right now, the you of the present is the best version of yourself. Rest well. I'll be waiting for you.
As you command, my master.
Darcher had not anticipated that she'd wake up so soon. Also, she still remembers what happened at the castle at the end. Oh, goodness gracious. She couldn't have been knocked out for a little bit. She killed Sextans with her own 2 hands, or did you? Upon realizing this, Darcher shudders. It means that her neural cloud is still perfectly intact. This seems like a deliberate punishment. Darcher hurriedly shuts her eyes.
Pretending to be asleep won't work, my child. Mama.
Darcher tries to sit up, but she finds herself tied onto a cold machine. The parts destroyed by that second-gen doll, as reckless and brutish as old heavy-duty excavator, had all been removed, exposing clumps of tissue and densely packed wiring within, along with a large number of newly replaced modules. She had been repaired, yet Darcher's heart is filled with despair, because she did not want to appear before Mother like this. Damn it, that was nothing but an old relic from many years ago, and she still whooped your ass. Hatred toward the enemy flashed through Darcher's neural cloud for only an instant. That thought was quickly replaced by fear.
Is there anything else you wish to say? Mother, I was being stubborn. I did something you did not tell me to do. But even so, Mother gently repaired me. Is it because I have been forgiven?
The commander... He wounded the prototype, severed the connection with H-35, and dug Sextans out. Having witnessed all of this up close, surely he must have seen the power behind those actions. The prototype? That thing's a freaking prototype?
Come tell me everything you know, all of it. I didn't see it.
I see. I seem to have got my hopes up too high. Hearing Mother sigh, Darcher feels despair and grief surge against her crumbling neural cloud like a raging tide. Clear liquid wells up from the corners of her eyes.
I'm sorry.
Shh. She can no longer make a sound. It's obvious. Mother does not want to hear her excuses. Don't worry, I'm not angry. You have been a delicate child from the very beginning, Darcher. You have always been more sentimental compared to your sisters, and more greedy for emotional comfort and reassurance. Darcher struggles to look toward her, trying to evaporate the tears pooling on her eyes. A scene from the past appears before her, Mother supporting Sextans, walking forward step by step. She was the first third-gen doll among them to be completed, assembled just a little earlier than her. Even so, Sextans received the most of Mother's love, or perhaps even her only offering of love. Mother seems to treat Sextans as a prototype, as though she were a human girl, treating her as one would a daughter, though it were only for a dozen or so hours. Although she was probably only trying to test the effects of maternal love on a third-gen's neural cloud in the boojum within her during the growth period. Those dozen or so hours were recorded in the neural cloud of Darcher, who watched from the side. She watched how Mother carefully supported Sextans, how she gently taught her to understand the world, how she sang her a lullaby while she slept. Before she even understood who she herself was, Darcher came to know jealousy. If it were me, I would absolutely never betray. At least that traitor's already. Still, the next time you meet Sextans, bring her back as intact as possible. I'm very curious about the current state of her heart. Mother, why would you still want that traitor? Besides, she's already been... You seem certain you destroyed her neural cloud. By design, if her neural cloud has been fully annihilated, the boojum heart within her body would immediately take over the neural cloud's functions and control the frame, keeping her permanently fixed in another form. But that did not happen, did it? But I... The boojum heart can connect to the computing process of the neural cloud like a biological nerve, enhancing processing capacity to an extreme degree. As of now, I have only partially realized this function in Cocoon. Cocoon, that's the name of the one I hate. Since it is tightly fused with the neural cloud core, and since boojum cells are capable of performing functions simply as what a brain can do, repairs to the neural cloud process, which are normally impossible, could potentially succeed. Of course, the potential chance to succeed is very low, but since she's now connected to that commander, It's best not to treat such possibilities, no matter how low they may be. Not to trust such probabilities. This is not a superstition, but my conclusion as a researcher. You will see Sextans again. Push him. Back up. She'll appear before me again, and when she does, she'll whoop your ass. Darcher looked at Mother in shame. She'd caused her so much trouble, yet couldn't seem to do anything right. For an instant, Darcher feels that perhaps she does not deserve any kind of comforting at all. You don't. But Mother walks over and strokes her head at that very moment. A gentle voice can be heard singing that familiar sweet song, a song that had never belonged to Darcher. Go to sleep, go to sleep. I don't. This is not like the normal lullaby. Rest in your cradle, warm and cozy. Go to sleep, my precious child. Every beautiful blessing, every happiness in this world, all of it belongs to you. Although she knows Mother did not sing out of love, she has never felt so content in her entire life. Then boundless silence devours Darcher, sinking her consciousness into a deep void. Mother stares with satisfaction at the transparent jar at the table, labeled STR01A247. A faintly squirming polymer mass lies inside it, shimmering with a dazzling light. Those were the Boojum cells once active within Sexton's body, originating from the Boojum prototype she used to grow all third-gen dolls. Nourished by a doll's neural cloud and energy, it has now taken on properties and radiation wavelengths entirely different from Sexton's Boojum other half. So she got a piece of Sextans? They had been excised by some sort of power, completely and wholly. What's more, they had been killed. This is our first time seeing a Boojum truly die. Oh no, it's when we knifed the thing. Completely destroying Boojum cells requires only high temperatures, but that is only a method to physically destroy them. Even she had never obtained a Boojum this intact. A Boojum that had ceased all biological activity. Back then, he shouldn't be carrying on any weapons or methods unknown to me, or things I've never deployed within the laboratory. Even if the prototype can recover, the connection to that girl has likely been permanently severed, and in time, the growth progress the prototype has achieved will also decline. The Sextans of present had become a doll not created by her. She had thoroughly obtained freedom, and perhaps in a certain way become an entirely new individual. So you're capable of even such things, Commander. Fate truly does favor you very much. No, this is love. You truly are our most fearsome opponent. You could have destroyed me, and you chose not to. Task Force Defy, contact attempt 7893, requesting connection. Connection established. Mona? Why are you the one answering the call? A certain secretary has entered a period of radio silence for the sake of upcoming big move, so the data of communicating with you is now mine. Alva, I've read the log for this mission. Violent as ever. Well, with Voimestino around, this sort of thing is pretty much unavoidable. I'm on the comms channel too, you know. And take it as a compliment. It's a compliment from a security doll, you know. That carries real weight. Besides, there really wasn't any other option. Thank you for understanding. Regarding the recent mission, did the organization have feedback? Of course, I'm not rushing you. But this discovery is critical. I believe it can serve as direct evidence that Paradius is completely revived, and in fact is integrating itself into a larger, much more terrifying existence. I understand you, but it seems the higher-ups have something they're way more concerned about. Something they're more concerned about? What could matter more than tracking down... I know, but this is what they want. I'm aware that it will pose problems for those who work on the front lines like you. But acting in accordance with orders handing down from above is precisely our duty. Alright. Then what are the orders from above? Continue the recon mission. Keep monitoring for abnormal electromagnetic pulses. Doesn't seem really any different from before. Also, maintain contact with the commander and when necessary, relay information about the Elmo back to the organization. Alva waits for a moment, but no further reply can be heard from the comms. That's all? That's all? Does that mean the commander's already safe? Well, it's at least a positive sign, isn't it? Alright. Although this doesn't seem any different from what we were already doing, we'll keep up our work, since that's how the higher-ups want it. Mm-hmm. In any case, safety first. You too. Boop. The call ends. The Elmo travels onward through the boundless desert like it always does. Come in.
Commander?
What's wrong? Have you visited Helena?
Yeah, she woke up for a little bit just now. I told her about everything we went through recently.
Was she able to understand? Oh, sorry.
More or less. Although Helena doesn't seem to fully understand, she understands more than I expected.
It's a pretty impressive improvement.
But Helena did tell me that while she was asleep, she also dreamed of the girl we weren't able to save. I don't know why, but her ability to sense that girl seems especially strong. And she also said the girl once informed Helena of her name.
That girl. I remember she was called H35, wasn't she?
No, not a designation like H35 or D68. It's a name, like a human name. A name just like the Melanie you gave me.
I pause what I'm working on and look toward Melanie. Did she say what her name was?
Helena said she forgot. No, that's not right. What she said was that's something she shouldn't remember.
Shouldn't remember? I found this phrasing strange, yet it carries something that feels familiar.
That girl seems somewhat different than us. I keep getting this feeling she doesn't belong here.
Melanie's scattered utterlings gradually brought a certain idea to my mind in focus. If that memory existing only in my mind truly did happen, if the possibilities that Nirvana showed me really do exist, then, at the other side of the world, those who are pulled by the thread of fate, could a reunion be possible?
Do you think this means we still have a chance to save her? After all, Helena can still sense her.
We definitely will. If my conjecture is true, then she must be alive somewhere in this world.
Commander, I'm sorry. It was only after going through this whole ordeal that I realized I've been talking about things that are really hard to achieve. I always had saving all the Helenas as my goal, but in the end, even trying to save one was so difficult. But if I don't do it, more and more children will be trapped in the kind of suffering I went through.
Melanie. You won't grow taller if you keep letting your mind grow wild.
Won't grow taller?
Although you and Helena share the same genes, I remember when we measured your heights last time, she was already 1 centimeter taller than you.
How is that possible? I drank my milk.
Melanie clenches her fists, looking at me in a huff, only to an irresponsible smile spreading across my face.
Commander, I knew it. You were lying.
I'm not. It's true. I imagine we're doing this as we're, like, glancing down at a newspaper with our glasses on, you know, like classic dad behavior. If you don't believe me, go ask Mailing.
I'll go ask Mailing in a short while.
If you don't want to lose to Helena, then don't keep dwelling on this stuff. Your priorities are to eat well and sleep well, grow taller and bigger as soon as you can. Only then will you become strong enough to fight the bad guys who do evil and save all the Helenas. Wouldn't you agree?
I see.
Alright, now go and get ready for food. I remember that the menu today's got stuff you really like. Fried chicken and pizza, if I recall.
Okay, I'll go right now.
Melanie waves goodbye to me and jogs out of the ops room. A collapse storm has just passed. The long, absent blue sky reappears over the yellow zone. Sunlight shines down upon this desolate land day after day, as though nothing had ever changed. But some things do, indeed, quietly change. For instance, I finally decided to stop fixating on the chaotic past, to stop worrying over predicaments that had not yet happened, to stop excessively dwelling on the manipulations and maneuvers of powerful figures. I finally decided to take a probing step forward, toward the future. I know not how far I can go up this mountain, but at the very least, if I must fall, I shall try for my remains to lay near the summit. Perhaps, maybe not, due to this change in my state of mind. I noticed that outside the Elmo's window, in the ever-unchanging desert, something I've never seen before has appeared. A purple plant sways freely in the breeze, at the far end of my vision. Is that a collapsiphilium, or... As the Elmo gradually moves forward, I suddenly realize that it isn't a plant. I rub my eyes. Nemesis? No way! Nemesis is back! Fuck yeah! Let's go, Nemesis! I knew we couldn't lose her. I knew we couldn't lose her. She's too aura-farming. She's too freaking cracked. She's goaded with the swalsh. Swalls. 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 Swalsh. Swalsh. Chat, I know what we must do, but I don't know that I have the heart to do it. We must certainly game. The next story is going to be Nemesis and her getting a 3rd gen frame and Nemesising all over the place. I wonder if she'll get an ability to speak. Chat, has the next update been revealed yet? To your guys' knowledge? I mean, we obviously know what it probably is from the Chinese servers. Because I think that's completely legal to draw from. Like, that isn't classified as a leak or anything. Because it's pretty much just a guess, an educated guess. And I don't know if it's been announced yet, because I don't really follow game announcements. Oh. Oh, bamboozled me. I need another shield. Why would I want to grab the coins? Do they just increase score? Also, what does the grenade do? Oh, let's go. Bullets. That's a bomb. That's also a bomb. I don't want to land on those. Ooh. Okay, I have to land on this one now. No, I don't. Okay.
Oh. I want to see how that's much different from the just disappearing platforms. It doesn't make you take damage, so... Bro, my cheeks clenched so hard. No. Oh, bruh. That's crazy. I'll take that. I'll take 8,230. I think that's pretty goated. No special rewards here, so I don't think I'll do them. Like, no more collapse crystals or anything. Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm feeling a little better now. Parabellum. Maybe we should do the simulation exercises, because I'll probably forget to do them. I'm going to try and figure them out on my own this time. Oh wait, these are not what I thought they were. That sounds so weird. That's cool animation. Her like sword is like long ranged. I like how the turrets do a little squat before they shoot. It's fun. Maybe I can fiddle with this clock thing while we wait for these to go. Alright, holding it like this. Oh! 8:10. I think is its alarm. I don't know if it's AM or PM. If I click this button, it doesn't do anything. If I hold the button... it also doesn't do anything. If I press the other button, it shows some code. If I press it again, it increases the number. If I hold it... it doesn't do anything. Oh wait, it says 9:30 now. That's not what I want. Okay, that's 8. I know how to change the time, I think. Does this increase it? Okay, got it. That's the timer, I think it's saying. I don't know. Let me see if my Amazon account's on this computer. I pretty much guarantee it's not. But if it was, I could look up the thing. Wait, is it? No, it's telling me to sign in, but why do you know? That's freaky. I don't ever give permission for this to know my location. Ship outside the US. Yep. Japan. That's where I am. Done. It's freaky. Chat, my hot take is that GTA 6 is not going to be that good. In my opinion, though.
I also haven't played any GTA games, and I don't plan to play GTA 6. But it cannot possibly be as good as all of the hype is making it out to be. It can be not. No game is good for all those years of hype, all this stuff, people freaking taking time off work to play the first few days. Like, I don't know if you saw, but the army was offering soldiers who re-enlisted in a certain platoon 4 days off, and this was in an official document to, quote, play GTA 6. Like, it can't be that good, bro. It can't be that good. Like, how unproductive is the world going to be those 4 days? Let me look up what's the next event. Event, timeline, TFL2. And I'm only looking at official sources. Cryal redundancy. It's planning to launch August 27th. I only have 8 days. So that's the day I leave. Couldn't it go like a day earlier so I can do it? Alright. Let's check out official. New Elite Doll OTS 14 is joining the Elma soon. Oh, wait, is it the other one? Yo, Wise Girl's a black. Not black like that, but she's black. And why does she got 4 hands? What is going on? Weird. She looks cool, but that's ominous as heck. What is this, bro? Like, this has got to be a meme, bro. What the Is she joining our side? That's so funny. Oh, I guess you guys couldn't hear it. My bad.
Here, I'll put my headphones right next to it. Could you even hear that? Probably not. Let me just... so much work to change a browser source. She wants in. Let her in. Little pig, let me in. Alright. I think that's pretty much going to be it for today. I realized something. We can get one more outfit pull. I don't know. Ah! 244. Oh, was I just spend the time? 1. 244. 1. Or dot 0 0. What does that mean? Wait, why isn't... Aren't you doing the thing you did before? Oh, this is how I adjust that time. No, I don't want to do that. I'm good, thank you, though. 24, 12, 24. Was this how I toggle it between 12-hour and 24-hour clocks? This thing is a mystery to me. Trying to reverse engineer this thing, but alas, I'm but a stupid person. This was the button I used before. There's no other button. How did I pull up the screen I had before? I'm so confused. I am befuddled. I'm so confused. Looking. Biga booba. I like. Honestly, I wish Lorelei's physics weren't so intense. If that makes any sense. About gaming. It's quite surprising you're so good at games. I've played with Ruchi before, but I don't play much on my own. Then do you like it? I enjoy it, and I don't. It's true that gaming gives me a bit of escapism from the crushing reality of this world. Man, she's so depressing. But once I stop playing, I find myself in the real world with the crushing realization that there is no escape.
You know, you're too relatable for that. Alright, chat. Here we go. The chips are down, but I'm all in. Right here. Bruh. I'm gonna curl myself. Kind of excited to see what happens when this goes away. Still have 445, so what can we buy? Kolfni, Krollik, Nemesis, or Vepley. Maybe I'll do data connections. Seems like the most useful. Like, I've already gotten all the cosmetics and stuff. So, like... already owned. Oh, right, that's for a different thing. Shikar. Leva, Lena, Moisten, Noggin, Cheater, Jongyi. Ooh. What's over here then? Midwinter. Lorelei, Macchiato, Springfield, Sharkry, or Centuresi. Oh. I need that, bro. What the hecky? I need that. Right now. Okay. Okay, we have 144. Reduce, then we use 240. Do it again, we use 360. Then what we have left is 85. Can't use 85 on anything. Okay, but if we use 2 of those and then 1 of those, then it decreases like 25. Well, either way, we're getting 2 of these, I think. You know what, let's just get max, it's fine. 85, we'll get a companion one. And we'll also get a keepsake box. Let me snooze those ads. Because we're going to end here. But I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, if you've been watching for all this time, get up, stretch, and get your blood flowing, alright? Go get something to drink. Remember to stay hydrated, get good sleep, get good noms, and take care of yourself, unlike kind of how I did today and kind of butchered my voice and stuff. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. So yeah. Where does that even go? Oh, it's like a hair clip. Yeah, I like the dog collar. No, it's not a dog collar button. I like to think it's a dog collar. Whoa, this one's got a crazy side window. Does she have interactions? She knows what she got. Seems like only if you press like up here she does anything. Like if you press her head, there's no reaction. Like boop, 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 boop. Foot, leg, gun. Hip. Oh. Where did she do that again? Oh. It's not exactly what I was going for, but... Oh. I wish she'd look something else like that. Yep, she just puts him into oblivion. Oh goodness, there's a back window there. Does it split all the way down? No, I'm just curious about the design of the outfit. I think it splits like all the way down. Yeah. It's got like a bow here. Okay, so it doesn't split right here. You can see it loops and then it goes down. Okay, cool. Does it do that on the other outfits too? I think so, because I don't think the jacket's changed. I think this one's quite frankly just an apron, so... I don't think that, like, you can see any of the clothes underneath. Honestly, I'd probably go, like, this one, like, one of these, or this one and this one. This one's not my favorite, but it's still good, don't get me wrong. Does it just take you to here? Okay, it does. Hi. Oh, okay, so it's on the back of her head too. It's like a double thing. Look at that, that's cute. That's new. Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy. Does she do that in her normal? Does she have any reactions when zoomed in or no? What does she have on the back of her heels? Is that a... It's a gun. I didn't even realize that. She has revolvers on her heels. That's why she flips like that. She's shooting. She's not shooting with something else. She's shooting... Oh. Does she have any interactions? Okay. Okay, wait. Hold on. I think she has the same. That one's different. Oh, that's a sexy gun. Oh, this is hot. Oh, this right here. This is hot. It's a flip. So it's a magnifier, you flip in and flip out, and it changes. So this is a red dot, and that's a magnifier. So you can change to just go red dot for, like, close range. Typically this is used on ARs, as you, like, never see this on a sniper rifle, but it totally fits her, like, personality. But yeah. You can see here for main feed, here's a secondary mag. Flashlight on the sniper rifle is interesting. Muzzle. Or not muzzle suppressor. Beautiful. Anyway. Back to what I was originally here for. Do you have a reaction if I... Chat, I don't mean to be getting sus. I'm just trying every possible... Because you have it with this one, right? Like, if I do this, then do this, and do this, and do this. Yeah. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? I don't know what we're gonna play. I'm gonna think it through. I'll see, like, the NTE update, how long it is. We might play ZZZ. I might do something earlier in the day, and then something short earlier in the day, and then something at night. I'm not entirely sure. But I'll see you guys then, alright?
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Peace. I'm out of here. See you next time.